feel awful. My head's pounding, my teeth are loose. I can barely see straight. The owlbear shrieked, its outrage undiminished. The goblin's nostrils flared, as if trying to judge my intent through smell alone. Curling up in the dirt and resting is, a little novel. How did it do that? I opened the book where I'd left off, and the voices returned, chiding me for my indecision. Well, that was pathetic. Sorry bones guarding dusty old trinkets. Oh, there'll be others. I'm sure of that. It was a cambion. Almost certainly. Her pull on him was as strong as my patron's was on me. Odd. Someone's cut a notch in the tree there. But you're not here to gossip. What can I do for you? This worm is a powerful little beast, isn't it? I put a lot of trust in you, Shadowheart. Try not to break it.
Dimmi, quadico fake.
First druid, and now last druid. Thanks to me, the ring changed colour. I wonder why. See you in the morning. The bear snorted and clacked her teeth in agitation, bearing fangs as long as my finger. Adorable. Let me know when it brings you something fresh. I don't care for fish. Red meat, now, that's a different matter. Rare as can be. Dripping. That's my theory, but who knows? Weapon blueprints. Looks like the Sessa bark might come in handy. From the Underdark to the swamp. Lovely. Back in the hag's lair. Good thing she's dead.
Te quiero.
I'm a vampire that can walk in sunlight, for goodness sake. Bet this idol has a bit of divine spark left. Something Gale can use. The Mind Flayer's corpse twitched, then collapsed again. It could speak no more. They'll be tough to fight, but not impossible to beat. A brain in a jar. Well, now you're just being close-minded. There are some lovely ways to go. Never seen anything like these. I drank and drank and drank, until without even a whimper, it was all over. A bag lay within the crevice. At its mouth, a gold coin glinted. I squinted at the distant object, trying to make out further details.
Non fit injura.
The bear stamped a paw and pointed off in the distance. There. Home. No, it's not what it looks like. I swear. Bodies everywhere. Accident or sabotage. For the best. The Gake earned its fate. And visions consume me once more. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders, silver blades held high. I closed my fist as tight as possible. Suddenly I felt the most intense sorrow and regret. These worms are doing something to us. What are you going to do?
Dissolve.
Just because they're connected, that doesn't mean we should stop. Let's not throw away that power over some dreams. The ox's nostrils flared. She could almost smell the fresh grass. Indeed it is. We should do something about this threat. I faced the prisoner, considered the tools at my disposal, and we should go, but you have fun tracking your monster. As I read the cover, The Necromancy of Thay, I could almost hear a voice. I just had to open the book, and it would be mine. Forever. I didn't mean to tease him. I asked how those goblins caught him. Better stay back. One strike could be lethal. If the last day has taught me anything, it's that the impossible is more likely than you think. Seluna's sigil in the dark. Who would have done this? Not here. Not now. His lips closed. The body was still. The spell was done.
Torre!
Wherever they are, it was a fine hunt.
Ab uno disce omnes.
The pig hissed, baring its teeth. The owlbear shrieked and reared up, talons flashing. No, I won't kill them. Well, maybe will. When I turned back, the child had vanished. Perhaps they returned to the astral plane. As I drained the bottle, a comforting warmth enveloped me, like an old, much-loved blanket. Spoil sport. Well, what do you want, if you're not here to gossip?
Manus potentis paro!
Come on, come on. What are you hiding?
Te curo.
The spiders chittered to each other and eyed me hungrily. And I reckon someone's trying to help us survive this debacle. I let the tadpole drop, but couldn't bring myself to lift my foot. I won't lie. I'm considering that devil's offer. Better servitude than oblivion. I saw the hag, eyes bright with glee, as she set fire to the door.
Maior, fortior, maleus!
Exactly. We need every advantage we can get. I was a magistrate, working to keep the peace in Baldur's Gate, imprisoning troublemakers, that kind of thing. His growl was low, a warning to leave him be. Indeed we are. Please, allow me to introduce myself. Aren't you just? But I didn't, and that's what matters. They unleashed a torrent of high-pitched insults in my direction before departing. You've just seen the power they command, and your first thought is, better make sure I'm never that strong. My collarbone dislocated, allowing me to slip free of the chains. Dead. Good. Pathetic. If you think they'll take me and spare you, you haven't been listening.
Invoco te!
Smells like trouble.
Time.
I lay bleeding as she leaned over me, a smile on her face.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
I tried to rest, but my mind wouldn't settle.
Risum teniatis.
What can I do for you, my friend? Let the goblins kill them. At least they'll enjoy it. This Halcyon was taking notes on our wriggling friends. The blood caught in my throat, burning and twisting. I expelled it in a series of quick hacking coughs. What was that? Pain exploded in my eye. I felt crushing waves of fear as a presence within the door recoiled. It couldn't let people through. Not again. That feels like a question with a point. His eyes rolled. An instinct drove him to rear away. An illness? No. A parasite. More owlbear eggs, already hatched. No point in taking these. From a far distance, I heard a blast of goblin voices. Ragzen's mind was clouded by doubt, surprised by words he didn't expect. Pretty, but it doesn't do much. Barrel stalks, full of poison, and under myconid control, no doubt.
Fid voluntas Dei!
Nine hells take me. No, never again. What more could I ask? Now is that all? Blood gushed across my lips, coating my mouth and flowing down my throat. Well then. Good night. I hesitated. Better to gather the whole party first. It needed sustenance to survive. And with my very body I could provide. And? I suppose you want to stop using that power. Yes. I don't care how desperate we are. Looting tombs is wrong. Something tells me I'll be whispering, "I told you so," to your corpse. I had the same dream, of course. Very...
Amicus animalis. Resisto fregus.
She wouldn't be conning anyone else. I demanded she hand over the box.
Tempora mutantor.
Stupid. I saw into your head, you know. Brimstone? Our kidnappers really took all sorts. A chest of transformation.
Essurio.
A prayer sheet. With the same symbol as the one on the chest. The magic waned. I could ask no more questions. Good call. Looks like that's going to bruise. I sensed the tadpole let loose a burst of magic, as if it repelled the hag. Oh, that smell! Is that milk? Yes. We're more similar than I thought. She ruffled her feathers and chirped harshly, mimicking a goblin's cry. Never mind their history. Let's see if they have a healer. True. That was fun. I tried to read her mind. First, I learn that there's a druid lost out there that can save us. And then I learn you're an idiot. So, I see you and the drow have been making eyes at each other. The crab visibly recoiled from the warm, mammalian smell inside the pack. The squirrel looked up at me, eyes wide, heart thundering. Will she know how to bring the worm under control? Will this little adventure of ours be over? It's a book of necromancy, full of secrets about controlling the dead, returning the dead to life, and who knows what else.
Quadico face.
Yeah! Yes. My kinids are more powerful than you realize. A perfect hit! The wound healed instantly, ejecting the broken spear with a wet pop. Although you're doing well enough on your own. I see Les Ailes marked you as her territory. The sheep wiggled its woolly haunches as it ambled away from me. They hesitated, abdomens quivering in confusion. My vision swam, but I had to fight through the pain. My assailants were still under the creature's thrall. Tight fit. I barely got through. Shit. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to worry you. They are ferocious creatures.
Mundus volticipi nocturnus.
Ugh. I navigated carefully. With Ragslin's voice, I asked. Doubt clouded Ragslin's skull. Might he suspect the truth? The dog growled at me while standing by a dead man. The prisoner howled, and the stench of charred flesh filled the room. I had to understand it, master it. I needed to find someone who knew more about this thing. Better keep an eye out for more. Exactly. Now let's go, before any more of these true buggers appear. Fear rushed through me, as the door shook at the memory of the hag's smile. A dead drow. No one's going to shed any tears.
Resisto acidum.
Sorry bones guarding dusty trinkets. Pathetic. Cupio, virtus, licet. This isn't helping them or us. Let's just see where the road leads. Mindless husks. They're no use to anyone now. Vicious spider-like creatures appeared. Mindflayer's dead. Thiem's killed it. Their jaws flexed. Their gaze flicked between me and the door. Seems as though the Absolute's attracting followers from all kinds of places. I barely opened it when they started whispering from the shadows. Just some mental fog that needed clearing. Now they'll see reason. A false wall. Sneaky. These boots have clearly been enchanted with powerful magic. I think Gale might be interested. I crept back to my bedroll, a lucky escape for us both. And it wouldn't be our last. The crab hit the bottom of the bag and immediately retreated into its shell. So, here we are, surrounded by filth. It uttered a bone-shaking screech of fury, assuming he's still alive.
Vagio, voco, fere, clausus.
The goblins cheered and raised their cups, all irony lost on them. That smell. Something died in here. These wounds are still fresh. Sweet dreams, darling. Feels like there's magic in every thread of this cowl. Something for Gale, certainly. I admit, I like this one's approach. A little genocidal, but effective. I saw into your mind. They took you. Just the same as me. I knew our worms were powerful, but I never imagined that they were that powerful. This must be awful, Will. All these wicked little creatures you can't slay. Having fun yet? No innocence. You have my word. Only villains that we need to kill anyway. The corpse had no more answers to give. We can decide as we travel. Maybe we'll find some needy orphans on the way. And with a quiet, resigned huff, she settled back down. Some beast or beasts I did not recognize. This cowl is magnificent, elegant, but powerful. I'm in no place to rest yet. Today has been a lot. The corpse let out an angry hiss of foul air, then was silent. It's broken, but not too badly. Strangely low for a button. Strangely useless, too. Really? Of course. Not one drop more.
Tefideo!
Oh, that's excellent. It's so good to see a secret passage with some flair. I'm no metalsmith, but I believe I need some fire. I noticed that she was trembling. The tears streaming down her cheeks were indeed real. Who lets their guards' eyes rot away? Honestly, it would have been a crime not to steal that treasure. Crackling flame and music. If they're celebrating, I'm not sure I want to know why. All fired up and ready to go. Indeed. Isn't it delightful? Here to scold me because you had a bad dream? If you killed them, they were nothing like him. I'm sure Shah is powerful enough to take her own revenge. No need for us to get involved. No glow? How dull. The bear lazily lifted her head and sniffed the air, then promptly went back to sleep. And you're lucky I'm not a true vampire. Last night could have gone very differently if I'd magically summoned a pack of wolves.
Yeah! Catius!
Not a good idea. His eyes darted back and forth as he sniffed the air. He couldn't see them anymore, but he could smell them. Many, many strangers. The bear whined softly, its ears drooping. I realized he was waiting. Hopelessly.
Veritas credo oculus scio didici picto.
Reality dawned. I'd been outsmarted by an ogre. I told him I wanted nothing but a passing thank you. The boar basked in the pool, relishing the calming effects of the water. Was that a bullet? Better watch my step, or I'll be lunch. Deep gnome make, but the design is anything but. What was this fort? Same as always. Do whatever it takes to survive. At best, I was sure you'd say no. More likely you'd ram a stake through my ribs. Ah, hello again. Still alive, I see. I saw nothing unusual in Lae'zel's demeanor. Cries for help. I must be home. And I can smell the blood in your mouth. We both know what that means. Be grateful I'm not a true vampire, then. You are a strange one. I kept low to the ground, scuttling like a rat. No one's coming. The deal is done. I absolutely, definitely will think about it. First, thou shalt not drink of the blood of thinking creatures. So, who has the guilty conscience? Ha! Tempting. You make it sound like I'm some plump child stealing a tart. I scooped up his gold pouch while the halfling stumbled deeper into the water, oblivious. Strage. Hook horrors.
Fulgor!
The liquid mist, splattering uselessly on the ground. Nature might have provided for it. Too late now. I can't blame them. You're delicious.
Kudo!
Pincers pierced my flesh. Their chitters became giggles. The intruder was punished. Looks like all those moon plates can be turned. Secluded. Good. Don't want any visitors. Although you're doing well enough on your own, I see you and Shadowheart have a connection. It looks very sweet. The bird fluttered about frantically, looking for his missing treasure. I was a slave. A vampire spawn. Kept by the Tsar family. I haven't the faintest idea. The owlbear's talons raked the ground, but did not attack. The prisoner smiled through the pain, then spat in my direction. Their minds are just gone. I was holding back, if anything, worried that I might lose control. I saw dark tunnels lit by noxious pools of brine. The darkness spread through the earth. The squirrel chittered angrily at me again before flouncing away. As the crab buried into the mud, it flung something metallic out of the earth. The poison burned my throat, but the goblin relaxed. A child's view of the moon and sky. He glanced at the stone door, then back towards the floor, whimpering. Another bear who'd left with his master. What did you see?
Vita mortis curio! Extende!
And if that old bastard wants me back, he won't ask whose side you're on before slaughtering you. Apparently, the more I screamed, the more mistakes he made. And the more editing was required. Not perfect, but better than expected. The foul-tempered rodent hissed at me and scurried away. The poison burned my throat. But the goblins followed my lead. The smell of rot assaulted my senses as the illusion vanished. If I just had a little blood, I could think clearer, fight better. Please. Well, you heard the lady. We don't want things to get messy. Invisibilis. Must be one hell of a mole. I strained against the webbing and it snapped, strand by strand. I did it. The corpse jerked alive as the magic did its work. They watched me with great interest. Their drool puddled on the floor. I wonder, is that? No. An ordinary lamp. Pity. My mind was one with Will's. A blood-red creature consumed my vision, the same I had seen when we had first met. Sacco! Maybe we'll learn from this. A little suspicion is no bad thing. I understand they're a sorry lot, but they're also not our problem. Odd. I'm not sure those things qualify as people. Locked to keep the evil in, or the prying eyes out. Let's see. The battered man hung slack from his chains, barely breathing. Gone. Why would they chase a runt like you? The world just got a little less wretched. They can do that. Change the tadpole so we stay like this. Maybe there's a healer there. Don't worry, though. We'll make sure that pretty little head of yours stays tentacle-free. Maybe it would be different if they were still thinking creatures. Then again, maybe not. Another shrine to another god. This seems as good a place as any to make camp. Agreed. Power should be seized where it can. The well didn't look too deep, and the old bucket rope felt strong enough. Voco Arvina! Good. Only an idiot would be calm now, and I need someone sensible if we're going to untangle this mess. It breathed deep, unfurling my past in a vibrant chain. Not a duergar to it, but rather talons tense to strike, beak aching to rend. The cub wanted me gone. Images flashed. A man cowered, a bag open at his feet. Gold coins spilled onto the floor. They scuttled towards me, drooling. What could you be? Blessings from the Moon Maiden. And bearing the same symbol as that chest. Thick stone and heavy dark. Fire, deep and wide, and cold. Does the drow know that? I saw how she looked at you earlier. They chittered to each other, eyeing me dubiously. But don't worry, I'll keep watch tonight. We won't have to worry about nocturnal visitors. Now please, let's go. She's a hag. What did you think was going to happen? The boar strutted proudly, head held high. He was glad to be alive. That music. They turned away and went back to their rest. What the hell's? Get back! I suppose. I'm not really sure what I expected, really. This is all a little new. Probably not. He has to rest in his crypt during the day. I've never known him to leave Baldur's Gate. And maybe you'll know to leave me alone the next time I wake up screaming. Tekiro. I was leagues away. I just need to... a shame they've wilted. These must have cost a fortune. Expensive imports, no doubt. A shame they've wilted. But we were talking about last night. How did you sleep? The bear gently raised a paw, pointing to the distance. He was far from home. What do any of us want? Pleasure. Why not? Donitros! The lazy old crone built herself a shortcut. It's loose. One could push away from tumbling. The tadpole, it was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. I choked on black smoke as the hobgoblin screeched his incantation. Zinemetu. Inficio. It won't move. How disappointing. Ugh, that reeks. To place Shah's new moon above Saluna is righteous, but strange. Don't be a fool. We have powerful enemies and very few advantages. Why toss this one aside? A heavy silence settled in my heart as I stared at the grave. The bird hopped about a small pile of trinkets, pushing a coin around, assessing the best placement for it. Well, I suppose it's not up to me. You're free to make your own choices. A vampire lord and my old master. The one I escaped when the mind flayers took me. A magical seal. No luck picking that. Who cares about some pig? It's dead. Let's go. I got deep into the pages of this book before they drove me out, and almost drove me mad. This place reeks of death. With a scornful flick of her tail, the squirrel scampered away. I can't tell if this is a temple or a library. Will flushed with emotion, desire, grief, guilt, and desperation. You do. I mean, of course you do. I'm just glad to hear it.
Resurges!
The Druids drove monsters from this land once, but their power had long since waned. Broken. Must have been here a while. Still, we saved them from that creature. Something more than a thank you would have been appreciated. The flames sputtered away. The dagger was mine for the taking. Brine. The same stuff those parasites swam in. Blood gushed across my lips, but something was wrong. Very, very wrong. Noted. You wretched little worm! I'll show you murder worthy of a god!
Vocal Venei!
Let's not bicker. We have more pressing issues. The eye stared, unblinking. Just a dark mirror once more. Looks like some kind of magical contraption. Now to get it to work. I drifted into the forest, hunting for anything with a pulse, and whatever the morning might bring.
Loquis tibi placet.
The Underdark, a foolish place to hide contraband, even for a Zent. Wyvern poison is as deadly as she said. Better be careful. Do tell. What did you see? Using the power is a risk, yes. But so is ignoring it. I took one risk to minimize another. Mellow brown eyes regarded me lazily, before the beast returned her gaze to her master.
Oribus teneo lupum.
Free. For now.
You can't be serious. Give it to me this instant.
I felt Ragzlin's suspicions. He'd never have asked about his master. I remained in control, barely. That statue. It seems they worship some kind of scholar. She flinched, eyes widening in alarm. She licked her chops, tongue running over old scars. No, I mean, we have different quests. I wouldn't want to distract this fellow from his path any more than he'd want to lead us from ours. Can't read the script. Chests unlocked. My prayers are answered. I tried to approach quietly, gently, but it was too much. The hunger took over. The ogres are long gone. It's still a fine horn, though. That chair leg could make for a fine weapon. The forest. Dark, cold, foreboding. I must see this. Don't you dare say no. An elf and a Gith Yankee. Yes, I'm sure we'll blend right in.
Ah!
Oh, don't come crawling back. It's just embarrassing.
Bah! A festering boil on Faerun's fair buttocks. Boo and I know it well.
Oh, it'll be fine. I throw in with those beneath me all the time. Indeed you will, my love. Indeed you will. Does it matter? We'll betray each other or we won't. Only time will tell. What is this place? The chains held tight. I said the kid was a thief and a disgrace to his kin. Certainly better than pillow talk with your drow lover. I'm afraid it's warm, but, needs must. You could feed an army with an egg that size, if you found an intact one. Hey! What's the matter with you? And look at that statue. What was that thing inside her? Not useful at the moment.
Tibido panas! Tibido panas!
Go on. We deserve some fun. Perhaps. They can already make us dance like puppets. Why not enjoy all the privileges?
Makeske.
It was furious. Rage blazed within it. Tear, hunt, kill.
Eretio inspira.
You'll see in due time. It's nothing horrifying, I can promise you that. The dead goblin would speak no more. I took my leave. The dog continued to mourn at his master's side.
Confusio.
Perhaps I am. For 200 years, the sun would have turned me to cinders. Now I stand here like it's nothing. She's gone. Thank the hells.
Huh.
You idiot! What have you done?
Intactalus sum.
Her mind entered mine, a splinter of ice piercing my memories.
Vincere est vivere.
Please, if you're too stupid to appreciate me, you deserve whatever's coming. Ah, yes. The cure.
Vos curo.
Perhaps. You probably thought it was funny. Lucky those bandits valued their own hides over their loot. Now that our expectations are suitably low, shall we get on? A dizzying flash of fury. Suddenly its beak ached to rend, yearned for blood and soft belly flesh.
Zinemetu.
Blessings of the Moon Maiden. Praise her. A fine sword and hat. And a fine adventurer at the bottom of the swamp, no doubt. What's to tell? I was sired by a vampire named Cazador. The same symbol as the chest. A prayer to open it. I prefer a blood offering, but all right. You'd have to be a fool to pick a fight with that lot. Best to keep away for now.
Viam sapientiae.
What would he say when he discovered I could walk in the sunlight, when he couldn't? The tadpole, it was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. The book saw me in my entirety, and found me unworthy. I'd rather not discuss what happened next.
Voco nubes.
We'll do a lot more than that. You can get anything in the city.
Cazador. My master. I had to get back to him quickly. If I was late, he'd flay me. Again.
Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. This is all a worst-case scenario, obviously. I wonder if he uses magic in the bedroom. That could go very well, or very badly. Magic blasted through me. I shivered, as if dunked in ice-cold water. I saw her cradling a smaller child as he wept. Her eyes hard and hot, her knuckles bloodless.
Stay out of my head!
I could leave now, or step closer and die. Hundreds? It'll take hours to kill them all. She's right, we should just go. The crab was on guard the moment I approached. Ugh, that smells ripe. Did we just place our faith in a goblin? This thing must be warping our minds already.
I threw the owlbear's strike off balance. It shrieked, feathers ruffled.
Part library, part morgue. An interesting combination. Something's burrowed in there. Something big. Once everyone's in their bedrolls, we'll slip out of ours and find each other. True. You wouldn't have the grit. It's simple. Just find a vampire that will drink your blood and turn you into a vampire spawn. Their obedient puppet. I do so very like spicy food. What are those? It breathed deep, unfurling my past in a vibrant chain. Not a dwarf to it, but rather a cambion, I was sure of it. Wings spread wide, long tail curled behind. What? Who? What happened? Yes, life would be so much easier if everyone just did what I said. It's a burden. This blade hums with magic. I could give it to Gale, or not. They're a leaderless mob. How hard could it be to sneak past them?
The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon.
As much as I'd love to present his head to Vlaakith, you don't know what he's like. There's powerful magic in these boots. No doubt Gale will be interested. If only I knew where to find some. The tiefling could no longer speak.
Resisto mortem!
There. Can you see it? Health. I wouldn't want to get hit by that. Click.
Cum mortuis in lingua mortua.
Draw Ragslin's mouth twitched, but he spoke no more.
Impero te vos curo.
Well, that was pathetic. The bird hesitated for a second, then pushed the coin away.
Ah! Hey!
Suspicion flooded Ragslin's mind. My brain howled as I forced a final query into his throat. Tight fit. I won't be getting back in that way. You don't craft a chest like that to hold coppers. I wonder what's inside. And I'm not about to hand control of my life from a vampire lord to those slimy grey beasts.
Arde!
Anyway, I'd rather keep it where I can see it. Its time will come, I'm sure. The spell's power waned, and the corpse fell still. The corpse lay still, almost peaceful. I could ask it no more. A sigil of the Harpers. Odd for their kind to misplace this. Why? Ah, interesting. The bear hardly reacted to me, and kept staring at the ground. Not bad. I would have taken the whole toe, but whatever works for you. Killed and left for scavengers. What a waste. The amulet of a dull god, but powerful in its own right.
Eacto te!
It's hopeless. Sylvanus' will holds these vines in place. The boar huffed and bellowed, beady eyes full of distrust, releasing a feral little goblin into the wild. What could go wrong? And at the cost of a bad dream? We'd be fools not to use this power. The forge at the blacksmith's house should do. Looks like we're in Eltegard, some distance from the city of Baldur's Gate. An owlbear egg. These are supposed to be worth a fortune. Infighting makes us weak. Let's just accept that Shadowheart's word is worthless and move on. As its influence waned, my assailants lowered their weapons, blinking in confusion. Oh, will you? Because you've got it all figured out, I'm sure. Bravo. I didn't think you had it in you. I only need a taste. I swear. The sky split open, and nautiloids poured out of the void that consumed the stars. I warned the tieflings this creature was dangerous. Leave it to me. I can do without reliving that particular night, thank you. These melodies. Or maybe he thinks death is too good for me. Then finding anyone who knows about these worms. I need an expert. Someone who knows how to control these things. The creature stood still, ignoring me. Then we kill him. I thought that would have been obvious. Well said. The tadpole would probably outsmart the goblin anyway. Well, hello. What can I do for you? By Eldath, Mother of the Waters, all strife is cleansed. But if that's how you want to spend the time we have left, by all means, lead on. Wherever we are, it's falling apart. So, did you learn anything about these worms while wandering the ship? The bear extended her snout to sniff at me, then lunged. Incertus pulcher imperio. Veritas credo oculus!
Tempestus!
I explained there were traces of decaying magic within him, likely the cause of his disease. See? Nothing. Come on, we're wasting our time. Well, let's not dwell on it. We have other things to attend to. That bad. Well, that was interesting. His ears twitched as he lowered his head, inviting me to pet him. One by one, the spiders retreated to the rear of the crevice, lulled by my murmurs. His brow furrowed. Incomprehensible squiggles surrounded a crude sketch. A bear disemboweling a clutch of tieflings.
Detono!
Oh, I like these two. All zeal and no brains. I don't regret it. I hope someone would do the same for me. My. You've been busy.
My brain screamed in agony, as if my skull had contracted. The creature spoke in my mind. They are mine.
The forest rose with claw and tooth to tear the darkness from its roots. That song. The squirrel flicked her tail at me and turned away. If I can just contact Raphael, if I can make a deal. Might fit that chest. If he's dead, we'll make his corpse talk. No, it's a good thing this place is remote. I don't want to become known as a grave robber.
The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me.
Tell the tiefling about your wet dreams. I'm staying out of it. Well now, what have we here?
The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten.
Another mystery. Butchered. They didn't stand a chance. I wasn't about to tell some stranger what was lurking in my mind. I'll be there soon, my lady.
And then it dawned on me. If I was free to walk in daylight, could I be free of Cazador too?
Ad lapidem.
Ah, here we are again. No, my love, I'm not jealous of the tiefling. Trust me, the spirits won't be any kinder to you. As long as they remember their duty to protect this book, no one's getting in. This cowl's definitely enchanted. Gale could use this. Indeed it could. These are very helpful in a fight. Need something? This necklace's sigil was also in the cave. The harpers have been unusually active here. Oh, it's beautiful. I felt this was a purge unlike any I'd ever seen. A sacred cleansing of the land.
Mors animae.
This must be where the gnolls attacked. Indeed, these creatures are mightier than they look. We need to get out of here before it's our turn. There's only one place I'm finding a Susa tree. The Underdark. The bear's nose twitched. She was up and gulping down the fish in an instant.
With enough time, it would turn me into one of them. That much I knew.
There's a spell that lets you teleport from tree to tree. This magic looks similar.
Resisto ignum.
No, but some prices are worth paying. Harp and wild. I recalled stories of an alliance between druids and the harpers. Could this have been it? Good. No sense in working against ourselves. In savage lands, a guiding light, and faithful need not fear the night. The fog lifted, and a low growl bubbled from the back of her throat. Please, only be a taste, I swear. I'll be well, you'll be fine, and everything can go back to normal. The Susa tree is native to the Underdark. If my teachings were correct, I'm glad someone is using their power. We need every advantage, after all. Her eyes went wide. She nodded nervously and turned away. Understandable. Can't say I'm a fan either. It's just hard to join in when all of this feels so new.
Glacius. Precis aliaferro.
Be careful with that one. Her idea of a good time probably involves biting your head off halfway through the act. You there! Come here! I need help. After you. I need some time to think things through. To process this. Don't we? I saw you on the ship. Free. Scuttling about. Another pod. Shall we see if anyone's home? Your heart was in the right place. Not sure about his. Now let's get out of here while we still can. Our minds brushed against one another, but were swiftly parted. The rat hissed and scurried away. I saw the hag. She walked through the door, its form shimmering. It might be useful. Who knows? I said I had no such plans. The tadpole, it was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. I can't work without a blueprint. I won't push you. Shah's faithful aren't exactly known for honesty. Let's go. At this rate, I'll die of boredom before the poison gets me.
Invoco te!
They turned their attention to me, unleashing a torrent of high-pitched insults before departing.
I mean, I had my hopes. It was delightful.
Te fideo!
I saw a clawed hand open a holding pod. Darkness cleared to reveal a face. Mine.
Of course, first sign of change, and I'll have to stop that pretty little heart of yours. Of course, being dead doesn't stop everyone in their tracks, but hopefully it's somewhere quiet, decaying peacefully. She's running. Now it's a hunt. I'm sure I'll see you when I get back. Sleep tight.
He looked over at the stone door and trampled impatiently. His master had promised a companion. Hells, I pointed her right at the tieflings. I needed a plan, and quick.
This Korga sounds interesting. A shame she'll probably have to die.
The boar stared with beady, panicked eyes. Then it bolted off. I saw the owlbear's claws sprout. It was ready to kill.
Port City. No dogs allowed. Sad.
Then he let out a feral little squawk and started eating her. I backed away, speechless.
I was just going anyway. I need to clear my head. I don't want to say a damned thing, but that won't do anyone any good. Dwergar and myconid bodies. Someone's been fighting.
I followed the squirrel's gaze to a pair of clumsy, ugly feet. My own, on her territory.
Seluna's symbol, in the dark. Something's off.
The owlbear bellowed in surprise, glaring at me accusingly.
Viva crescat floriat!
The corpse stirred. It was ready to speak.
Looks like the ritual worked. The whole grove is walled in.
Kudo!
Lolth leading her drow into the Underdark. This must be ancient.
The presence within cowered, terrified of me.
Not what I'd call passionate or interesting, but sweet.
Ha ha!
It wasn't enough to save them. Now I have to have emotions about it. Not sure. But we better find out. Don't be a coward. We could take them. We could kill them all.
With a jolt, I recognized the crest she bore, the winged serpent of the Zehentarim.
You are an insolent little pup, aren't you? I'm sure you can find someone else to cut off your lovely head. Nothing. How disappointing. You villain. I didn't know you had it in you.
She was waiting, I realized. Waiting until they dragged the prisoner away. Waiting until she could take a bite.
Move back!
A flash of anger pulsed across my brain, and I felt cold metal at my throat. Then I came back to myself.
So, I see you and Shadowheart have a connection. It looks very sweet. I disagree. Wasn't very noble of us, was it? I don't want to make a habit of grave robbing. The worm. Of course. That explains things. Somewhat. Pictures of the moon. Cute, but useless. Depends on the corpses, darling. Master weapons. The blueprints can't be far.
The magic was old and wavering, but it was essentially an expensive lock hiding some secret.
Veni et uva me!
Excellent. Let's go, before they pickle themselves with the good wine.
The corpse fell silent. It had nothing more to say.
They're just common folk. Have some sympathy.
Lux in tenebra.
The corpse awaited my questions.
You had one too, didn't you? What did you see? Better rest while we can. Still useless, I see.
I paused. Her eyes were closed, her chest rising and falling, her neck gently pulsing with every heartbeat.
Weapon blueprints that use Sousa bark. Rare find.
I remembered stories of Zas Tam, a powerful Lich in Thay, who made deals with dark gods.
Something's controlling them. I can feel it. Faint, but alive.
Maledictus.
More where this came from.
The prisoner screamed and thrashed against his bonds. But if you don't trust me, then I guess even that's off the table.
Invenium viam.
No Dwergar built this fort. They don't have the imagination. The creature appeared again, red skin, twisting horns, and wings stretching wide behind it. And just like that, it's gone.
Canto te.
My fingers searched but found no bag. Had it been a trick of the light? Good luck, I suppose. Here's hoping we're still wearing the same skins when we next meet. I need a different approach, clearly. Where has she gone, I wonder? As a matter of fact, you should feel lucky to be traveling with men of taste. And saw an owlbear cub. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to survive. A pity I'm the only one. The druids must have turned to the harpers for help. Unusual for such a territorial group.
Timmy.
I'm glad to hear it. Whatever's coming, we need to keep our options open. The squirrel lunged at my foot and bit it. Well done. The world's better off without it. The squirrel let out a terrified squeak and bolted. Our bodies aren't, but I woke up this morning with a curious new ability, and no more pain. This isn't about hunger. It's about pleasure.
Oribus teneo lupum.
So, you put her down. If you're here to do the same to me, be warned. I don't die easy. Cazador liked to toy with people too. Let them think there was hope, right until the end. Until he snatched it all away. I could feel it filling the gaping maw inside me, gushing through me, filling my soul. They hesitated, then relaxed, eyeing me. For someone who just heard we're all beasties in waiting, she reacted, well. Geek, death is too kind a fate. Yes, I ate whatever disgusting vermin my master picked, so you can see why I'm slow to trust you. Trust is less important than power, and Lae'zel is still a powerful ally. Let's not weaken ourselves with infighting.
Invoco te.
Come on, humor me. If you had to choose. You villain. I didn't know you had it in you.
Obede me.
What are they doing? Have they lost their minds?
Ale me. Palidemos.
I wonder where the limit of their power lies. How much more can they do for us? Gods, what's happening? It's not what you think. I'm not some monster. Then a wheeze of concern. He sensed something in me. Or rather, something I carried. I feed on animals. Boars. Deer. Kobolds. Whatever I can get. A god's idol has to have some magic lingering in it. Your sort of thing, Gale? Is that so? We clearly move in different circles. Ragslin's mind resisted my penetration. He spoke his first question.
Non compos mentis.
You're not one of them. They took you. Just the same as me. The crab tasted cold and briny, squirming even after I bit down. It didn't stop moving until I swallowed.
Da mihi facta.
Might be other survivors. Shh. Not a word. Let's try to keep that lovely neck of yours in one piece. Let's talk later in camp.
What ventus?
A shrine to Seluna. Quaint. He seemed almost protective of the corpse. Naturally. But I was thinking, what if it doesn't? Oh, I don't blame the healer. I blame you. I saw an image. Curved drow blades, crude goblin torches, gnoll teeth dripping blood. The dog whimpered and nuzzled my hand as if to urge me on. Both spiders recoiled at the sound of my clapping, afraid and uncertain. A low profile? I'm twice as tall as these runts. Hello, lover. Perhaps I can still wring something useful from this old forge. Then the new moon is Shah, and the red light is strange.
Now tell me,
What just happened? What was that?
So, we're resting here. Turning in for the night.
Still, this maiden fell might know something. Maybe she's worth talking to. Yes, well, these things happen. What'll you do? The sign of Shah above the others. As it should be. The tadpole slipped out of its dead host and disappeared into the undergrowth. Webs all the way down. It should be hot enough. Time to put this forge to work. My name's Astarion. I was in Baldur's Gate when those beasts snatched me. Oh? What did you see? Something here's disturbing the weave. Magic might be unreliable.
Aqua pura.
The warning lowered into an admonishment reserved for foolish cubs. My old master. Before the mind flayers took me from him. Before this strange, twisted freedom.
Veniet juve me.
I tried to close the book, but claws tore at me from the darkness. I could feel them on my hands, in my eyes, in my soul. I don't trust that tree. It feels wrong. What's that? Of course it'll turn me into a monster. What else did I expect? He's been haunting my dreams ever since. I assured him I was only trying to protect one of my own.
Dolor.
The book refused to open, at least for me. Oh, heavens forbid. We're all entitled to our secrets. Yes, clearly. But did you enjoy it? Huh! There's still life left in this old thing. Ah! Damn thing. The lock won't budge. That book looks enticing. The kind of thing you're hunting, Gale. The scene showed druids blessing the grove for Mother Peace, a term for the blessed goddess Eldath. Where do you think those dragons went? Although, I'd settle for just killing the bastard. I wouldn't be a true vampire, but I'd be free of him. This has the markings of hag magic. There's a name. Mayrina. Another vision. I saw a clawed hand open a holding pod. You! Looks like that idol is enchanted. Might be worth getting a hold of for Gale. With a last warning flash of teeth, she settled back down.
Vis medicatrix.
Why? Because Cazador sent him. Why else? The bear stared at me unbelieving, then growled. I could leave if I didn't like it. I don't know who they are, but I have plenty of questions. It's easy for some. You and Shadowheart seem to have a connection. It looks very sweet. I said I'd be taking my reward now. Ragslin continued the interrogation, oblivious to my attempt to sway him. Yes, let's have some fun. Hopefully he bumps into some gnolls while stumbling around at night, and that's the last we hear from him. Do you hear that? Combat. Blood's being spilled. Erdlin's teat, that's nasty. I said the wrecked ship was full of monsters. They'd better run.
Interlego.
Yes, it does sound invigorating, doesn't it? Her eyes widened at my tale as she listened intently. Go annoy the tiefling. I'm sure she'd love to hear about your wet dream. A single ear twitch was the bear's only acknowledgement of me. She needed her sleep. Never listen to your second thoughts. They always spoil the fun. A Selûnite shrine over there. Left to rot by the looks of it. Good. People up ahead. Something's wrong. What an optimistic bunch. Maybe the goblin will surprise us. Come on. There's a spark here. I know you felt it too, darling.
Ignis.
Shall we go? There's a long day ahead of us. I can just walk into homes now. Someone cut these men to pieces. I doubt they had time to scream. Please, don't mind me. I'll just watch.
Oh, you wretched little...
West, Baldur's Gate.
East El Torel. Aggression. You're not wrong. We have to figure out what's going on. Why we aren't changing, what's planned for us, and why a devil is suddenly taking an interest. Pretty, but it doesn't do much. Odd necklace. Might sell for a few coppers. More of the mind flayer's pets. The sheep's nostrils twitched with apprehension as it sniffed the air around me. Poison. It's certainly a direct approach.
The talons sliced through thin air where I just stood. The owlbear shrieked in outrage.
Spike gave Will a wide grin. Our minds intertwined. I saw his siblings, Andric and Brynna. New recruits, mine to shepherd. Tim asks, known to cause confusion, best not get too close. Fine. But once we have what we need, we should leave. Too fun. Will responded by grabbing the tongs and yanking the nail from the prisoner's thumb. He didn't speak his next words, yet they still rattled my skull from within. Baldur's Gate. Sounds like a useful waypoint. Warped wood and loose joints, likely done by assembly in some grim workhouse. She was lying. Excellent. Lead on. I don't know. I never asked for a reading. It's not like I can just peek at a mirror to see. My muscles burned with the effort, but the chains held strong. I just need information. I saw you scuttling about on the ship. A fine effort, but I've seen it all. I was walking this land while your ancestors were learning to crawl. A delicious thought, but the flakes squelched the fires. The dagger was unchanged.
Viam sapientiae.
Just one more toot, for old time's sake. Sweat and deep fire. Singing stone and shapes waiting within.
Omnia mutantor.
Is that how we were meant to turn out? Deluded cultists who thought we were talking to a god? The monster lay exhausted, defeated. Its eyes, wet black pearls, radiated only malice. My ring. It lit up. Must be resonating here. A symbol of Selûne lurking in the shadows. The old girl weren't like that.
De tono.
Wrong, I'm afraid. Bottom right.
Tempestus.
Then she plopped her head back down, already dreaming of a quiet home and glorious sleep. Oh, a little talking, a little drinking, and once everyone else is asleep, we get to know each other. These little markings look like goblins and gnolls. Right in our path. Another container. Same as the others. I threw the crab in the bottom of my bag. It attempted to swim, mystified by the lack of water.
Invoco te.
I remembered reading a history of Thay. Zastan was a powerful lich who ruled that land, driving out the red wizards who opposed him. When I turned back, he was gone. Again.
Stabilio.
A sweet melody played above the waves, beckoning. I could feel the darkness radiating from the book. It was delicious. It's a gamble, but all right. I just hope you're not trading jewels for peanuts. Quite the welcome. Too well made for goblins, but what is it? Me too. Keep an eye out for any passing vagrants. The man's smile bent downward, and his thoughts became mine. The bear growled angrily, pushing against the bars with bloody paws. He wanted out, a longing for small spaces, stone walls hugging close, confining, comforting. Chuck. I still require sitter bark. It's a figure of speech, darling. I'd be disappointed if you trusted me at all. The creature lay twisted on the ground, stirring as magic coursed through it. I said he owed me nothing. Enough stories for one day in any case. Darkest one. Moonrise. They meant nothing to me. It's a scroll. What's this trickery? Ah, the faded ghost of fun. I told the kid he wasn't fooling anyone. Why'd he take the amulet? People think the biggest threat to a vampire is a cleric with a stake. It's not, I hope. She rushed off this morning. Wouldn't say why. As its influence waned, they clutched their heads, blinking in confusion.
Wonderful. Now that we've reached no agreement whatsoever, shall we go?
Another parasite. And I thought we were special. That was not what I expected to see today. I dropped the book and felt better the second it hit the ground. The bird chirped his disagreement and resolutely pushed the coin to the right. Exactly. You'll fit right in.
Perry!
Webs everywhere. Feels like home. I mean, it plays with your mind. There are secrets here. But the book has spirits. They fight you every step of the way.
Ugh.
More survivors? They're trying to dig somebody out of the wreckage. Realization dawned. He was describing how to open something. A door? You're quite the ally after all. Traversing Avernus, surviving the crash, surviving everything that's followed.
Maleus!
I've seen desperation like that before. Someone's playing mind games. A glistening tadpole emerged, slithering up past a sightless eyeball.
Damn thing!
She froze, her muscles tensed with alarm. An unlikely place for such a fortunate find. I like you. Rest assured, whatever happens, I'll make the right choice.
Ad majorem de gloriam!
The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon. They'll guard that empty tomb until their bones turn to dust. What a pathetic existence. A quiet peace settled in my heart.
Perhaps I went a little far.
Although you're doing very well on your own. I saw how the drow looked at you. Never mind. Let's settle in, shall we? I was holding back a little, it's true. I didn't want to lose control. We can start seeing eye to eye, or I can find new companions. I had the same one you described, by the way. Seductive, and... His large eyes grew larger as the adult owlbear failed to respond. I saw other mind flayers, arranged in a serene circle. Absolute unity. Absolute power. My skull ached before I could take a step. And I was the creature. I saw the tieflings through the bars of her cage. I felt her irritation and indignity.
Corruptus, te ad stringo linguam.
The bark is in place. Now, for a greatsword, dagger, or sickle. You're staring at me again. What do you want? I'm still missing the scissor bark. We are up against dangerous forces, and we need every advantage we can get. So, yes, I use the tadpole to bend a mind.
Yes, and I thought you weren't any fun.
Someone doesn't sound happy. Apparently, the concept of freedom was new to them. The dog whined softly, as if in recognition. We've made an ally from an enemy. Quite judicious. The crab was curled in its shell, clinging tightly to its home. Perhaps something's missing. Oh, I have no idea. By rights, I should be cinders in this light, but someone or something is keeping me alive.
Cave curculum.
Yes, it's a good thing we were here. Yuck. Smells like rotten eggs. At least the cub has a fighting chance now.
Resisto ignum.
The kiss stretched on as I fumbled to get hold of the ring. The fresco showed some druids blessing a damp cave. A weak ritual for a weak goddess. I felt crushing waves of fear as the presence within the door recoiled. It couldn't let people through. Not again. It wasn't uncommon for my brethren to fight dark forces in our lands, but this looked like something different.
Luque se tibi placet. Tormentum.
And don't feel the need to brag to the others about our little tryst. Ah, yes. I'm sure they were just brigands, and the missing sister tail was a cover.
You huff and puff at the door, I'll find my own way in.
But they couldn't stop me. All I had to do was strike. I could listen to this forever. Maybe. But there won't be any more midnight surprises. I can promise you that. I love it. Let's tell her everything.
Diore.
For a brief moment, all I felt was a heavy silence. The bear's growl turned into a roar as he rose up, emboldened, ready to show he wasn't beaten yet.
Dialino.
Huh. My pack went still. I wonder what the crab's up to.
Flagra.
What's your poison? I have...
Tenebra.
I feel a presence here. The patron god of this place. Teleported right into the Underdark. Lovely. By the hells. Sex. Passion. Fun. Ugh, that stench. Body must have been here a good while. The owlbear cub squawked shrilly, hungrily. They're too strong for that. They must be hiding something good. A lot of rotten food and old blood. Was this a sacrifice? Or a party gone wrong? It was time to decide what to do. She prized my mental barriers apart and saw the mind flayer I'd encountered.
Mortum tuum sum.
No. I needed you to trust me. And you can trust me. Damn! Must have stepped on something. But you heard them. More goblins could be on their way. We have to sneak the druid out of this. It's a veritable plague of goblins. No! What did you do? I'd hate to get between the Gith and her trophy. No. I think we'll end this evening as friends. I wasn't going to hurt you. I just needed, well, blood. Finely aged wine. Don't mind if I do. Whatever we saw during the night, it was no ordinary dream. But you're right. We probably won't change tonight. Maybe I won't have to choose either. He turned me nearly 200 years ago. I became his spawn. And he became my tormentor. Seems like a popular little deity, whoever they are. We shattered its hold on those people. How is that possible? The dead woman stayed silent. She had nothing more to say to the living.
Diminue.
The Gur helped themselves, no one else. Whatever his price, it would have been too much. Were her intentions sincere? I watched closely for signs of deceit.
Flagilo.
Someone, something is calling to me. But what? Nonsense. What matters is that their treasure is in a better place. I quickly assessed my options. Many lives hung in the balance. I made it quick. The last sad chirp echoed through the cave. Then there was silence.
Dum vita est, spes est.
For a split second, I saw a swirl of tainted magic. Then his defenses dropped, like a portcullis. Must have been fishing when these monsters came. Bad luck. The telescope pointed straight ahead. They're trying to escape again! I'd much rather be outside, with the sun on my skin. Dog-like, but too large and heavy to be this dog's, and above all, they were bipedal. A port city, no? Famed along the entire Salt Coast. I saw other mind flayers arranged in a serene circle. Absolute unity. Absolute power. Try it. You might have fun. I tried to close my eyes and focus on his delightful screams, but they quickly turned into my own. In my mind, they only stopped when tentacles burst from my mouth. Well, hello. What's on your mind? It seemed whatever had caused the damage was in there. His dark eyes stared at me, waiting for this danger to be banished.
Tenebra.
They only leave when we're killed. Not the convenient solution I was hoping for. Whoever built it, they let it rot for ages. I told them if they wished to live, they should walk away. What is that? What was that? What's going on? And suddenly the great bear seemed lost, lonely. Silently, she settled back down to watch me. A cave beneath a tavern. I wonder how deep it runs. Here's to you. This is what it comes down to. Oblivion or tentacles? The dead goblin was silent. Even magic could not coax more words from him. What good souls we are, returning lost valuables.
You treacherous little worm!
Inexpugnabilis.
Perhaps. And who's to say it can't be tampered with further? Are you looking forward to seeing his blade of frontiers? I hope it's more greatsword than dagger. The dog tilted his head and whined softly in recognition. At the mention of Halsin's name, she flapped excitedly. It doesn't look any better from the outside. He was 2 weeks still, but he couldn't truly rest until his master came home. The kiss stretched on, while I carefully slid off the ring. I wouldn't worry. We're better off without them. It's none of my business, of course. I wouldn't want to intrude. All right. I accept. Lead on. And then once I've killed him, I kill his family, his servants, his monstrous pets, and grind his crypt into dust. He used to carve his verses into our flesh. Nice and deep. That blade was forged in magic. No doubt Gale will want it. Fear and hope in that heart as her eyes found mine. Help! Tiefling faces flickered into view as she attempted to learn the grove's location. If we stopped using that power, perhaps the dreams would stop too, although I'd be loath to give it up. Oh dear, it was a flop. How disappointing. The bird chirped happily and skipped a little. She seemed to be remembering someone she was very fond of, wherever they were.
Dolor.
Incilitus pulcher imperio!
It breathed deep, unfurling my past in a vibrant chain. Not a gnome to it, but rather... I thought you'd get a kick out of it. Funny thing is, Cazador was a prolific poet.
Where's that devil?
Raphael. Ludus non factum est.
Magicamara. That's a hook horror. I looked at my companions, sleeping. Helpless. How badly did I need to know? Something large ran through here. More of the same.
Ludus non factum est.
His eyes locked onto mine, his lips curled back, dripping saliva. A Susa tree. Spells will be unreliable.
Crescat scientia.
The crab shrunk into its shell, claws giving a lethargic twitch. There was light here, in the tight space beneath the floor. Secret things that shone. A splinter of ice worked its way into my mind. I heard the drow's voice, as if she were by my side. Well, that would certainly spice up this evening. I'm out of wine and flowers, so I hope an introduction will suffice. I mean, elves and humans are obviously out, but the goblins, kobolds, gnomes? Pod. Odd. Scribes with swords? So much for the quill being mightier. A sharp pain shot through my arm as my collarbone dislocated. The chains held tight. Do you think Will would approve? I saw how he looked at you earlier.
Invoco te.
Cupio, Virtus, Licet!
The corpse's face contorts. It may be able to speak, but it will say nothing to me. I just hope she leaves you in one piece. We can't take a week for you to recover from whatever her idea of fun is. I know we don't want to draw attention, but you could have at least bitten off a toe. The corpse lay still, unaffected by the magic. The book snapped closed. It seemed too much. Not that I understood what it meant. Frustrated, the door rattled. I saw the hag and... myself? Dog-like, but too large and heavy to be scratches. And above all, they were bipedal. Those screams. Someone's trapped in that mirror. I don't care how desperate we are. Looting tombs is wrong. They beat me to death's door when Cazador appeared. He chased them off and offered to save me, to give me eternal life. The corpse let out an angry hiss of foul air, then was silent. They drooled. Their glittering eyes moved from me to the open door. Trust me, I did us a favor. The Mind Flayers aren't the only monsters out there. They're not even the only ones hunting us. The bugbear lay dead on the ground, lifeless once more. You couldn't just walk away, could you? Stupid man. Feels like something is weighing it down. Huh. I think the crab stopped moving. Well, Your funeral?
Absolutely. It's just that I was kidnapped by a tentacle-faced...
I bet Gale will want to take a look at this staff. It must do something. Damned if I know what, though.
Faccio foco vere!
With a thunk, the armored man collapsed, unconscious.
It seems like the owner was quite the literary type. A key. Wonder what it opens.
Dolor.
The bear limped on his front leg. He growled helplessly, begging me to get him out.
Voco spici!
Do you think he's all right? Look, they're dead. How about we all shut up and move on?
The corpse had no more answers to give.
I hope your dreams were a little more titillating.
The tadpole. It was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back.
No, it's a port city. One of the biggest on the Sword Coast.
Impero mortus!
Something was off. These statues looked too benevolent to be depictions of Shah. Yes, I felt hate. And I deserve to be punished for it.
Vermin. On the rooftops.
Broken. Shoddy work. I noticed something wrong with its mouth. The creature hissed at me, revealing a badly chipped tooth. We might have made a mistake. Let's keep a close eye on Ethel if we see her again. The dog's hackles raised. He wanted to be left alone with the corpse, it seemed. The child stared past me as if I wasn't there.
Expello te!
No lock. How does this open?
Voco arania!
Stale air in a grim cave. This must be the Underdark. A magic mirror. I'd read all about them, but never seen one up close before.
Needs a key.
I could see nothing in the darkness. This is the spot Rugen marked. Doesn't look like much.
Evanesco.
I could feel her blood on my lips, cooling quickly in the night air. Goblins ahead. There's a wicked edge to this. I can feel the darkness in the blade. What's not to enjoy? I can walk in sunlight, trespass upon any home, manipulate minds. I'm the most powerful vampire in the realms! Was I? The corpse did not stir. It had said all that it could. How could I even think of harming something so beautiful, so pure? I'll be awake a while yet. Today has been a lot. Or killing, whichever is more effective. It can't be. We're in the Hells. An amulet of the Moon Maiden. Powerful enough to interest Gale. I saw her hand in my bags, and the shame in her heart. Over there. A shrine to Seluna. By Moon Maiden's grace.
Preces alia ferro!
I faced the prisoner, considered the tools at my disposal, and a mouse couldn't squeeze through those vines. No, we were fooled. This was a raw deal through and through. An honest-to-goodness coward. It's almost refreshing to see. He handed me the scroll, and I read the words aloud.
Incende!
Waiting. To have you. That symbol. In the blood. What does it mean? Finding him is one thing. Getting him out safely is something else entirely. It's damaged, but not beyond repair. That was revolting. No. I'm quite well. We should find him. Maybe he can help. No, my love. I'm not jealous of the walking encyclopedia. There's magic keeping this chest sealed. I can feel its aura. It's not every day you find a pig drained of blood. People will start asking questions. I said I wasn't like other Duergar. I found a current of hope flowing through her thoughts. She believed we had a real chance. These true souls have power like I never imagined. They're quite the threat. The goblin's corpse grunted and spasmed. It was unnecessarily odd. A small, noisy pet with a bushy tail. Ragzlin scowled, shocked by a question I shouldn't have asked, and a jolt shot through me.
Citius te execro!
They're devoted to this absolute. Whatever it is. What's the harm in a dream? It's a small price to pay for the power it brought. Glyphs shifted gently before my eyes, always just out of focus. Then words started slipping into my mind.
Risus abundat!
That's no ordinary cowl. Something you have your eye on? Humans. What did they expect? Slowly, I tried to back away. I could try to get rid of the tadpole, but that probably meant returning to the darkness.
Oculus tempestatis.
We need to get out of here. Now! The goblins slunk backwards, afraid to take their eyes off me. Oh no, that book is mine. We'll have to keep an eye out for more. These webs are everywhere. But it didn't lunge again. Instead, it clawed at the ground, glaring a challenge. That thing could swallow each of us whole. She'll tear me in two for touching her egg. I saw him holding me by the throat. I saw him taking the amulet off my corpse. It was possessing my mind, forcing me to love it. I can't have gone far. My voice drew their attention. They were suspicious, then curious, and finally, at rest. Excuse me, since this tadpole, I'm barely a monster at all. A glassy black surface, reflecting my gaze back at me. It was not. A classic. One good thrust to the heart and you're gone. Indeed, we can't. We have to figure out what's happening. Why we aren't changing, what's planned for us, and why a devil is suddenly taking an interest. I didn't do anything. I was kidnapped, just like you. After all, you know what I am now. I can fight with all my weapons, teeth included. I can feel the tinkle of magic. Something close by. Lapis root, sapphire. Rare to see these so far north. Not at all. I was hoping for companionship. And, well, maybe a little death. Figuratively speaking. To surviving. As I neared the end of my tale, I felt his excitement turn to fear. Monstrous creatures turn us into... Still, if nothing else, maybe I can beat Cazador to death with it. Dead. They're only good for kindling now. The pillar can't hold it. Too badly damaged.
Teocludo oculus.
I said I could extort him, if he wished. What is this place? This place wasn't built for the living. Don't waste your time hoping. It's probably long dead. Well then, on to the slaughter. As for me, I'm going to drink until I know I won't hear you grunting in the bushes. I told him I'd had enough. Pay up, now.
Impero te.
Her web missed me, and her jaws twitched in frustration. Lae'zel's still back there. Should I just abandon her? Plunder. From Shah's temple, if that diary's right. Let's just investigate and take things from there, shall we?
Veritas, Grado, Oculus.
He would have followed us to camp and slit our throats in the night.
Dialano.
The corpse stirred in response to my spell. But what do I get for all my hard work? A pat on the head and vinegar for wine. Pfft. Well, I can't just check in a mirror, can I? You can't summon a dead ogre, it turns out. Cozy, if you're warm-blooded. The bird's feathers ruffled impatiently. She had places to be. This goes very far down. We'll have to go in to see the bottom. I could feel the book's pull. I could feel its power. I'm glad to hear it. Although, just being careful might not be enough. I sense magic, but where?
Ha!
Control panels melting. Flesh pods spilled open.
Propria. Tenebra.
Who? What in the hells are you?
Gela.
This sensation. These flowers are absorbing all the magic in the air. Sounds like someone's about to die. I feel so at home here.
Voco nubes.
He sounds like someone worth talking to.
Inexpugnabilis.
Isn't the occasional bad dream worth it for power like this? Sheep are easily spooked. Be smarter next time. No words of wisdom before you go. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on... What? The word escaped me. Alas, there isn't much to tell. I'm just a simple tiefling. Shouldn't take long. So many people need killing. The Mind Flayers aren't the only monsters out there. And they might not be the only ones hunting us.
The owlbear reared back before I could strike. A blur of talons lashed out.
His ears twitched as I spoke, but his eyes didn't shift from my tail. He saw me as a threat. The bear lay in quiet grief. Without Halson or the other bear, he was alone.
But then the feelings slipped. The creature's mind seemed to focus elsewhere.
It's huge. They may have no idea who they're working for. Cazador likely paid someone to call in a favor. And here we are.
Horribus teneo lupum.
Let's see if they want to have their blood spilled. If you're looking for another shot, I'm afraid you've missed it. These days, I'm making the impossible look easy. These worms are already affecting me. I can feel it. Now, what to do about it? There's something etched into it. Mayrina, Seluna, she who guides. By the hells. Sex, my dear. A night of passion. The old woman bustled about, muttering to herself. A song began to form as our music wove together. The bard closed her eyes.
Pulcrior, damihi facta.
More importantly, where did it go? They're devoted to this absolute. Whatever it is. The corpse gazed at me and awaited the next question. These creatures won't let go of us until we're dead. How are we supposed to cure that? You all agree with me? How wonderful. Now to find that healer. Having pinned me to the floor, she hissed. Her pride washed through me.
Vivero, psycho.
I was attacked. A gang of vagrants, a tribe of wandering gur, took issue with a ruling I'd made. A prayer sheet. What's the symbol on it?
Teocludo oculus.
Faccio, voco, ferre. Infernal. No. It doesn't matter what it says. Shut that oversized chicken up! Since when has yielding been an option? Gut the little rodent.
Voco potentia.
The owlbear's feathers ruffled defensively.
Very well. We shall be caution incarnate. Someone is trying to make sure we survive this debacle. I traded power for a bad dream. Forgive me. A unique read, certainly. A tome of necromancy guarded by spirits.
Suddenly, something convulsed inside me. My vision lurched, sickeningly.
Stubbed my toe.
No! This isn't right!
They don't look right. I just wish we could have made a deal with a wood nymph, or anything less vile, really.
Pulso.
I don't think poison is for me. Nor stabbing, come to think of it.
Hey!
There was another muffled cry. The two inside were still in the throes of
passion. Would have liked to know that from the start. Bit too late for that, though, isn't it? Well, now, what's this? I feel powerful. If they ask for a sacrifice, I'd suggest virgins. Young and hot-blooded. The corpse lay still. It would speak to me no more. The hag's doing. It has to be. She gave a great yawn and settled back down to sleep. A question for our master monster hunter. How would you approach killing a vampire? But you're no stranger now. Just strange. The goblin stared at me, twitching. He seemed unsure whether to bow or attack. I don't regret it. I hope someone would do the same for me. Well, this is interesting. Damnable things. The next time someone asks you if you have a mind flayer tadpole in your skull, consider lying. I'm not about to trade a vampiric master for an infernal one. He's playing with us. Ragsden's mind was clouded by doubt, surprised once more by a question he didn't expect. I deftly dropped the tadpole and crushed it under my heel. Since we started using our condition to influence others, I've been hearing things at night. And now these dreams. They have to be connected. A fine choice. I can think of some nightshades that are deliciously fatal. Oh, darling, I'm hurt. I thought we had something special.
Du es nihil.
He once spent all night with a razor, drafting and redrafting a sonnet on my back. What? A magical staff. Will this be of use, Gale? Strange place for a button, especially one that doesn't work. Was he dragonborn? An orc? Something ferocious, surely.
Canto te, obedi me.
Then I suppose we'll just see what happens.
The creature in the wreckage was forcing them to attack me, controlling them like puppets.
Ad maiorem de gloriam.
With one last rattling gasp, the body lay still. The magic was gone. Don't be touchy. I'm sure he meant better off dead as a compliment. The corpse had nothing further to say to me. Yes, I know. It's a waste of our time, and I'm done indulging you. Completely indecipherable. What happened? Was that the toadstools? Gods, you're all tedious. Whatever we're doing, let's just do it. A giant nest. Let's see what we can find.
Vita excalator.
Oh, horrifying, I'm sure. She did get what she asked for, though. What's happening? Where am I? Oh, you're not going to eviscerate him. I was hoping for a show. Look at that beast. Seems almost too big to take flight. Ugh. There better be a soft bedroll in my near future. I was left with memories. Not mine, but Will's. First, a bloodbath. Then, a promise. No lock, no handle. How does it open? Given the noise you made last night, I'm sure they already know. But she didn't move, keeping her eyes on the goblins. They wouldn't let her. In darkest hour a concord made, twixt harp and wild against the shade. I had to gather my party before I could set out on the boat.
Ad vitam aeternam.
Or killing. They're both good options.
Confusio.
Things look different. The echoes of the drumbeat faded to silence. You could have let her kill you. But no. You chose to survive.
Morbidus.
All I want is a little fun. Is that so much to ask? Ugh, hideous trinket. Lacking in function or taste. My heart sank. 2 days. I wasn't sure if I had 2 hours. I needed a healer now. Who knows what that worm in my brain would do?
Voco avina.
Excellent. Although, when it comes to passing that vial around, I won't be taking the first sip. So we're cavorting with devils now. What did you make of his offer? And I felt answers. She knew more about my condition. Dead. What a magnificent sight. The wolf's fur bristled. He wanted to jump, wanted to bite. The dog tilted his head and whined softly. It acknowledged me with a light snap of claws, like a fond greeting.
Gigans. Voco flagella.
The biggest threat to a vampire is another vampire. They're scheming, paranoid, power-hungry beasts.
Vis medicatrix.
I told him I was protecting a child from a dangerous adult. Her faith flooded into me, a tide of shuddering ecstasy. Her tadpole nestled within that mania, secure, hidden. Oh, don't be like that. Not every problem has to be beaten to death, my dear. The injured man locked eyes with me. A familiar squirming churned in my head. It wasn't a good experience. Oh. And bring him where, exactly? You're familiar with the phrase, better the devil you know.
Manus patentis paro.
Something didn't like that. Charming. Hello. Someone's taken a knife to that tree. Suddenly I saw what she saw, felt what she felt. Anger. Confusion. Resolve. Zaluna's sigil beneath Shah's. It's blasphemy. Sure, take it. I was done anyway. Gods above. We're doomed.
Oh.
Do not trust anything here. These boots have clearly been enchanted with powerful magic. I've seen some disturbing things. But that was in the top 5. Shadow druids? This Korga is not to be trusted. Never making that mistake again. A new eye's not easy to come by.
It's bright I may.
They took you too. I saw it during whatever just happened. At least we can all agree someone's going to die. A red dragon. Look at the power in that body. Fine. Enjoy your night with whatever beast will have you. Don't stop singing. It's those tentacled monsters. Whatever they did, whatever they put in us, just created a connection.
Peruri!
The bear looked back in the direction of the goblin camp and growled. He licked his wounds dejectedly. Drow craft armor. No magic left, though. Sun's too bright. We won't transform tonight, if that's what you mean. But you're right. It gives us some time. My mind rushed into her head. I sensed confusion, urgency, a resolve to survive.
Stop, please!
My heart pounded, but I was ready. He was going to regret coming for me. Well, you have fun. I'm more than happy with my cup anyway. Someone eviscerated those gnolls. It's rather beautiful. It'll pass. Just be glad I'm not a true vampire. I guess I'll spend my evenings lounging here while you do all the hard work. We had worms forced into our skulls. We weren't fawning over the bloody things. Just to remind you, I'm merely a spawn. It won't count. My mind rushed into her head. I sensed confusion, urgency, a resolve to survive. Bet this book of necromancy has some hefty magic in it. Gale, what do you think? I wonder what was so subversive about their words that they commanded protection. The spell's power waned. I could ask no more questions.
Nocturnus.
Those people were enthralled. How did we break that mind flayer's influence? If I knew praying could be useful, I would have started years ago. Tell me about this hunter. He obviously wasn't a vampire. And now you're going to tell me exactly what you and those tentacled freaks did to me.
Ha!
Well, it's not going to be any old weapon. I'm intrigued. Well, that's different at least. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. If your boss wants to speak to me, I'm all pointy ears. Damn it. It's gone. Infighting makes us weak. Let's just accept that Lae'zel's word is worthless and move on. Come, let's see what else our new friends can do. Don't you love the silence after a massacre? It's just so pure.
Resisto venenum! Da mihi facta.
Of course. Which instantly passed as I heard a wet squelch. I dropped the lifeless tadpole. For your sake, I hope it's the tadpole messing with your mind. Ridiculous. Ugh. Is there a lever with our names on it somewhere? The goblin was just put out of our misery. That's all. I'm sure he was. But who was pulling the strings in the background? I choose to travel with you. A dog would do it on instinct, to fulfill a need. The pet could summon its own food? What a clever little trick. Yes, and if you're here to reconsider my kind offer of a quick and easy death, I'm a little busy. The growl turned into a roar of hurt and hatred. He wasn't done fighting, whether I was on his side or not. The rat gestured angrily towards the chest, chittering angrily. It bit down on nothing, but winced all the same. Someone went through a lot of trouble to stop others uncovering this book's magic. You don't do that for a tome of cantrips. Ah! Damned water! Here lies Zevlor. He saved us when all hope seemed lost. Thank you, friend. That heart thumped all the harder, this time with rage. Yes, they would fear her. They would pay. The crab plunged into the darkness and hit the bottom of my bag with a wet thunk. Oh? Then what do you want? The mural showed druid and beast fighting together to drive monsters from their land. I'm flattered, but I think not. It's not you understand. It's me. Very well. Let's go save some souls. I'll see you later, I'm sure. Sleep tight. They're trying to escape! It's back.
Ostende secretorum turum.
I hoped I'd never feel that again. But the worms leave us vulnerable. Oh well. Worth a toot. Sharp, deep, and still fresh. Excellent.
Flagra.
I said it was too late. My many comrades were coming. They should clear off. If we don't know what we're walking into, that bridge will collapse under us. The devil has a plan. He's playing with us.
Extende.
These symbols have to mean something. You are on some very thin ice, darling. The fresco showed a powerful group of druids gathered in Eldeth's name. I was on sacred ground. Well, that didn't do anything. I'll make the same choice, I think. I'm not going to become one of those creatures. I said I'd rather know how he got caught. There was a pause as those glass eyes took me in. Then... now there's a bloody devil trailing after us. Well, this gets better and better. Delude yourself all you want. I won't go so easily. What kind of contraption is this? Perhaps. But we have other priorities. Not turning into mind flayers, for one. We'll raise the entire camp to the ground. It's exactly what they deserve. What curious-looking plants. Good. There might be light at the end of this tunnel yet. A kindred spirit. Oh, this should burn going down? I've never seen a tree like that. The bark must be a rarity. The creature responded, not in words, but memories. The crab sat in a dark corner of my bag, still damp from the beach. This fairy ring isn't glowing like the rest. And I felt answers. She knew more about my condition. What? No, I'm fine. Why do you insist on exhuming the past? A clamor of noise and heat, exhaustion battling terror. I'll be here, waiting for the sunrise. Where are you?
Show yourself!
Ragzlin's mind raged. I had asked what no true soul would dare. The dead woman's lips parted to steal a rattling lungful of air from the living. Lose a follower or two, and I might consider it.
Copio versus light it!
I always knew I was destined for something great. I'll leave the details to Orlando.
Mundus volticipi.
I was ready to go this alone, but maybe sticking with the herd isn't a bad idea. Safety in numbers, after all. Whatever the bastard wrote, it won't change what he did to me.
Horribilissimus.
The adventurer slept soundly, his breath steady, his wounds expertly bandaged. I could feel the old fear turning in my gut, but I forced myself to keep smiling, as I so often did before. Dwerga corpses. What is this beast doing to them? I've got the blueprint and the sussabark. Now I need a forging tool. An amulet of Saluna. I think Gale might want this. It breathed deep, unfurling my past in a vibrant chain. Not an elf to it, but rather... Were you so ignorant of your lessons? It's a city. The most vulgar along the coast. No, my love. I'm not jealous of the beating our Gith friend will give you. No. I told him I was protecting an innocent from him. I sensed the tadpole let loose a burst of magic, as if it repelled the hag. Clearly. I'd say the swamp is a breath of fresh air compared to the hag, but not really. Oh, how precious. A scrying eye, forever shut.
Obede me.
What? What was that?
Now, shall we get on? I want to go before anyone else thanks me for saving their tails. I don't know. I'm sure a vampire spawn could still rip out your throat if he felt like it. The creatures clutched the pouch possessively. Was Gold so precious to spiders? The bird sat back in satisfaction, admiring his nest. All I ask is you keep an open mind.
Taexicro, gustas dulcis.
Let's go. We have a healer to find. Obviously. And of course you know why we're interesting enough that a Cambion, would proposition us. Because if you don't know that, you may as well sign over your soul now. A vampire spawn. But one step at a time. The Fallen bore Shah's sacred symbol on their armor and banners. Another jar, another brain. Seems to be stuck. The bear sized me up, wary, but not yet attacking. Chittering, the creature backed away. Just once, I'd like to be teleported to a nice feather bed. I assumed getting rid of the tadpole would mean returning to the darkness. Unless... Don't be so pig-headed. I'm being practical. Was the sky always this blue? It's magnificent.
How dare you!
The circle will fall into darkness if we don't intervene. The feelings swelled, then sputtered out.
Get back!
A war drum. One of those can summon fighters far and wide. No wonder if they're leaping from hyenas left and right. Ragslin remained composed. If he sensed my manipulations, he gave no sign. Smoke. Something's burning. Will we find out how to bring the worm under control? Will this little adventure of ours be over? To no avail. I couldn't bring myself to hurt the creature, and I felt the sun on my skin. Brine. That's what they use for those parasites. And I wish I was drinking out of Cazador's skull. Life is tough. Unfortunately, they did. That wall's barely holding together. I laid her head down and crept back to my bed with a full belly and singing heart. For the first time in centuries, I felt happy.
Stoltissime!
I settled into the boat as it began to slip away from the shore.
Ut ventus!
A lone cub isn't much of a threat. The flames sputtered away. The sword was complete. Wretched as they are, goblins don't look twice if you sip a little blood.
Incelitus pulcher imperio!
Rocks and rubble. So much for a way out. Perhaps I still am. I was never able to resist their commands. I certainly am. This morning I find myself free of pain and with a new trick. A new power. The goblin's already gone. We're settled on it. It says there's a cellar here somewhere. There's a time and a place for violence. I mean, this place is perfect, but is it the time? I saw you on the ship, strutting about whilst I was trapped in that pod.
Ade!
You taste like bile. What the hell's is wrong with you? Oh, he left early this morning. Took the rodent with him. Free and a true vampire, capable of creating my own coven. Yes.
Ha!
Probably another of the hag's mind games. Nothing more.
Resisto venenum!
A sword like this would certainly get Gale's attention. Barrel stalks. Annoy the myconids, and they'll cover you with poison. The crab rested in a trench of mud. It looked half asleep. The woman's dead lips curled into a snarl, but she said nothing.
Manus potentis paro!
Now, shall we get on? I want to go before the goblins start waking up. Broken bones. Must have fallen. Someone's put the new moon on top. Zeluna can't be happy with that. But it worked. I feel good. Strong. Happy. No trigger or handle, though. No way to open it.
Intellego.
Perhaps. But would that damage the tome itself? Can you feel that? Something sucking the energy right out of me.
Ad vitam aeternum!
Well, I'd hate to get in the way of a well-laid plan, so to speak. Ha! Jealous! If you make it through the act without him running off to defeat evil, I'd be amazed. This also missed. I poked and prodded, but the lock held strong. As the pain muddled my thoughts, our minds became entangled, A familiar sensation. She, too, carried a parasite. The bear's nostrils quivered as it took in the aftermath of the battle. It growled, soft and sad.
The owlbear recoiled with a shriek of pain, blinded and enraged.
Go annoy the gnome. I'm sure she'd love to hear about your wet dream.
This story is no prophecy, it is superstition. A lie devised to mask ignorance.
The creature quickly wormed its way into the undergrowth and vanished. Just then, I noticed my bags felt lighter than before. My heart lightened as I finished the song. I hoped that the dead rested a little easier. I didn't expect honesty. Not exactly close.
Dissera.
His cries for mercy were cut short as the hag sliced into him, removing limb by painstaking limb. He had me go out into Baldur's Gate to fetch him the most beautiful souls I could find. It's easy for some, of course. You and Minsk seem to be getting on very well.
The spiders skittered about, more nervous than before.
Reflecting on what tomorrow might bring when we get to this hag's tea house. Forgive me. This book reads you more than you read it. I don't know. If we kill his lackeys, he'll just send more. I asked to be compensated for my troubles. Welcome to Joaquin's Rest. West, Baldur's Gate, East, Elturel.
Ah!
Is this the Underdark? Gods take me. He was reading poetry. How does that compare to your dream?
Rhesus abundat.
Zevlor lowered his voice to an inaudible whisper. Nothing so dramatic. Just you and me and, well, maybe a little death. Figuratively speaking. Those drow are a statement. It's not like Dwergar to be so bold. The rat's nose twitched impatiently. Her teeth bit air as though it was flesh, but it didn't sate her hunger. I steadied my hand and began to play once more. Realizing he was not alone, the bear rose up and roared. He was ready to show that he wasn't beaten yet.
Oh!
Tracked 5 or 6 gnolls, heading north. Pursuing prey, I'd bet.
Ah!
You fight well, but you're so efficient. Why not have a little fun? Cut down and left to rot. Such fine armor deserved better. I said he could be on his way as soon as I was paid. You know, I was ready to go this alone, but maybe sticking with the herd isn't such a bad idea.
Volcomuris.
Not much use anymore. A bite from them and you might wake up as a vampire spawn, like my good self. All of a vampire's hunger, but few of their powers. Flee, I felt it cry. Feed for the beasts.
Intactila sum!
My mind was one with Will's. A blood-red creature consumed my vision. A walking toadstool? That might be the vilest thing I've ever seen. I told her to be calm. I was no threat, no challenge. I gave her a hard look. Never play a player. The bear growled, hurt and afraid. He sized me up carefully, uncertain about my presence. There's something underneath here. Seluna, the Night White Lady. Ha! A key. For what? The lute twanged, and the tiefling stopped singing. Serious or not, it's something.
Volo non fugia. Mos tua vita mea.
Hey! I need some help!
This wall's ready to tumble. Maybe. Couldn't hurt to ask, surely. One wrong move, and I'd have been a statue, imprisoned for eternity. The boat creaked against its moorings, ready should I need it later. I can't see any way to disarm it. The man was now dead. But then I noticed a squirming movement under his features. Delightful. Granny's cottage meets rotting troll carcass. Dead goblins. Dead travellers. The rat's eyes followed me, shining. Its stomach grumbled.
Dialano.
Rage slithered through him, hot and black. It squeezed me, suffocated me.
Vita mortis cario!
The crab stayed tense as it cowered in my shadow. Nicely done. She actually believed you'd take the poison. Another vision consumed me. A memory seen through the creature's soul-dead eyes. Still nothing. Still nothing. Need something, or Did you just miss me?
I'd been robbed again.
No, he's not eating this one. It's too valuable.
That was a phase spider. Better watch out. It might come back.
To make matters worse, the spiders chose that moment to attack. Now, let's not fight. If we kill each other, who knows what we'll come back as? These flowers. What is this feeling? Her head wanted to droop even as her legs urged her to run. So tired. More of these things. It slithered off my hand and vanished into the undergrowth. It breathed deep, unfurling my past in a vibrant chain. Not a tiefling to it, but rather...
Frankie!
Apart from an overgrowth of moss, the will looked unremarkable. Don't be so dramatic. This is just a little transaction between friends. Empty. Good.
Cake devourers. One strike could prove lethal.
I smiled, grateful. It was a lucky escape for us both, and it wouldn't be our last. She's not breathing. The tadpole, it was doing something, taking something I'd never get back. Not one in particular. The city is a veritable feast of sweethearts. A bit of a grim mood tonight. Sounds like the others don't relish the thought of sprouting tentacles.
Lux in tenebra.
A chill ran up my spine. I felt I was being watched. I survived on my own. If they can't do the same, they deserve everything they get. Wait, this looks familiar. Again, visions flowed through me. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders, silver blades held high. Ha! All right. To a mountain of corpses. Ugh, that stings! The spell elicited a gasp, a weak echo of life. Hells! We're attracting too much attention. That is it. I've dragged your sorry carcass far enough. Well, that's one way to introduce yourself to the locals. I can't even see a lock to pick. Exactly. No need to make a mess. We have our targets. Let's keep it simple. I have a traveling companion. I hardly need another.
Gigans!
Goblins are such vile little parasites. I could feel the ache in my stomach, an exhilarating agony as I gently caressed her head. And then... I'd choose servitude over oblivion any day. Looks like that's going to bruise. Arguing is just going to attract more attention. Better to let this drop. I've seen worse. Gnomes can be... well, I'm sure you know.
Horribilissimus!
They sang a duet of their own, attempting to drown out her music. The tiefling's corpse stirred with the spell. How good of you to say, darling. We have to figure out what's happening. Why aren't we changing? What's planned for us? And why a devil is suddenly taking an interest? I focused the telescope on the distant object, trying to get a clear view.
Vis medicatrix.
Really? We're messengers now. This thing reeks of magic. There's a name here. Mayrina.
Vene et juvame.
Disturbing, you mean? I'm not here for chit-chat. Useless.
Voco flagella.
The work of the hag. No doubt about it. I don't know. I could get used to lesser souls worshipping me. It was like fireworks in my skull. His trust was quickly waning. What the hell's is going on?
Voco arania.
Yes, I'm sure we'll blend right in. Its voice shivered across my brain, seeking access, trying to bend my will to its bidding. You know, I never pictured myself as a hero. That body's so ripe, I'd need to drink the blood with a fork. The monster's tentacles twitched weakly. It wouldn't last much longer.
Nulla salus. Parure.
What just happened? What was that? I could feel our connection, our longing to be opened, to share our secrets. I'm fine. Do you mind? Oh, by all means. You first. That kind of weakness sickens me.
Dimento te.
My finger. Naughty bush. I've crossed paths with your people before, you know. The child reached into the rocks behind him and opened a well-concealed hatch. I explained that not only was the disease gone, it had left no scars. An impossibility for the bite. Yes, darling. Do you need something?
Sciodedici pecto!
The forest rose with claw and tooth, to tear the darkness from its roots. I knew of Maglubliet, a tyrannical deity who treated his goblinoid followers as slaves. The telescope pointed to the left. The prisoner screamed and thrashed against his bonds. Well, whoever's responsible, I doubt they have our best interests at heart. Suit yourself. Sweet dreams. Looks like someone's not a fan of Shah. Smeared the absolute symbol all over her. I had to gather my party before setting out on the water. Another pod from the ship. Could there be other survivors? Why would a Selûnite arrange the moons like that? It was a fine strike. Excellent form. I bid him wait. What was a deep gnome doing above ground? That cage won't last.
Mors incurta, vita cetissima!
What's your poison? Red? White? His advances. And of course I resisted. I doubt we'll get a warm welcome home, given our condition. Warm, wet tentacles wrapped themselves around my head, and for the first time in my life, purple, darling. It's the purple seam. I'm not easily impressed by people, but you're stronger than I gave you credit for. Oh, my dear. I'd like to see you try. Figure out whose side you're on, or I'll decide for you. Oh, please, I need more. Enjoy myself. There's a worm in my brain. I'm surrounded by idiots, and all I've got to drink is wine that tastes like vinegar. No more prayers. Only silence and dust. Whatever it was, it didn't look good. Unbelievable.
Inficio, vivat crescat floriat!
Now let's go, before I regret my restraint last night. The prisoner howled, and the stench of charred flesh filled the room. Fear soured to despair. The featherless ones were cruel. The corpse's head lolled back as the magic faded. The spell was done. Fine. See how far you get without me. My skull pounded in response to the prisoner's white-hot stare. Her lips didn't move, yet I heard her voice. It would have been quicker to kill them. Other than that, they did not react.
Presses alia ferro! Yeah!
Nothing? How can you be so cruel?
Ah!
Looks like a pack of gnolls ran through here. With a desperate squeal, the boar dashed past me before I could strike. That's an unfortunately fair point.
Te fideo!
Sorry, but I prefer groups that are a little smaller, more intimate. See what I mean? Awful. It won't happen again. You have my word. I perceived myself as it did. A cloud of shifting scents, both strange and familiar. I hesitated a long moment. Well, maybe later, but only if I found nothing tastier. I'm afraid I'm all out. This party is more humble than I'd like. I saw her brother as a child, crying over a dead bird. The slingshot in Arga's hand. I felt her guilt. Oh, I like it. Homely. Tell the were-gnome about your wet dreams. I'm staying out of it. You know, I can't tell if it's mourning, angry, or just hungry.
Surge!
We killed some goblins to save some tieflings. The tally of lives didn't change much. Already dead. Ragzen's mind was clouded by doubt, surprised once more by words he didn't expect.
Tuibor!
What beautiful music! Alas, all I saw was empty space. The mirror reflected nothing. Badly damaged. It could break at any moment. No Selûnite would ever place the new moon at the top. That orb seems powerful. What can it do once it's extracted?
Tu es nihil!
Trust is less important than power. And he's still a powerful ally.
He recoiled. Was I a monster too?
Cazador. Of course he'd send a Gur to hunt me down.
Dissolve.
Really? I thought you had other company planned this evening. And I'd hate to intrude. I'm sure it means something, just not to me.
Useless without Sutterbark. The worst of the blow was deflected away. The owlbear shrieked in outrage.
There's no one here. Can we please kill her and get on with our day? Or to make a deal with her. Probably think you can outfox the old dear. I faced the prisoner, considered the tools at my disposal, and... What happened, happened. Standing here arguing won't change it.
Dum vita est, spes est.
Blasted worm! Where did it come from? Magical boots. Might be a good fit for Gale. A light without a wick. How are you meant to use the damn thing?
Cum mortuis, in lingua mortua. Ah!
Something's waiting up ahead. The stars, I mean. I could take or leave your chin. Forbidden knowledge, without a doubt. A tidy slot, but no ruin.
I saw myself through Lae'zel's eyes. To her, I was already a mind flayer. A monster in all but appearance.
The dog's aggression seemed to subside a little. He sniffed the air uncertainly. Sounds like someone's in trouble. I watched the squirrel closely for a moment, but her motivations eluded me. There's a breeze down here. Wonder where it's coming from. My heart seized. What if the creature noted my presence at the crash site? Then they surged past me, up the stairs. All right. Let's see.
Oh, please. Not again.
We should have left the dead their trinkets. They can hold impressive grudges.
Kaiko te.
Little devils. At least they're dead.
What is this made of? Tiamat's cursed spit.
Music to Githyanki ears.
Oh, it's everywhere! You ruined a perfectly good snack.
Do you mind? I'm brooding.
I'm warning you. Stay out of my head and stay out of my way.
Ignis.
But then its grip clawed back with a vengeance. A vice locking my mind into obedience.
Baldur's Gate, a cesspool of vice. If you're lucky, I knew the worms were powerful. But that powerful.
Obede me.
That was amazing. Well, you're full of surprises. Fine. Enjoy your night with whatever goblin will have you. I watched the squirrel closely and shifted my foot an inch to the left. Where did he go? You can't be considering this. A child is barely worth a toe, let alone an eye. Did you see their idol? A pretty thing. And powerful.
If this ship hits the ground, we're dead.
I saw you getting a lecture from our magical friend. Someone's moving around in there.
What the hells? There was a creature trapped inside.
All right.
A hag's staff sounds like a tasty source of magic. Did we? I'm not sure it was appreciated. Please. I prefer my art to be a little less shit.
As I gazed deeper, I felt a focus, an intent.
The hells was that? We better not get buried down here.
I tried to wrench my head back, but I couldn't. My jaw refused to obey.
And visions consumed me once more. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders, silver blades held high. What did that do? She spun in short arcs, indicating which of the trees were hers, and to be left alone. Well said. Shall we get on, then? Capture? And bring it where? Torchstalk? Best watch my step. They like to explode.
I should have burst into flames.
Good. Now let's get out of here before they realize just how close we are. At the back of the crevice lay a bag covered with spiders. A shiny gold coin poked from its mouth. Oh, my boy, I'd like to see you try. I would have died had Cazador not appeared and saved me. I said a bruise was a kind option. Some thieves lose hands. Then we agree. Keep an eye out, and perhaps we can fix our mistake. I said I didn't need deep gnome scraps and bid him good day. The bear regarded me warily, wondering if I was another enemy, but his eyes held a spark of hope.
Vita mortis cario!
Well said. But can we please get on? I'd rather not die here. Sharp, deep, and fresh. Someone's marking their territory. Too late. They're dead. Agreed. Good thing this place is remote. I don't want to become known as a grave robber. Yes. Yes, that has to be it.
No! What did you do?
He evaluated his collection and made a happy jump. He chirped his thanks, leaving the coin aside. Then his gaze shifted back to the goblins. Agitated, he growled deep in his throat. No opening this with that lock still on it. I gave him a hard look. Get on with what?
Ah!
What's next? No. There's something in here. But the voices, the spirits in the book won't let me see it. Cazador. Please, no, I'll retch. I laid his head down and crept back to my bed with a full belly and singing heart. For the first time in centuries, I felt happy. Armed scribes, but no sign of a struggle. So, we weren't the only ones.
It's ready to go.
Time to get to work. A great taut drum sat before me. One strike would likely ring for miles, alerting goblin reinforcements. There's power in that staff. I can feel it. Gale will want it, I'm sure. Burned from the inside out. Whose work is this, I wonder? I stared, frozen, as she felt the wound. I couldn't speak, couldn't run, couldn't do anything until she finally locked eyes with me. Infighting only makes us weak. Let's just accept his word is worthless and move on. Grab what you can, but be quick. I don't want more company. The crab sat serenely in its new muddy home. Phases of the moon. Light and darkness. Seluna and Shah. I told him to enjoy his freedom. We're in the Underdark. I'm home. My skull sizzled with Ragslin's displeasure. His mouth was still, but I heard his demand. Agreed. Let's go. We have places to be. Is someone singing? The bear sniffed something on the floor. Old paw prints. He was waiting for another bear. The prisoner smiled through the pain, then spat in my direction. The corpse seemed willing to speak, but not to me. Excellent. Don't you think we should have left the dead their trinkets? They hold long grudges. You know, I'm a little proud none of you are stupid enough to trust him. Sorry, darling. I haven't got time for underlings. Stars and moons like that dwarf's poem said. And these plates can be turned. Haven't seen that game in years. The coin disappeared into the darkness, landing with a soft clink. They hesitated, then relaxed, eyeing me.
Caveat incantator.
Flame-walking and god-killing. A story for the ages, I reckon. And it's about us. No more prayers. Only dust and silence. Sometimes he'd order us to submit torture. Sometimes he'd have us torture ourselves. Whatever his weather-vane mood settled on. Someone's diary might explain what happened here. Perfect. Better start looking for another way out of this wilderness. But trust me, whoever these Gur are, Cazador has a hand in it. This hunter was a message.
Zickert Catus.
You can listen all you want, but it can get the hells out of my head. My breath caught in my throat. The broken helmet bore the mark of my goddess, Shah, the Lady of Loss. The door remained firmly closed as the presence shrunk, twisting with fear and despair. She flashed the hand signal Mole had taught me, and turned away. It's planting spores. The myconid means to raise the dead.
Veritas credo oculus!
The bark is in place. Now what? The corpse let out an angry hiss of foul air, then was silent.
The voices returned, louder, stronger, commanding me to stop.
The pig's dead, my friend. Staring at it won't bring it back. Damn stupid bush. Well, hello there. Those aren't people. They are thralls. The ox chewed and stared with disinterest. You go a lifetime without seeing one, and then they won't stop pestering you. Another broken trap. I mean, who made these things? Northhead. Surprised they haven't already pounced. They rarely pass on a fresh meal. It's a poem. A gift from Cazador. He considered himself quite the artist and used his slaves as a canvas. Bickering hasn't cured us of anything. Let's go.
Propria!
I asked her nicely to return my belongings. They'd cost me a lot of money.
Crescete hondo!
The tadpole thrashed violently in my brain. My blood hummed. I was changing. The door shook at the thought of the hag. She would be furious if she caught intruders here.
I said I had no intention of harming him. The child continued staring past me. Spent much time in the Underdark? An acrid scent clogged my nose as the fires raged. Susa bark burned to black flakes. Easy for you to say. I'm twice the size of these runts.
The corpse stared at me, waiting for my questions.
Leave me alone. I do not have time to waste with you.
Mutatis mutandis!
Humour me. What did you see? You know what I am now. I can fight with all my weapons, teeth included. They only hunt those worth hunting. I'm not here for games, you little... Swill would be a compliment. What a sorry lot. Begging to be saved from traps of their own making. No one's getting in. Impressive, if a little dramatic.
Venustior!
I felt only an echo from a sleeping mind, of a threat considered, and already dismissed. At risk of a bad dream, I'd say it was worth it.
Tormentum! Cave curculum!
The Dark Lady, befouled by the Absolute's mark. Heresy. I'm glad to hear it. We don't have much going for us. Best use the advantages we can. A camp. Looks abandoned. Travelling with you is going to be exhausting. Nothing. It's really not the time for an ogre rampage anyhow. A key. Now to find the lock.
What in the hells was that?
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Cazador always had a twisted sense of humour.
The corpse refused to speak to its killer.
She chattered back, louder and at length. No, I'm not.
In nocte concilium.
Tempting, but this might not be the time or the place. Baldur's Gate. That's where I'm from.
Cupio vertus licet!
Absolutely. We had every right to take our reward. Generous, but I'd prefer to keep it. It may be rather valuable. Isn't that Auntie Ethel? Now that's a lock that screams, pick me. Shadowheart seems jumpy. Must not relish the thought of sprouting tentacles. Well, it's certainly symmetrical.
Minimus!
Gnolls and goblins marked on the map. Travel won't be easy. This seems as good a place as any to make camp.
Volo non fugia corruptus.
This would be perfect if I had Susabark, but I don't, so it isn't. Bloody water!
Configo!
I don't know what her idea of a good time is, but it seems to involve you. I'd hate to intrude. It breathed deep, unfurling my past in a vibrant chain. Not Githyanki to it, but rather...
Umbrai.
My mind was one with Will's. A blood-red creature consumed my vision. A victory of the celestial Seluna over her dark sister Shah. What a delectable little pet. Something's blocking it from the other side.
Ira et dolor.
Exactly as described. Apart from being dead, an elf and a tiefling. Yes, I'm sure we'll blend right in. Well said. Let's drop that vial down the next well we find. Wherever we are, I don't like it. Never listen to your second thoughts. They always spoil the fun. Moss. Damp. Deep places and the cities that shined there. What a beautiful cow. Gale would just eat this up. And clearly the tadpole. If we can't understand it, we'll never control it. As you said. Hilarious. Something terrifying, no doubt. Dragon? Cyclops? Kobold.
The door shuddered as it imagined its wooden frame cracking and splintering in a raging inferno.
Yes, an elf and a traveller from another plane. I'm sure we'll fit right in.
Fractured images filled my mind. Curved drow blades, crude goblin torches, gnoll teeth dripping blood.
I'm not an idiot. I saw... Ah! Fungal spores. Is a little blood mist too much to ask for? Look at that.
The echoes of the drumbeat faded to silence.
I've the plans and the sussa bark. Now I just need a forge. I wish I could say I was surprised, but people never resist power when it's dangled before them. It's opened. I wonder what's back there. Looking around, her territory extended from one end of the grove to another. I'm sure you can find someone else to poison you. I'm not sure what we expected, really. It was never going to be happy ever after with a hag involved.
The Lord!
What?
Will flushed with emotion, desire, grief, guilt, and desperation.
Yes. Yes, fine. It's just specific. Why not kill the gnolls or goblins rampaging around here?
I warned the tiefling this creature was dangerous. Leave it to me. The mirror was not amused.
The hag's staff has to be brimming with magic. Take a look, Gale.
It was time to decide what to do.
Will he know how to bring the worm under control? Will this little adventure of ours be over?
Ostende secretorum turorum.
The corpse shivered to unlife.
By Eldath, guardian of groves, all fear is soothed. Sounds like they've captured themselves a bard. Having fun telling everyone about your naughty little dreams, are you? The tablet's in the same style as those glowing runes. Strange. The monster seems docile. He's not wrong. We're bound together, no matter what comes.
The spiders hissed and attacked. His lips smacked together wetly and left a trail of saliva on my foot.
This is Lolth's descent into the Underdark. Looks like her Drider champions tearing open some mind flayers. Funny, but unbecoming.
I'll skin you alive, you foul wretch!
No, stop it. I won't kill them. No, I won't kill them. Well, maybe the tiefling. Fair enough. But you never know when you might become one yourself. I almost reached the end before they drove me out. And drove me all but mad.
My skull sizzled with Riceland's displeasure. His mouth was still, yet I heard his demand.
What's that I spy?
The corpse wrenched violently. The magic had worked, but it was unwilling to speak to me.
Tempting, but your party seems a little crowded right now. I like to have my space. Maybe they want to finish what they started. Let's not stop to ask.
I recognized the name, of course. Anyone that knew of the Red Wizards would. The tiefling could no longer speak.
You took the gold? I was rather hoping for the body.
You can't save everyone. The hag will find another girl. I noted her grimace of pain. I realized there was something wrong with her legs.
Its shriek reached a new pitch, one of bloodlust.
Someone's in trouble. We have to help.
Vincit qui petitor.
The corpse's mouth jerked as the magic took hold. A dead tongue waiting to speak.
Master, please.
It's a lot of bloodshed. I'm almost impressed. Gone. Although her stench remains. It's as good a reason as any, I suppose.
Canto te!
Shh. Let's not disturb the sleeping beauties. Don't you dare pretend to know what I needed.
Suddenly I saw what she saw, felt what she felt. Anger, bitterness, a will to survive.
Unless you're looking for another nibble.
No, stop. I wasn't going to hurt you, I swear. It beckoned me with a nod of its head, and then it was off.
It's a city, Chief. The jewel of the coast. And as close to a home as I've got. And rest.
Might as well adapt to the Daywalker's ways.
It was a group of Gur that attacked me that night in Baldur's Gate. I would have died had Cazador not appeared and saved me. Ah, magical light. A cute little trick. But fine, if you're determined to ruin your evening, I won't stop you. A dangerous place to stock goods, even for a Zent.
Ragsden frowned in confusion, at a question he would never have asked.
All in favour, then? Let's paint that goblin camp red.
My limbs did not obey. Our minds intertwined. I saw his siblings, Andric and Brinna. New recruits, mine to shepherd. Without seeing him, Cazador.
Oh, I hate to turn down an invitation. Perhaps I'll see you there.
Indeed, these creatures are mightier than they look.
Indeed you could. We're all doing surprisingly well, given the circumstances.
Oh, beat us.
Lol's blood. What is in that?
From the looks of that book, Gale might want it.
I felt its heart hammering, a desperate longing for the safety of its cave. Its mother. The owlbear's brute strength was too much. Its blow hammered into me.
Seems like that Selûnite amulet might catch your eye, Gale.
Come. We shouldn't linger here.
Huh. Drow statues are normally more regal and pompous.
Kaido!
Oh, of course. I feel cold. Empty. What are those flowers doing to me? Now, where are you hiding?
A kobold. A kobold?
Valkokalakius!
I hope you're right. But I don't like this. He's playing with us.
The sheep contemplated me dully while chewing a mouthful of weeds.
I suppose it's not exactly common knowledge. Looks like there's a little shrine over there.
The corpse seemed willing to speak, but not to me. Draw Ragslin's body lurched to life. The owlbear stared, then sharply inhaled my scent.
Tui bor.
A perfect ring of mushrooms. Nature or magic?
The talons sank deep. The owlbear lunged forward to strike again.
Actually, it's home. I'm sure you'll fit right in. My kin's dragons should be savouring this kill.
A mind flare? No intention of letting that happen.
Now, let's not argue. We're probably both wrong anyway.
With a jerk, I was pulled from the vision. The presence within shrunk, begging me not to run through it.
Let's wait until things quieten down a bit. Once the others are asleep, we'll find each other. I'm not one for manual labour, but this might just be worth it.
Dry stones lined the wall. At the bottom, something gleamed in the dappled light.
We must be desperate indeed to throw him with her.
The ox swayed his head back and forth, looking for new things to smell.
Stabilio.
Challenge the gods for their domain. I'd settle for getting my own brain back. I'm not happy about it either, you know. Especially for one of them to turn up. This text is ancient. A dedication to a forgotten god? Oh, I've no idea. For 200 years, the sun would have turned me to cinders. Until the crash when I woke up bathed in its light. Of course. Terribly sorry.
Her hand signal was quick and clean. Blink and you'd miss it.
They've come to their senses, so... yes? That wall's dangerously weak.
Mortalis!
He did. This maiden fell might be worth talking to.
Get out! Get out of my head!
Splendid. Hopefully it comes no closer. They're unthinking cadavers. I may as well feel sorry for a breadbasket. See you in the morning. Sweet dreams, darling. My thoughts exactly. I want to go before anyone else thanks me for saving their tails. Ha! The tieflings have teeth after all. Darling, I thought you'd never ask. I don't know what he read, but it had an effect. His eyes were hungry, but pained. I think you should do it. Why not take fate by the neck?
You know what separates us from animals? Choice.
That smell. I can't forge a weapon without starting a fire.
To make matters worse, the spiders chose that moment to attack.
Oh. And bring him where? Exactly. Waiting since the moment I set eyes on you.
The goblin stared, mouth agape. Then he set his jaw and fell to his knees. I said it seemed he'd been at the mercy of thugs for too long.
They can make us dance like puppets. I'm not sure we're the best choice is to stand in their way.
It's daylight. It can't be.
Please tell me you at least know something about these worms. Are you a pet or a snack? But at least we know where we all stand.
The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon.
Why do I feel joy? This isn't right. Nothing's happening. But it doesn't look broken.
Safe! Nowhere's safe! I can't even close my eyes without...
A secret door. I wonder what someone was so eager to hide. Shadowheart, you wound me.
I saw dark tunnels lit by noxious pools of brine. The darkness spread through the earth.
Ex nihilo!
Its one good eye flicked away for a moment. I followed its glance.
Yes, of course. Me too.
The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. The whispers, the pain. It all disappeared in an instant. I was myself again.
Interlego.
Tell someone else about your wet dreams. I'm staying out of it. But this is where you draw the line. The one advantage we've been given.
Its anger swelled and burst, leaving only loneliness and fear. No help here. No fight.
Hello? Whatever you did, it made the collar in my pack vibrate.
Then the creature spoke in visions, curved drow blades, crude goblin torches, gnoll teeth, dripping blood.
Perfect. Now I simply need a greatsword, dagger, or sickle. You're just going to lug that thing around? For what? Praise? Honor?
The bear whined again, panicked this time. He couldn't believe it.
The full moon beneath the rest? Maybe a goblin flipped it upside down. She's not wrong. We're bound together, no matter what comes.
Calculus mortis.
Locked from the inside. I asked if the guard truly wanted bloodshed, because I wouldn't hesitate.
You sleep light. I thought you'd be exhausted after last night. History? The human's a bigot! And he should have got the beating he deserved. Well, here's to Netherese magic, then.
The spiders chittered to each other and eyed me hungrily. The bear licked her lips, still grateful for the snack.
Copio Virtus Licet.
Just an old prayer.
The glass feels warm.
Clearly we're not going to agree. Let the matter drop.
I recognize the druids, or their garb at least. Elders of a druid circle. This was once a sacred place to my people. A divine sanctuary.
Gala nulla salus.
Of course. I'll make my own way.
His desire to become a true soul. His role as leader of these people. Of course,
He wanted to deliver them to the Absolute as a symbol of his devotion. Well, whatever it is, it won't have our best interests at heart. What? Oh, you're joking. Finally. I'm just glad your performance last night was better than your pillow talk.
Hello? Anyone there?
The Absolute. They follow the same god as that wretched goblin, Sazza. That wasn't like any spell I've ever seen before. Another helpless soul begging to be rescued.
Mos tua vita mea!
Can we kill them? Please. Pretty please. It feels like my magic is getting drained. Nice decoration, but does it do anything? I've been thinking.
Manus potentis paro!
Never seen a red moon before. We don't need to talk about it. Animating spores. The Myconid means to raise the dead. And why are we important enough that a devil comes knocking on our door? If we find those answers, we might have a chance. I've the blueprint and the sussabark. Now, to seek a forging tool. The human's eye twitches. He's about to blow. You tossed me aside over this? The growl deepened, then burst forth in a roar. So tell me, what do you make of my dream? The Absolute. They follow the same god as that wretched goblin, Sazza. No more? Not one for gluttony, I see.
Oh, bravo!
Encore! I looked up, just as the spiders rushed towards me. The roaring furnace awaited an offering. We need to find him, before it's too late. Alas, I'm just a spawn. All of the hunger, few of the powers. The crab sat in a damp spot that darkened the corner of my bag. Tell me you had a plan beyond put us in danger? Not a problem. I've been watching mine for 200 years. Funny. Selûnite drivel. What's this symbol on it? Sunshine. Summer without ending. And with it, the sadness.
Cave curculum, venenum, peri.
It was him, I'm sure. Only he would know to send the gur after me. I felt a cold hand caressing my mind as the drow praised me. I can't believe we ran from clacking old bones.
You can literally talk to animals. What does that leave me? Rocks and trees? Oh, it's everywhere.
You ruined a perfectly good snack. I'm grateful you didn't hand me over to the hunter, although I'm not sure the rest of the party agrees. Selûnite rubbish. What the? This stuff is everywhere.
Quod dico face.
It's broken. If that was true, Moonrise must be a reference to Shah's divine sister, Selûne. In theory, the next step is to drink their blood. Once you've done that, you're free. And a true vampire. It transformed. A clever little trick. Here lies Connor, beloved husband, and a tasty little morsel to boot. Ragslin's mind reeled, then calmed. He would speak as I commanded.
I'm not saying we should trust a goblin,
But she sounds very useful.
Arde, makeske.
Let's just go. There's only so much my stomach can take. Ever heard of a vampire called Cazador? Well, no, of course. Silly of me to even ask. It was a fun little ritual of his. I'd bring them back, and he'd ask if I wanted to dine with him. And if I said yes, he'd serve me a dead, putrid rat. I tasted the ale in his tongue and the bile in his soul. Wait, why did that strange dog collar just vibrate? Pincers pierced my flesh, and pain shot up my arm and across my back. Wicked little beasts. They'll down you in one strike. Ha! The bird only hopped aside, picking at my foot, and then went back to worrying over his nest. If the leader of your little band wants to speak to me, they should do so themselves. It breathed deep, unfurling my past in a vibrant chain. To it, I wasn't a halfling, but rather... The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. Why, she sounds positively demented. We did what we did. Let's just see this through to the end. The dog considered me with a cock of his head. Wariness lingered in his stance.
Loque se tibi placet.
He sniffed the air as I approached, then let out a huff. Disappointed. I realized he was waiting for a mate. I reckon I should start a fire.
Flagra!
Yes?
Shaking with the goddess's rage, the spider screamed, then attacked. Fresh water. There must be a settlement somewhere nearby.
Diminuite!
No time to waste, then. Let's go.
The worm in my head might not even have an appetite for undead meat. His eyes fluttered closed as the spell's magic waned.
Do you think Lae'zel would approve? I saw how she looked at you earlier. Infernal. Who knows? The bastard was insane. A game for surface children.
His mind remained closed to me.
I disagree. We had every right to take our reward. That stench. Dead owlbear prey, no doubt. It could say anything. It's those tentacled monsters. Whatever they did to us caused that link. We've all survived so far. Let's focus on that. He smelled of sweat and a dusty road long travelled, and, yes, cow dung.
And the murk cleared to reveal a face.
Mine. Good morning. How do you feel?
And yet, beneath that building rage, I felt guilt.
Not without its mother by its side. What now? That's not normal, is it? A perfect ring of mushrooms. Pray if you want, but they won't thank you for it. The dead are an ungrateful lot. We won't solve anything by bickering. Let's kill that goblin when we come to it. Wait, don't interrupt them.
As she turned to me, her thoughts mingled with mine, a cold hand caressing my brain.
A stone rune. Long forgotten by the looks of it. Someone went through a lot of trouble to protect this tome. It has to be something more than a book of cantrips. He was staring past me again, as if I wasn't there. It doesn't look broken. Then again, none of us do. Still, maybe there's time to escape both. Let's see if we survive the night. I saw the tadpole in the mind flayer's hand, not a parasite. Perfection. I have to say, I thought you'd look worse, but no. Not a tentacle to be seen.
I will not fail her.
I said, shenanigans like these are what give us a bad name. Just give it back. These weapons sound worth forging, if I can find the design.
A brief lurching connection, the sensation of falling to my own image, endlessly.
They're not attacking. Fooled by a mask. It won't move.
The symbols darted beneath my eyes, warping and twisting. My head throbbed, but I almost understood.
She hears of the tadpole and thinks we can be bound. What was that? These tracks. Goblins?
Agilius! Sicut catus! Ve victis!
It could be worse. At least they don't understand the horror of their existence. The pleasure is all mine. Sweet dreams. The man coughed hard, but his eyes shot open, and the colour returned to his cheeks.
Dimento te, voco spicae, ex nihilo.
As I approached, a guttural scream and a succession of quick bangs rattled the door.
Wait, do you notice the nightmares only come after we use the tadpole to bend someone's mind?
They drooled, their glittering eyes moved from me to the door, urging me to release them. The flakes squelched the fires. The sickle was unchanged. The cub was oblivious to me. A single blow would end his suffering. The hideous corpse rose, tentacles writhing, the creature from the wreckage.
Corpora sana.
It shuffled back, eyes still fixed on me. A silent ultimatum.
Tibido panas.
It's a sussurtree. Absorbs magic. She studied me for a moment before twitching her ears. Compromise. Rusted and useless. Pity. Well, no matter. He'll be back with more promises soon.
Oh, Frankie!
I never did find out why the squirrel attacked me, but I had clearly won this fight. Vampires, plural? Multiple vampires? Not just one handsome vampire spotted several times. Oh, well, fancy that. That works nicely. Now, what's next? A bit rotten, this is. I've had worse. Not here. Let's talk when we make camp. Well, this has been an interesting lesson. A dirty ring landed at my feet. You've been to the hells and back. Survived the crash. Survived everything that's followed. Perhaps something's missing. Shah's symbol dominating salooners. Someone really hates the Moon Maiden.
Manus potentis paro!
It sounds like you saw a glimpse of my past. And I saw yours. Damn bloody thing. A game to the featherless ones, but life and death to her. Oh, let's wait until things quieten down. Once the others are asleep, we'll find each other.
Kaikute!
It's not enough to have a worm slither into my eye. It has to be cursed with dark magic too. Maybe. Maybe he was just drawn to the smell of blood. We need a good blade, of course. Don't want to waste time hacking and prodding with a dinner knife. It was possible I'd just claimed the squirrel's territory by right of conquest.
Ha! Vincere est vivere.
It's calling its pack. You're more cunning than you look. I thought we had a fight on our hands. It's useless without a flame. Then his sad eyes met mine again. He would join me later, they seemed to say.
Vito excalator.
Looks like the hag made a shortcut. Clever. We'll be careful. There's no need for the dramatics. Indeed. As long as the spirits remember their mission, the book is a lost cause. Nature can provide for the cub. Perhaps it'll live.
Mors curta. More.
Until we know every mind flayer that was aboard is dead, don't trust anything you see. What did you and those tentacled freaks do to me? This gets better and better. I've heard such predictions before. I've never been the subject of them. What's the harm? We had a bad dream. Nothing more. I said I sought healing. Where was this camp? I'll do it on instinct. To fulfill my need to hear you scream. So can we leave already? I mean, why stay if we're not looting the place? I peered through the telescope. By water still, 'neath watching trees, a hallowed place for Mother Peace. The corpse went limp, exhausted from the questioning.
Gustas dulcis.
Well, well, what have we here? Watch, maybe. But not intrude. You're overestimating how capable goblins are of thought, but fine. Do it your way.
Disrespect me again!
And I won't choose to kill you. Just a bad dream. It was him. Cazador. I only read one page before their maddening whispers drove me away.
Agilius!
So many dead. But no signs of a struggle.
The Deo Veritatum.
And naturally, I've never read it. It's on my back. And mirrors aren't exactly helpful.
Impero mortus.
Manus potentis paro. The corpse fell silent. It could answer no more questions. Rushed off this morning. He probably remembered an overdue book.
Mutatis mutantis.
You wriggling little... Ah! Ah! Go annoy someone else. I'm sure they'd love to hear about your wet dream. I am enjoying our walks together. Aren't you, gang? I'm sure you can find someone else to stab you. The spiders relaxed slightly, but I felt their hunger and fear beneath the surface. I don't know what her idea of a good time is, but it seems to involve you. I'd hate to intrude.
Sal Invictus.
I willed myself to crush the life out of the tadpole. Don't grip me with the likes of them. Flaming fist letting Zent run free. The situation must be grim. Something feels off about this tree. The flakes squelched the fires. The sword was unchanged.
Tormentum. Oculus tempastatis.
I'm flattered, but here's hoping it won't come up again. What is that? Rotting flesh. It must be powerful magic to stop the parasite in its tracks. I wonder what else it could do. Harpers and druids working together. A formidable force.
The door shuddered, but stood firm.
A key. It might open the Tollhouse vault. Exactly. The important thing is their treasure is in a better place. I'll throw in with Asmodeus himself if it fixes our little wriggler problem. Now, what have you been hiding?
Venustior!
My fingers clanged loudly against the strings. The bard winced. The corpse stirred, dead flesh laced with magic. Well, we have their chest. Why haven't you opened it yet? And now I've returned to walk in the sunlight once more.
Invenium viam!
That's what you want, isn't it? To lose yourself in me. I'd been robbed. Caution is fine if you have time on your side, but we don't. Auntie Ethel's face creased with false concern. I realized she had lied about seeing this girl, Mayrina. The rat sniffed me, then waddled away.
Vococalacius!
Stars. And the full moon. Is this what that dwarf's poem was talking about?
Vivero!
I remembered Umberly was the goddess of the sea. She drowned those who displeased her. Bad enough to have a worm jammed in my eye, but one that's been tampered with. Lapis root? Sapphire? These do not grow in such a wet climate. I just want to survive, same as you. It's almost enough to make you feel sorry for gnomes.
Precis alia ferro!
Falling apart, just like the rest of this pathetic realm. Let's go. We've wasted enough time talking. A waste of... You have interesting priorities. I'm not sure. A dance with death, maybe. For once, she was happy to be bothered. And to think, I was ready to decorate the ground with your innards. Apologies. It was for the best. The cub would have died anyway. The tiefling landed a glancing blow across the man's temple. I saw our Gith friend inspecting you. Yes. But I'm going to survive. No matter what it takes. Must be what that child was talking about. Still, I doubt this will help us with our parasites. Maybe it's better to put it aside for now. The ogres can't hear me. And I can't smell them. A fair trade, I'd say. Smiling, the girl opened her pack, becoming the smooth wooden surface of the door before me. He can change shape, turn into mist, call walls to do his bidding, shrug off blows like they're nothing. So, given that we're fresh out of alcohol for you, what shall we get up to? I imagine they are. In moments, she'd mixed together a foul-smelling concoction and handed it to me. Don't you think we have other priorities right now? Looks like that's going to bruise.
Incertus pulcher imperio!
Interesting. I wonder if those blueprints survived. It buried deeper with delight. The crab's claw scratched something hard, which it flung into the air.
Malleus!
Sifting deeper, she saw the mind flare holding a wriggling tadpole to my eye. The spell's magic faded. The corpse could speak no more. Excellent. In your own time, then? Come here, please. I opened the book to the first page, with its shifting glyphs and strange whispers. A pretty idol. But it's more your field than mine, I think.
Era!
Then she lunged at my foot and bit it. The lock clicked and opened. Exactly. A cautious approach is best. Ugh, that is vile. My tongue may never be the same.
Pulcrior!
The bear glanced in the direction of the woods, then growled, frightened. Baldur's Gate, a cesspool of vice. If you're lucky, the air's so stale. It feels more like a tomb than a temple.
Obede me!
Whatever happens, I'll make the right choice. Oh, she probably wandered off to kill something adorable. Psionic feelers crept across my mind, like a pickpocket's fingers seeking flaws in fabric. I cannot trust you or them, or anyone but mine own self. She's going down. Get out! You're a monster hunter? I'm surprised. I thought all Ger were wandering cutthroats. Are you now? Well, lucky her. The ogre must have moved on to new deals. Just tickety-boo. I won't lie. I'm close to taking the devil up on his offer. The book slammed shut, but the glyphs remained. When I closed my eyes, I saw them still glowing in the darkness. My muscles strained, my veins bulged. The chains held strong. It would be a joy to serve it. Dying an honor. I don't know how yet, but I will find a way to master this worm. I will not let it take me. I said I wasn't like other drow. You're sorry, but you never get any less disappointing. We'll need a cover story. Sharp, deep, and still fresh. Some monster did this, marking its territory. Fine, but if this comes back to bite us, it's on your head. Just tell me what I need to know. Tell me your secrets. I felt a cold hand caressing my mind as the drow appraised me. Oh, at last! Time to put this forge to work. I hope next time you'll have higher standards when it comes to playmates.
I'd have given my life to save it. Nurse it back to health.
But by all means, refuse this gift. Let's see how far we get.
The person they were trying to save, it was the creature from the ship. Still alive, but wounded.
Your world has strange customs. We have our own problems. Don't waste time chasing theirs. Her flesh melted away, revealing a hideous creature with pock-marked skin. You're leaving us weak because you're afraid of dreams. The rat hesitated just a moment before scurrying over to me. Keep your mercy to yourself, then.
Amo sanguinem!
Stubborn thing. It's blocked from the other side. The tadpole, it was doing something. Taking something I'd never get back. No! It can't end like this!
Mors carta!
She remained still for a long moment, measuring the threat I posed, and dismissing it. Magic stirred the corpse to unnatural life. It awaited my questions. Well, praying didn't help. Cheeky little pup. I'll see you later.
Calculus mortis.
We have time. Maybe we can find whoever's behind this and see what else their magic can do. The boar fled with a desperate squeal, breaking into druid chambers to steal a sacred relic. Oh, she sounds like fun. I feel a breeze. I wonder what's down there. His eyes didn't open, but his lips parted with a rasping wheeze. From sweet woodland to stinking swamp. Can you do tricks like that, Gale? This is a gift, you know. I won't forget it. That wasn't a bullet, was it? Too many predators lately, and he'd never been the strong one.
Pulso.
I'll solve this damned thing myself. You can rot! The dog remained at the dead man's side, as if in mourning. Bloody way to end an argument. I hope we chose the right side. An unforgivable loss. He'd have made a fine ally. I'll be awake a while anyway. I need some time to think things through, to process this. She sniffed at me again, one wild thing considering another. The boar pranced around, haunches clenching and unclenching impatiently. He composed and carved that one over the course of a night. He made a lot of revisions as he went. That chest's magic. Its energy has me all a tingle. Well, the important thing is you all agree. What I see is my business.
Resisto ignum. Ve victis.
My old master. Cazador.
Et alibi.
They had a tadpole. Another bloody mind flayer tadpole. The gnolls stinkers everywhere. The bear hovered between sleep and waking. Her nostrils flared, and her eyes flicked open. I saw a clawed hand open a holding pod, devoid of flesh, only darkness. My head burned from the effort, but I saw nothing. I drifted off with a smile, meditating on the flames that engulfed his cruel face. There's certainly a lot to think about.
More. Vita mortis cario.
I need to get out of here, and fast.
Volo non fugia.
Circles, and the celestial. It's the seal from that journal. This sword has all kinds of power running through it. Gale, want to look? I shook my head. All they had claim to was their lives, if they left right now. Oh, don't be so glum. Look at the power it's bringing us. Then he glanced in the direction of the woods and growled, frightened. There were too many predators lately. I struggled with a set of lockpicks until they were bent entirely out of shape, but the lock wouldn't budge. The growl took on a note of confusion, frustration, and the bear lunged. I'm a bit busy at the moment. We'll talk later.
Fiat voluntas Dei.
The infuriated spiders crossed my hand and scaled my arm. The swarm was coming. I felt the barest hint of life from within the door.
Secreti umbrarum.
By all means, avenge Shah! But can we do it later? The worm is more important than your piety. You're eager, aren't you? But we need to wait a little longer.
Diminue.
Pretty, but meaningless. I trust you saw the amulet. Seems like useful magic. The corpse jerked violently. It had no desire to answer to its killer.
Accidum.
She sniffed at me again, one wild thing considering another. Then, recognition? Wonderful! Now let's go find someone worth poisoning. Perfect. Another of those tanks. Naturally. We earned this. Wait, that's it. You're doomed, sorry, and then off to the next adventure? I just want to summon a devil. Candles and trails. There has to be a way. The old woman's face creased with false concern. I realized she had lied about seeing this girl, Mayrina. We keep hunting for answers. What other choice do we have?
Viva crescat floriat.
The world was a blur as she cast around for a way out. Escape? Escape! Someday that soft heart of yours is going to be torn out of your chest. What? No. Ha! I stashed the bag in my pack. Something clinked amongst the coins. That could have been worse. I had the same dream as you. Seductive, and someone here is trying to make sure we survive this debacle. I traded power for a bad dream. Forgive me. His breathing quickened, his jaw tensed. This legend was keeping something from me. By my eye, that blade's magical. What do you think, Gale? The corpse refused to speak to its killer. No. If he had an incubus instead of that campion, that might be a different story. Some wall, steady as a drunk hill giant. We're in Eltegard. Baldur's Gate is bloody leagues away. Creatures like them don't play games. Unless they know they can win. What's this feeling of power?
Faccio voco ferri.
Will, no question. He's strong, fast, and righteous. I'm salivating already. Finally, we're catching up on our puppet master. And the hunt ends at Moonrise Towers. Please, it's no challenge. Just a friendly little murder between chums. I'll be free when I know I'm not going to turn into one of those grey freaks. Heavens forbid. We're all entitled to our secrets. The dog would not move. He barked at the dead man, as if to try and wake him. Glowing rocks? Mushrooms? This is no simple storage room. The echoes of the drumbeat faded to silence. Better not touch the webs. I'd hate to disturb the locals. I was just perusing this little find.
Will you shut up? Vocal speak I.
The towers seized, the battle done. The moonrise broke, the darkest one. Although I'm sure you know better than I would. Ah, hello again. Still alive, I see. May I? I bet we can work out how to open it.
Vincit qui petitur.
How dare you? I'm a consummate lover. Did I really leave it out in the open like this? I must be more careful. People will start to notice wildlife drained of blood. She could smell them. Goblins, wargs, and something else. She would defend her home, whatever the cost. That is exactly what we can do. It's done now. We don't have the luxury of second thoughts. I won't lie. It's tempting. If I keep the tadpole, I risk transforming into a grotesque monster.
Incertus pulcher imperio.
That tail bristled as her gaze fixed upon my feet. I was in her territory. This could spell trouble. It's all a little new to me, I admit. Looks like there's a chest buried in that hay.
Vita mortis cario.
A chained book. Oh, that's just begging to be read. I had seen similar books in wizards' libraries. A tome on Thayan magic, a rare and expensive find, but people had gone mad reading less dangerous texts. That amulet would make a pretty trinket. Or a snack for Gale. Indeed. And the sooner we deal with the Mind Flayer's plot, the sooner we'll all be free. Reflecting on what tomorrow might bring, when we find the druid. That thing doesn't look too happy to be free. Why is it broken? You're powered by magic! For goodness sake. I told her that her master had welcomed me inside the lair. Made it out. Harp and wild. A riddle to some, but I'd read enough to be familiar with a language like this.
Ah, damn. Ah.
Sure. Rub it in, why don't you? No, my love. I'm not jealous of the pup. I asked the bear to trust me. I was looking for Halsin. It seems Cazador wants me back. Trust me, whoever these people think they're working for, Cazador had a hand in it.
Speak to me like that again, and I'll show you what fear is.
But now, I've been conveniently lost. They won't ever control me again. The dog lunged at me, teeth bared. A Gur? A monster-hunting vagabond? His people are the reason I'm like this.
Nomavire.
The injured man locked eyes with me. I felt a familiar squirming in my head. Let's just get in there. We can decide who needs to die later. The rat paused for a moment, then squeaked loudly. It skittered away, stopped, and looked back. For once. I don't care what they're planning. I care about not turning into one of them. Something caught the light in the water. Weapons. Shattered, but not beyond repair. I dreamt of Cazador. It seems this Baldur's Gate is close. Perhaps we should refresh our supplies there. I don't see how a creature like that could be of any use to us. I looked at my companions. Resting. Helpless. How badly did I need to know? I can't. I won't. Now, stop. Stop. Let me go! The chain snapped as I expanded my chest. Won't budge.
Voco nubes.
The corpse had no more answers to give.
Extende.
Well, I hope there are no bad feelings. Although I can't make any progress as long as those spirits remember their mission. It seems to be all they know.
Perry.
I do like it down here. It's nice. Homey. I'd love to, but my head's spinning. I wouldn't know which of you three to stab. They're still going to die, but at least they're willing to fight.
Ex nihilo.
Monster!
Death is too good for it.
Weapons brandished, they charged the hag's lair. Looks like the booze got the better of them. They're practically unconscious. Wyvern poison? Foul stuff, but it works.
Voco avina.
Magical lights. But how to turn them on? Wait, the tadpole. Every time we've used its power to bend a mind, we've had these dreams. Old, but not quite dead. Shadowheart. Such a grim name for such a beautiful flower.
Oh!
I prepared to free my companion from the chains. I've always wanted a vicious killer as a pet.
Magte for tute!
Well, there's not quite as much of a rush now, is there? Statues. Strange. We had to do something to help Mayrina. Strange to see Seluna's temple in red. Her followers would never stand for it. Who, by a remarkable coincidence, also had a mind flayer worm in his skull. Ah, that's better. I can feel the druid's poison in my veins. She must have had a cure.
The smell! How old is that butter?
The very same as the vile little creature lurking within me.
Punge!
Something divine lingers here. But I don't recognize this presence. Oh, I feel woozy. Whatever that druid scratched me with, it's working. Excellent armor. Drowcraft, of course.
Silentium! Essurio! Hostia monera!
Hells! Something just woke up down here. You again. Just curious. Well, I hope your romp was worth it. Well, whatever you're into.
Veniet juva me!
Strange thing. I wonder what it's for. Weapon blueprints. They call for Susa bark. It looks grim ahead. Reminds me of home. Turning into a mind flayer is bad, but you'll be just as dead roasting on a goblin's spit. The rat's nose twitched. Her eyes flitted between the prisoner, the goblins, and the door. Let's try a little trust, eh? People might just surprise you. Damask and torch stalks. Hell of a combination.
I don't know it. My only home is the creche.
So, do you know anything about these worms?
Tempora mutantur.
Perfect. You tried drinking an earth elemental's blood. There's nothing wrong with a healthy dose of paranoia, you know. But if you want a true vampire, I'm happy to recommend one. Now, if we're done, we have more important business to get on with. My head. Moldy dead air. This place doesn't get many visitors. Strange-looking staff. Is that something you'd want, Gale? Her ears wriggled thoughtfully as she considered my offer. Those Dwergar walked straight into the lava. Unwilling, but completely obedient. Damn, the thing could blot out the sun. Come on. The sooner we are rid of this danger, the better. There now. We're all friends again.
Resisto frigus!
This sword. It thrums with power. Interested? We may escape whatever web we're trapped in, but until we know what's going on, this Raphael has us exactly where he wants us.
Surge!
I found myself looking into huge, soft eyes, filled with a curious sparkle. The bear sat back, ready for a tale.
Quadico face!
Go back to your wet dreams. Leave me in peace. We need a way out. Now, a fancy amulet like this is probably enchanted. Gale, take a look. I had my reasons. You can be sure of that. A pleasure. Goblins couldn't have carved this. You can tell what it's meant to be. Smells like a troll's crack. The corpse grimaced and turned away. I was its killer. It would not speak to me. A flood of stony potatoes, tinged with hate, tumbled through his mind. My hand trembled, refusing to do harm to the tadpole.
Ab uno disce omnes.
Who needs morals when you have good hair? Maybe later. Before I could say anything else, she sprinted away. Don't you think we should do something about the vampire issue?
UBS.
Oh, don't be so sour. It's a party. Are you working against me? Or are you just simple? A pity. I thought you were made of stronger stuff. The inscription spoke of moonrise. A reference to vile Seluna, no doubt. No sweethearts, no. I prefer them savory.
Stupefaccio!
No, stop. I wasn't going to hurt you, I swear. I said I could still extort him, if he wished.
Te occludo oculus!
The eye returned my stare, unblinking. The hobgoblin turned to me, and the parasite squirmed in my skull. Will paused, then took a hot poker and held it against the man's leg. Next time, we'll grind their bones to make our bread. Over there, another friendly little critter. Leave.
Incertus pulcher imperio! Incertus pulcher imperio!
Wait, the tadpole, it was doing something, taking something I'd never get back.
Amicus animalis.
But have it your way. I'm happy to entertain myself. I said that as near as I could tell, he was in perfectly good health. Easy for you to say. You blend right in with this crowd.
We're going down! Brace!
I just need to get some air. Clear my head.
The infuriated spiders crossed my hand and scaled my arm.
The swarm was coming. He snarled a warning of his own, flattening his ears and lowering his body, ready to pounce.
Diminua te, tuibor.
Then they left me in peace and surged out the door and up the stairs.
Treme.
The bird sang as loud as his lungs would allow, practicing fervently. Someone, or something, wants me alive. They've changed the rules. Balling my fists, I told her to return what was mine before I got angry. They do seem a bit short-handed. Well, that's disgusting. The bird hopped around his nest, keeping his eye on me. I wouldn't take his coin. The beast is dead. Now to get out of here.
Sorge!
I'd call it luck. The flayer was weak and distracted. Ugh. Nullbirth makes Ceramorphosis look like a doddle. Of course, he'd send a gur to hunt me down. How about some rest? It's been quite an evening. What is this? No thanks.
Treme.
I've cheated death itself. I'd say I know more than our prophet, Forgive me, but are you really in a position to invite people along? The rat snapped, squeaking, and carried on its way. From the Underdark to a hag's lair, like jumping from a pot into boiling oil.
Tempora muntantor.
I thought so. Not that it matters, I trust you've taken care of it. And if I can't see it, you certainly can't. That was amazing.
Pallidamors. Oculus tempestatis.
Magic boots. And powerful magic at that. I wasn't going to bite you. I'm here because I thought we'd have a little fun. The goblins would probably kill us long before that. I told her I wasn't her master, but I was a friend to her kind.
Huh.
What happened to Mayrina's husband was awful, but we had to free her from that debt. The dead goblin was silent. Even magic could not coax more words from him.
Oh! Aridissimus.
Nice view. First druid, and now last druid. Thanks to us.
Kaido.
Despite the chaos in the camp, the adventurer slept soundly, wounds expertly bandaged. Well, maybe I'll see you again. Still wearing the same skin, I hope. What was in that tart? My stomach's doing somersaults. Okay. Wonderful. And look what you've gained. Together, we can take on the world. Still, we best make not too much noise. Do you think Shadowheart would approve? I saw how she looked at you earlier.
Kaiko te.
I told them if they wished to live, they should walk away. As if deep in the earth in the cold of winter, she slept. Ignoring these powers is a mistake. We have dangerous enemies. We need every advantage.
Parabellum.
Manus potentis paro.
Sol invictus.
Shadow druids. Korga means to turn the circle. Don't be ridiculous. The power to twist a mind to your will is worth some nightmares. No need for the dramatics. Turning your back on those in need. Maybe we'll get along after all. This trunk's rotten. Shouldn't put too much weight on it. That might be worth a look. I felt the rat's impatience, to wriggle between the cracks in the floor to the safe space beneath.
Can you summon the dead? Bring them back. Can you shut up and let me read?
You too? Of course. Through her eyes I saw myself, skin glistening with sweat, hands bound. Ecstasy. Or terror. Maybe both. The rat sniffed the chest, then leapt in, tail twitching gratefully. Oh, it's simple. I kill the vampire that sired me. She squeaked a final warning, break the rules, and there would be trouble, and scurried away. Mushrooms. Poisonous, if memory serves. Well, he has no one to blame but himself. But maybe answers. If we can convince the right people to talk. If we can answer those questions, we might have a chance. And if not, well, we'll be exactly where this Raphael wants us. Our minds brushed against one another, but were swiftly parted. It's planting animating spores. It means to raise the dead. Not that I'm judging, of course. It'd take an age to hack through all this.
The tunnel!
By all means, go and enjoy yourself. Thank you so much for telling me. Now please do piss off. The book snapped closed. I can't remember what happened next, but I'm told it wasn't pretty. The cub shuffled over to his mother and nuzzled at her huge, still bulk. I don't know. It's not like I can look in a mirror and see.
Impero Mortus!
Well, into the dark we go, I suppose.
Damn knots!
He doesn't do simple plans. Not if he has a complex one that pits a dozen enemies against each other. I missed. Chittering, the squirrel fled. It sounded like laughter. I don't put much faith in goblins, but this priestess could know something.
Okior!
The corpse let out an angry hiss of foul air, then was silent. This could do some damage. Waste not. Given that my choices were eternal life or bleed to death on the street, I took him up on the offer. Cazador. Those boots looked special. Something for later, perhaps. A useful goblin. Sounds too good to be true. Maiden Fell. I don't know the name, but she might be worth talking to.
Secco!
Ah, yes. Goblins. Known for their reliability, honor, and excellent body odor. It may be good news, it may be bad, but we'll never figure it out if we stand here talking. The right moment.
Configo! Esto perpetua!
Trash. I may vomit. What creatures live in waters this dark? Contact. He fell to the ground unconscious. It smells rancid in here. New blood caked on old. Well now, isn't that interesting? Her hands hid her face, preventing me from reading her expression. Blasted worm. Where did it come from? Our hag's lair. Charming. The old crone had a back door. Interesting. It's the mask. Take it off, you fool! Their jaws flexed. Their gaze flicked between me and the door.
Ostende secretorum tuorum.
I suppose you want to hear about Cazador.
Dolor!
Umberly was the dark mistress of the sea, and drowned those who didn't respect her power. Long as they're not here, I'm happy. I'm just looking for a little more excitement, a little more fun. I did my best to keep up with her, maybe. But he's not the only one spinning a web for us. No lock. It has to open somehow. It didn't respond. The spell's magic was spent. The face was crafted to be pleasing, but the personality was just a reflection of the wizard that created it. We are in agreement. No more bargains like this without a lot of caution. God spare me. Why did I think eating a second one was a good idea?
Tempestus!
Figuring out what's happening to us, confronting a god called the Absolute, and then finding time to kill my old master before he can control me once more? It may not be the best idea. I can't fit through here. Wonder if there's another way in. You have my word. From here on out, I'll only feed on villains and vagabonds.
Ha! Groomsh's rotten eye would taste better than this. I won't sit and wait for some druid while that thing plays merry hells with my brain.
I need answers.
Pulso. The corpse went limp, exhausted from the questioning.
No. This hunter is a message. Cazador's letting me know that even out here, he can get to me. He wants me back.
I said he seemed to know the answer to everything. The spiders scattered. I felt their panic. The beloved was taken.
I was hoping for a kind soul. Well, not to worry.
Schio, Dedici, Pecto.
Myconids. Just as I thought.
Manus potentis paro.
What's it doing? It's not going to eat them, is it? Ah, of course. I shall be gentle as a babe.
Silentium.
I quickly pieced together her plan. The sanctuary she was seeking was the grove I'd visited. A thing like that could swallow each of us whole. Raw or incinerated. The crab stayed hidden in its shell, using a claw to block the opening.
What in the nine hells did I just watch?
The crab shrunk into its shell, claws giving a lethargic click.
Parabellum!
Go tell the hamster about your wet dreams. I'm staying out of it. Another brain.
Amicus animalis.
I kept time with her. Let's see what those harpies were hoarding. Curiously grotesque.
Invenium viam, expello te!
I can see the stars from Baldur's Gate, of course. But not with such clarity. It got me thinking. The boar stared longingly at the pool, yearning for its soothing waters. Calm yourself. They're survivors, not soldiers. Let's not make trouble for some stranger. We have our own problems.
A simple tiefling infected with a brain parasite to help heal his imperfections, certainly, but still a simple tiefling.
The important thing is their treasure is in a better place.
These webs are everywhere. Ira! What? Corruptus!
So it would seem. What a fine cow. Its magic would catch Gale's eye, no doubt. Here lies Aradin. He yearned for glory and adventure. And he got it. We had a lucky escape, it seems. The animals chirped and chattered to one another frantically. They seemed distressed. There's no one here. Can we please kill her and get on with our day?
Mors incerta, vita certissima!
I strained against the webbing and it snapped, strand by strand. I did it. Broken. Pitiful. I wonder who or what those chains are for. Really? For a fleeting moment, I thought you had a spine. Her heart rattled all the harder, but this time with anticipation. Free? Free! I watched Gale perusing the book with a true wizard's fascination. A few pages in, something startled him. Well, it's certainly symmetrical. It's grim either way. So why not sell what's left of my soul to a devil? Better he has it than Cazador. No. Of that much we can be certain.
Before unleashing a bloodthirsty shriek, nomavere.
Hag's curse, I guess.
Ah!
My mind is finally clear. I feel strong. I feel happy. The feelings swelled, then sputtered out.
Gigans!
Smells like burnt flesh in here.
I saw the gallery. Its walls lined with the hag's victims, their bodies and minds twisted beyond ruin. Stoltissime!
I had better watch your back, then. A scrying eye. Or whatever's left of it.
Untied from its moorings, the boat drifted away.
Damnable cage! The sheep's eyes bulged with alarm. It hurried away from me. That looks sturdy.
Quardico facie.
That's no fire. What are you hiding? A mind flare? No intention of letting that happen. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the child move through the rocks. Leviathan? Sounds like a violent goddess. She and her druid allies blooded Shah's forces. But Shah persists. She thrives. Through her eyes, I saw the other tieflings, what little of value they had, and where they kept it safe. Owlbear eggshells. An unhatched one would fetch quite a prize. Oh, hells. It fits. I felt a whisper of thanks as the door's prisoner faded away. Well, well. Someone was using their forbidden powers again. Concerned. Do you know the power a vampire lord possesses? Oh, stop it! Stop it! You wretched worm!
UBS.
I saw a clawed hand open a holding pot to reveal a face. Mine. The bear blinked at me in surprise before she reared back and roared. Indeed you will, my love. Indeed you will.
Dissera.
Fine, but if they botch it, don't come bleeding to me.
Evanesco.
I said. He seemed confused. All right, but don't take too long. You're not the only tasty morsel around here. I didn't spot anything out of the ordinary. Such curiously grotesque things. Her eyes widened at my tail as she listened intently. The growl petered out into a whine at the mention of the name. The captive's mouth was still, yet her voice was clear. The stone's less worn here, recently uncovered. Zastam was a powerful lich that ruled the land of Thay, driving many of the Red Wizards out of their ancestral homeland.
His pride I may.
The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. The dog's hackles raised even more as his growls deepened. Good work. Thought we had a fight on our hands. Much as I enjoy a good argument, this isn't getting us anywhere. Bloody pervert. Oh, now look. You've scared off the little snack. The fight had rattled the bear. She wheezed, exhausted, swaying from side to side. I couldn't make sense of what he was saying. Well, after you. Were we meant to turn out like that? Blissful idiots who thought they were talking to their god? A lot of effort to hide one sarcophagus. The bird took flight, chirping loudly in protest and fear.
Lokior.
I am open to suggestions. Knives, poison, strangulation, whatever you'd prefer. Slavers, torturers, and hell's knows what else. Yes, of course. So did I, as it happens. Only one serving for me, I guess. The smaller spider raised a consoling claw. Careful. Even the mushrooms down here can't be trusted.
Resisto. Diminuite.
Enticing. I can walk in sunlight, trespass upon any home, manipulate minds. There isn't another vampire in the realms like me. My words fell on deaf ears. The creature's hold on them was too strong. Some kind of tank. I wonder what's hiding down in all that darkness. We need to save ourselves before we can save the world. I'll help you remember. As the coin disappeared into the well, I heard a soft clink. Not a splash. Suddenly I saw what she saw, felt what she felt. Anger, bitterness, a will to survive.
Magis amica veritas.
The Spike paused to consider, then gave Will a wide grin. Shh. Not a sound. Not if you want to keep that darling neck of yours.
Eretio in sphira.
Mind flayer machinery. Better watch what I touch. A dead language. Something ancient must have been worshipped here. Screams of terror pierced the air. Text is too faded. Doesn't tell me who was worshipped here. Hope it doesn't see us. I will. But I won't take it for granted. It shouldn't take long to fix. I opened the book where I'd left off. The glyphs dancing before my eyes. There's got to be another way in. What a party. We should do this again. The bird chirped, happy for the advice, and did as I asked. A shame she couldn't see the funny side. I can't. I feel a connection with it. But the spirits within fight me at every step. Finally, I can think again. Curious.
Obedime. Toritros.
The spell's magic waned as the corpse became still. I could ask no more questions. Everything before that is so long ago it's ancient history. And everything that came after, well, I'd rather not reflect on it. But then she felt a warm swell of embarrassment. The pig stared at me. It honked loudly. Never mind that. What a statue. I thought we had an understanding. But I guess I'll just entertain myself tonight. Krillin Star, that is grotesque. Wait, why did my collar just vibrate? But trust me, whoever the hunter thought he was working for, Cazador was pulling the strings. Only he would know to send the girl after me. Here's to many more quarrels in many more goblins. So can I. Oh, can we? Because you've got it all figured out, I'm sure. A primitive tool. Useful nonetheless. Tiny grooves spidered across the eye's surface. It resembled a sending stone, used to confer with distant contacts. Someone is trying to make sure we survive this debacle. I traded power for a bad dream. Forgive me. It was a bad idea from the start. Everyone's messing with our heads these days. The water looked calm. I could lie down and rest. He believed me when I told him what happened, but he wouldn't forgive. The creatures clutched the pouch possessively. I had no doubt. A spider egg was nestled within. Gluttony? The rat's ears twitched in interest. Well then, shall we? Still, if we can find a way to take them down, I'm all for it. Goblin tracks. Ugh, you can practically smell the filth. But he has no end of lackeys. He'll send someone else in his place.
Hey!
He turned and yapped at the corpse, as if to try to wake it.
Video veritatum. Erisque.
Of course. I might already be a mind flayer by the time I return to Cazador. Well, if everything's pre-written, nothing can go wrong then. Right? I'm glad we're on the same page, but I'd be happier if that page wasn't locked in this room. Before today, I'd have argued. Now, I'm not so sure. The animals around us fell silent. As the horn sounded, howls and guttural war cries responded from the edge of the forest. Shaking with the goddess's fury, the spiders screamed, then attacked. Deep gnome make, but the design is anything but. What was this fort? His power died with the fish creatures. I expected more from the Lord of Murder. Don't be touchy. I'm sure she meant better off dead as a compliment. What's the harm? We had a bad dream, nothing more. I'm just glad you're being sensible about these revelations. I was worried people might turn up with torches and pitchforks. And is it dead enough for you? Dying might be better than turning into a mind flayer. I needed to explain it to them in a way they understood. Unless Zalando also wrote a primer on alien tadpole removal, I say we keep moving.
Fulgor!
Wait, that's it. We're just walking away. The Zentarim. Mercenaries and cutthroats. Useful friends, if you can afford them. Seems not. A petrification ray. Someone addled that spectator. Then a suffocating wave of divine rage surged through the spider pit. It's always him. Selûnite drivel. Must be connected with that chest. It bears the same symbol.
Stupid fuck you!
Now, where'd he go? Let's go, in case there are any other weak-minded fools about.
Fange!
My words fell on deaf ears as the two men stared each other down. A fine effort, but I've seen it all. I was walking this land whilst your ancestors were learning to crawl. I felt nothing but a quiet sense of calm. Baldur's Gate, that's where I'm from. If we last through the night, I'll gladly butcher you in the morning, though. I hope you're not here to beg. It's so unbecoming. Her eyes narrowed. She'd been expecting someone else, someone familiar. I bet Gale would love that idol. If he can get it. We can probably make an exception for Minsk. Probably.
Eactu te!
Her teeth, a row of deadly needles, shone as they drove into my throat. Blood spraying. I took my leave. carefully.
Efferve.
That girl hasn't got long, if you plan to save her.
How many are there? The Goblin King bowed, obedient. The flesh of his tribe became the flesh of the Absolute. Nothing. How disappointing. I paused. His eyes were closed, his chest rising and falling, his neck gently pulsing with every heartbeat. Cowardly. Wonder who was inside.
You want to give up more of your important bits? Fine. But I'm not making that mistake twice.
I gingerly kept time with her.
What rotten hell did this tart spring from? My stomach aches.
Trust is less important than power, and Shadowheart is still a powerful ally. Let's not weaken ourselves with infighting. Really? She's more interesting than I gave her credit for. The corpse went limp, exhausted from the questioning. Shouldn't do that right now.
Schio di dici pecto.
The bird hopped around, scanning sticks and flowers, looking for a nice addition to his nest. Oh, I know.
Everything about him.
We'll prove him wrong. Brushing away the dirt of time, I could make out the name etched into the cover. The Necromancy of Thay. Ah, the symbols from the dwarf's poem. Now what to do with them?
Ira et dolor.
The bear raised its hackles, and a low, rolling growl shook my bones. Monsters weren't welcome here. Agreed. And if this god is on our side, then all the better. Please. My destiny will not be dictated to me by some soothsayer. Another. A mere hatchling could do finer work. If there's a cure, it seems Halsin is the one to talk to. Then they surged past me, up the stairs. Wonderful. I'd hate to be destroyed by any common old magic. A strange coin. I wonder what it's worth. Adorable. Belongs to Mayrina, if the inscription's to be believed.
Ex textura.
Do you think Minsk would approve? I saw how he looked at you earlier. Looks like a Spider-Man decapitating a mind flayer. Someone got creative. Oh, I've seen worse. Gnomes can be...
You can try.
But first you'll tell me what you know.
Faccio foco ferre.
The size of that thing looks so much bigger when it's flying above you. It cost us one bad dream to alter someone's mind. I'd say that's a bargain. In that case, I'll restrict myself to animals and only the dullest goblins. My intrusion jolted the bear from sleep. No consideration this time. No warnings. She roared. Struth, not this time. Good luck.
Get it! Virtus et scientia.
Are we really going to let these goblins walk all over us?
You son of a...
Something tore right through these people. They didn't stand a chance. I hate to be negative, but those Gith will carve you up like a goose. I felt a cold hand caressing my mind as the drow praised me. Of course I resisted. My skull pounded in response to the prisoner's white-hot stare. Her lips didn't move, yet I heard her voice. Oh, we're lying to each other now. Excellent. Just empty shells. Best just keep the unhatched one. Full moon at the bottom? Poor Saluna's been demoted. So, Alundo knew all of this would happen. Well, let's hope he saw a happy ending, then. The surrounding goblins shuffled nervously, several drawing their weapons.
Morio! Resaccio!
In a low voice, I said I'd cut him down over his damned locket, if I had to. No one special. Some young beauty, seductive and...
The owlbear's reach made light work of my efforts, knocking me back. Incommodum.
You're such a sweetheart. So, more goblins could arrive at any moment. Lovely. I pity anyone caught by those things. We were lucky to get out with the loot.
In one swift move, the armored man's fist made contact
with a sickening crunch. Ah, what a wholesome bunch we are. A shame they're already dead. Well, quite the page turner. I'll get back to it when I have more time to focus. Killed without a mark. Who the hells does she serve?
I was one of my assailants. Our minds fused together. They were frightened, lost.
Around the dog's neck was a collar. Etched on it was a name. Scratch.
Get her!
Suspicion flooded Ragzan's mind. My brain howled as I considered my final question.
Secreti umbrarum.
I don't know. That's the point. The secret. Visions consumed me once more. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders. Silver blades held high.
Plue! I felt a shock of agony as the mind flare cut through my defenses, piercing my mind.
Gaining confidence, he started a song, abandoning his nest-building efforts.
My kin's dragon should be savoring this kill!
Get out!
Get out!
Invisibilis. Obede me.
Your magician seems dour tonight. Must not relish the idea of sprouting tentacles. So, we have moving plates and some symbols. I watched her flick through the book, her face tensing as she went. The truth is revealed in all its stinking glory. The hideous corpse rose, tentacles writhing. No. It's not what it looks like. Well, go on. Give him a nibble. A pretty thing. And at least it offers us some protection from the tadpole.
This crevice was empty, save a bit of dust.
I do like you, you know. You've got fire. I need you alive. You need me strong. Scratch marks on the floor.
Umbrae. Magis amica veritas.
So, not a tentacle to be seen. That, or we've just prolonged its misery. Curious. I feel good. Rejuvenated. Magic blasted through me. I shivered, as if dunked in ice-cold water. Jurgle. This must be ancient. No one worships the final scribe anymore. A splinter of ice worked its way into my mind. That sergeant walked straight into the lava. Unwilling, but completely obedient. A broken tiefling nose. They're as popular here as everywhere else.
Venenum.
Go on. What are you waiting for? No, I'm more than happy to put my feet up. I'm just not used to this. Really? We're messengers now.
I felt the ox's excitement. She was ready for the road beneath her hooves, the wind on her back.
Major. Fortior.
I did my best to wipe the dirt from my face and look presentable. Adventuring was murder on one's wardrobe, though. She stared at the ground as I greeted her, unresponsive. It's a city, dolt. I need to get there. The owl's wounds healed instantly. The broken spear was ejected with a wet pop. No, I don't care how desperate we are. Looting tombs is wrong. Now's not the time.
I should have been whipped. Made to bow before this creature in shame.
Fiat lux.
The heat coming off that door. Opening it could spell trouble.
Mostua vita mea.
I tried to follow her example and make the gesture.
I swung, but connected with nothing. His twisted, smiling face remained.
He stood still and chirped sadly. A single blow would end his suffering. What is the creature doing to those corpses? I saw a clawed hand open a holding pod, the murk cleared to reveal a face. Mine. A dead drow. Quite the decoration. Excellent. Let's see what we've got. The feelings swelled, then sputtered out. True. Back any beast into a corner, and you'll quickly see its teeth. Sounds like the goblins are celebrating. They'll be easy to cut down. The sooner we reach it, the better, I say. The body was still. So, what happens next? It's time we had a talk with her, don't you think? Yes. Although, if you're here to ask for a quick and easy death, I'm a little busy. Ragzlin scowled, shocked by his own words, and a jolt shot through my skull. I wouldn't worry. We're better off without him.
No, I won't kill them.
Well, maybe the hamster.
They both looked at the bard. Their chattering intensified, mimicking her faltering song.
What was that? What's going on?
The poor creature was on the brink of death, but there was still time. My skull ached before I could take a step. And I was the creature. I felt her irritation and indignity.
Toritrus!
Not every deal will work out in our favor. That doesn't mean we should stop helping people.
No, my love, I'm not jealous of the beating our Gith friend will give you. Oh, it's lovely.
The hermit crab had stayed deep in its shell since we left the swamp. Calm brown eyes stared at the colourful man gesticulating before it. The human was trying to communicate.
If you're here to beg forgiveness, save your breath. My cup and I are perfectly happy together, reflecting on what tomorrow might bring.
A scene flashed. 2 paladins and a cleric marching through the door, shrouded in the glow of the divine.
It glared at me with one eye. A broken spear protruded from the other. Bunch of empty boxes and spider webs. Guess Lol's cultists haven't been back here in a while. Whatever's in here, it might give me an edge over my old master. Or free me from him entirely.
It was an infernal creature. The kind brazen strangers might accuse me of being.
Hurry! I've got one of those brain things cornered.
Tracked. 5 or 6 gnolls, heading north. Chasing the caravan survivors, I'd bet.
No, I won't kill them. Well, maybe Helia.
Clumsy sun scum. I felt you fumbling about in my head. You'll pay for that.
The bear glanced in the direction of the woods, then growled, frightened. Too many predators lately, even for them.
Only a little taken. Dead drow, and some skeletons. I wonder what happened. They're just husks. I couldn't care less if they're slaves or building material. Do we have to spend so long poking about down here?
The wolf bared his teeth. He only took orders from his master, and his master wasn't here.
Mortem tuum sum.
There's tunnels everywhere. Who would dig these? And why here? You could have at least let him grovel a bit. Khazad Zar is a vampire lord in Baldur's Gate, the patriarch of his coven and a monster obsessed with power.
I saw dark tunnels lit by noxious pools of brine. The darkness spread through the earth.
Cinemetu.
Excellent. Let's exterminate the vermin.
I suppose it can't be worse than here. They wanted the weapon. Darkness and sun barely contained.
You certainly did. I'm glad I'm on the right team. A prophecy about people falling from the sky.
Could it really be about us?
Efferve.
I need to find out more before I let anyone root around in my skull. I'll find an expert. The point is, I have history with these barbarians. Khazador's sending a message.
The spiders scattered, and I stashed the bag. Something clinked among the coins.
I hear shouting. Someone needs help.
Et alibi.
Fireplace isn't real. What's hidden behind it? Back to Khazador. There's no other reason he'd want me alive. Reminds me of Khazador, taunting his slaves with hope when he knew the game was rigged.
The spell had no effect. The corpse had no more answers to give.
I feel joy. I shouldn't. This is awful, but I do. I'm sure it'll be adequate. To summon those vines, the power's impressive.
The crab snapped its claws at me in defiant outrage.
Inaccessus.
The ebon lake. I wouldn't go sticking your hand in. Sisser bark. A rare commodity.
Eretio inspira.
No, my love. I'm not jealous of the drow. You have all the fun you want. If you survive the night.
Perure.
The ox snorted. She knew how to handle danger.
The mind flayer was already half dead. It probably just lost control.
You arrogant little...
And return him to Baldur's Gate, no doubt.
Oh, hells! Something just woke up! Occhio!
Safe to say this will never happen again.
Gupora sana! Ah! Ah! The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming.
I'm flattered, but I think not. It's not you understand. It's me.
What? Incommodum.
I wouldn't be trying to reason with them if murder was an option, would I?
Signum arcanum.
That was uncomfortably close. Imagine being killed by a dwarf.
Since then, I've been kidnapped by mind flayers, chased through hell by dragons, and fallen from the sky.
This is it. The beginning of the end. Although, it hasn't happened yet. If we can find an expert, someone that can control these things, there might still be time. The spell's power waned, and the corpse fell still. The moment I moved, the foot shot up, and I felt more than heard my nose crack. Now if I can just get to the transponder. I can't remember much, truth be told. Centuries of torment will do that to you.
Dum vita est, spes est. Dragon, look out!
Veritas credo oculus!
It's trying to escape!
Well, this is, darling. Very Granny's cottage meets rotting troll carcass.
The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me.
The crab wriggled miserably as it hit the bottom of my bag with a wet thunk. The flames sputtered away. The sickle was mine for the taking. None taken. Wiliness keeps me alive. More or less. A gur? What are those vagabonds? Why would they... Simpletons. The beast was half dead and they still bowed to its whims. I want to wake up beside a handsome virgin every morning, but life doesn't give us what we want. Can we kill this god now? Sounds like you've been learning all about your gruesome future. No. I want to hear every sordid detail. All right. We'll do this the old-fashioned way. I approached the dying monster. This was the thing that had abducted me. Could mean anything.
They turned away groggily and drifted back to sleep.
Our minds fused, lusting for something that was gone. Not sure what the other mushrooms are.
Vita mortis cario.
Flame-walking and god-killing. A story for the ages, I reckon. And it's about us.
Schio didici pexo.
Now you know. Green blouse, brown hair. That must be Miri. Turning your back on the needy to save your own skin? Maybe we'll get along after all. She cackled, the man's remaining flesh twisted and contorted. I considered my options. She was looking for the grove, and the prisoner could lead her straight to it. Given our situation, we might want to take the occasional risk. Those two must have history.
Let me go!
Hello.
Frangi, mors incerta, vita certissima.
I've watched urchins freeze to death in the street. It looks peaceful, just like falling asleep. The necromancy of Fae. Ominous. But Gale might find it useful. A secret button. It seems this ring is more than just a fashion piece. You sleep. I'll keep watch. What the hells? There's a lot to know. I crossed paths with a girl once before. Many years ago. I saw his mother lifting the amulet out of an ornate drawer and stuffing it in her apron. What was... Never mind. As the corpse rose, my parasite squirmed in recognition. Your Gith friend seems on edge. Mustn't relish the thought of sprouting tentacles. The mind flayer's corpse twitched, then collapsed again. It could speak no more. Something over there. A scrying eye. Best not do anything suspicious while it's watching. So, We can bend minds like willow now. These worms are full of surprises. Bull-et burrows. Best step lightly. There's a land shark about. Be ready. Whoever or whatever did this could be close. There you are. I've been waiting. It's a poem. A gift from my old master Cazador. He considered himself quite the artist, and used his slaves as a canvas. What are you?
Fronti nulla fides.
An interplanar garden. Someone's brewing. Something, but you're not wrong. We need to do something. And soon. Oh, what's to tell? I'm a magistrate back in the city. It's all rather tedious. It's a big city. Surely someone there will understand these tadpoles.
Maledicte es.
The ox leaned forward eagerly, snuffling the air around me. I realized the crab needed water, fast. It would die without it.
Polcrior.
In darkest hour, a concord made, 'twixt harp and wild against the shade. A red dragon, tyrannical, greedy and vain. I pitied whoever it was hunting. If this is the state of their camp, how bad must the pits be? I became one with Will. Shame gripped him as he considered the tools at his disposal. Do you think Karlak would approve? I saw how she looked at you earlier.
I saw you on the ship. You're in league with them, aren't you? Those tentacle... Ah!
All life shuddered from the corpse. The magic was spent.
The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming.
No. No, I cannot.
Vita mortis cario!
I realized he prayed to Kelemvor, as he expected to soon perish and face the Lord of Death's judgment. I'll give you red. That's it? A collapsed tunnel? I'm disappointed. My, this place is fun. Powerful enough to take her own revenge, I'm sure. No need for us to get involved.
Resurges!
I tried to imagine the purpose of such a creature. Distracted by my thoughts, I let my guard down. I don't know. But it could be a useful pole star. Whatever killed those gnolls might be nearby. Careful. It hadn't, unfortunately, occurred to me that Lolth might be listening. The cub continued to gorge himself on his dead mother. I don't feel like my head's about to split open, so that's a definite improvement. Oh, it's easy for some. I see Lae'zel's marked you as her territory. Damn. Some of these mushrooms are illusions. It's a fine haul, and we earned it. No more prayers. Only silence and dust. I drew myself up and bellowed. Is anyone else feeling parched all of a sudden? The crab froze in terror as I approached it again. Someone forgot to oil their equipment. Everything here is rusted to hells and back. I'm sorry. I mistook you for someone with taste. Still nothing.
Venenum.
Strange machinery. It could do anything. I stared, frozen, as he felt the wound. I couldn't speak, couldn't run, couldn't do anything until he finally locked eyes with me. Because we don't have a choice. Not if we're going to save ourselves from these worms.
Esto perpetua.
The tadpole writhed. My mind suddenly reeled as if bitten. That's locked for a reason. Let's not disturb it. I stumbled. The tiefling landed a glancing blow across the man's temple. At least we know these parasites can be removed. Now to find a non-fatal way. Time to get this thing fired up.
Abuno disque omnes.
That looks terribly heavy. Why don't you let me carry it for you? You need to give me that book. Now.
Morbidus. Era.
A deep, sad whine escaped from the dog. He bowed his head. But this is where you draw the line. The one thing that lets me walk in the sun. I have standards. A religion or a cult. All influenced by their absolute.
Incende.
Enough fairy tales for one day in any case. And I should rest. This has all been a lot. His eyes rolled back as he slumped forward. Devilkin. Am I in the hells? I wasn't sure what to make of it. Suddenly, I saw what she saw, felt what she felt. confusion, resolve, and a hint of gratitude. His mind remained closed to me.
No, I don't think I did. You're not telling me the whole truth.
Eacto te!
Go annoy the Gith. I'm sure she'd love to hear about your wet dream.
I was there as a hero, of course, slaughtering Drow like the wretched scum that they are. Ha ha! Parabellum!
He left. Didn't say why.
I wonder the shoddy wall hasn't already collapsed.
Intelligente pauca.
He's gone. You were right. He's gone. His scent is growing fainter. You'll talk.
I can... Ah!
Suit yourself. I've more than enough company. I stashed the bag. Something clinked amongst the coins. I'm so tired. How do people do this all day? I assured the guard that the child was not in danger. Strange. It looks healthy, but it's stone dead.
Ah, damn it!
Well, it's easy for some, of course. You and Gale seem to be getting on very well.
Aridisimus!
I give a damn where it matters.
Damn gnolls are everywhere.
What's this? A collar covered in runes. A spike of defiance quickly smothered, too afraid, too broken.
Vocomures! Resisto mortem, obede me.
You insolent little...
I find I'm fast approaching my limit for lowly wretches to call friend.
And if the darkest one was Shah, Moonrise must be her wretched sister, Saluna. I balked at the thought of her breaking my goddess.
Namavere!
Now, if you'll excuse me, you're invigorating, but I need something more filling.
Clausus.
I reckon those warriors holding the bridge can be fought off, if it comes to that. First, we have to... Unlikely you'll be successful, but it costs me nothing to spare your sorry life. A dragon. It was circling like a bird of prey, hunting.
Te ad stringo linguam.
Fine. Live in your paranoid little bubble. I have my own worm, after all. Probably. But at least we know what's scuttling about in our heads. He seems completely unaware. The bear whimpered in pain. He let out a desperate growl, his confused eyes still begging me for help.
Resaccio.
Jittering, he opened his mouth. One of his teeth was badly chipped. I'll need a flame hot enough for forging.
Not to boast, but I am certainly the most interesting creature in Faerun right now.
The corpse remained still. It could answer no more questions. They chittered in amusement, then unleashed a torrent of high-pitched insults at the bard as they departed. The prisoner smiled through the pain, then spat in my direction. I dug through the rock pile, but found no trace of the boy. That wall's an illusion. Hiding what, I wonder? But if things get bad, and they will, I'll do whatever it takes to survive. The dog looked at some paw marks in the dirt around the corpse. If my breath couldn't kill people already, it certainly can now. The man's mouth bent downward as he turned, and his thoughts became mine. Does that mean the whole cult's after us? That's not good. And I hate to turn down an invitation. All right. Maybe I'll see you there.
Ira et dolor.
Now, let's get some rest. The sooner we start tomorrow, the better our chances of keeping this hypothetical. Do you know the power a vampire lord possesses? What purpose do these crude designs serve? Gods, they're out of their minds. A deathly cold aura settled around the grave, seeping into the soil. Closer. I need to get closer.
Hello? Over here!
Seems the future's looking better than we thought. No, I won't kill them. Well, maybe the Gith. Not what I'd call fun or interesting, but sweet. I mean, elves and humans are obviously out, but goblins, kobolds, halflings. Try as I might to breach his inner thoughts, Gale swatted my efforts away with infuriating ease. What else were we supposed to do? Abandon her to that terrible deal? His eyes rolled back as he slumped forward.
After them!
The bear radiated palpable calm. Not just calm. Pure serenity. All I could see was those symbols. All I could hear were the whispers. There was nothing else.
Video veritatum.
I said I'd been careless. It wouldn't happen again. Suddenly I saw what she saw, felt what she felt. Distrust, hostility. Because I looked like a gif. Probably. I asked what was inside it. I live by 2 rules. Always empty your flask, and never trust goblins. Scorched ground. Better watch out. 200 years of slavery, and that was still the most humiliating thing I've ever seen. The colourful man yelped in delight and started scribbling. With a shaggy grin, the bear sneaked a look at the page.
Aqua pura.
Yes, if we hadn't taken those valuables, someone else would have. Drooling, they stared at my hands, held out in friendship.
Schio, didici, pecto, incende, risum teneatis.
Terror, fire and fear and feathers burning, her heart slammed against her ribcage.
Ad vitam aeternum.
I said I wasn't kidding. Pay up. My. Who knew our friend had so much blood in them? I asked the kid if he was ready to take a beating over a piece of jewelry. It breathed deep, unfurling my past in a vibrant chain. Not a drow to it, but rather...
Vos curo.
My lips moved, speaking a language I didn't understand. And something was trying to reply. The ox's hooves stamped the ground, longing to trample any goblin in sight.
Virtus et scientia.
Then let's have some fun. They look so small. Surely we can defeat such pathetic little worms. The prisoner screamed and thrashed against his bonds. Don't be so sour. I like a good time as much as anyone. I dreamt of him.
Intactilus sum.
These are the goblins we need to kill. This could take all day. He whined once more, lonely and afraid. He could walk into our camp tonight and kill you with his bare hands. And you'd be lucky if death was the worst thing that happened to you. That's Jurgle, scribe of the dead. I didn't think anyone still worshipped him. I recognized telltale flecks of werejackal blood. This was a potion of sleep. Broken, but nothing I can't fix. I shuddered, resigning myself to whatever dark rest was waiting for me. Arguing about it won't solve anything. Let's go. The bear rose to his hind legs and roared, realizing he was not alone. But we were talking about you. What'll it be? There's a darkness coursing through those vines.
Magis amica veritas.
A prayer. Curious symbol next to it. Well, saying a few words won't hurt. I tested the weight of the chains, looking for weak points. A fake wall. Hopefully hiding real secrets. You did what you had to. Don't be ashamed that you did it well. They make this tadpole situation sound pretty good, apart from the whole impending death thing. The telescope pointed to the right. Something's wrong. They should be trying to get away from that thing if they'd sense. So, we're blessed true souls, hand-picked by the Absolute. Just like their ex-brother. Yes and no. The problem is, once you're a vampire spawn, they completely control you. They have to allow you to bite them. I found the edges of a concealed entrance. Blood smell, life smell. Not like the great hollow below, which smelled only of death. And yes, I saw him. Cazador. The bear lazily opened her eyes and nodded in gratitude. Be sure to mention that if he saunters into our camp tonight. That'll save your neck. The strong and silent type. All right. Other than that, they did not react. Looks like a beast came through here. A big one, too. I said we must lower the trap and kill the creature before it harms someone. Have you forgotten everything we've seen? Everything we've done? It's been one risk after another. The dog nuzzled my hand and urged me on. His tail threatened to wag. Get confused by one, blown up by the other.
Major, fortior.
Shrieking in indignant terror, the squirrel fled.
Mortalis.
Thank you. Very helpful. But I can't risk it. There's something valuable in here. Dead. by her own kin's hand. Maybe he wants to make an example of me, to show what happens to runaways. A waste of perfectly good blood. I hear shouting up ahead. He probably should have stayed put. Help me. You can't even help yourself. The bird hopped around the nest excitedly, grateful that it was still intact. The dog barked and insistently raked the ground with his paw, scratched at it. Babbling idiot. Clearly has no idea what he's talking about. Tell the gith about your wet dreams. I'm staying out of it. Well, hello. Welcome to my humble party. Never resting. Never trusting. Tired feet and eyes always watching. I wonder why this one isn't working.
Magte futute.
More of those wretched things. Don't lie to me. Running water still burns, then. There's no point surviving these worms if we end up in a goblin stew. Let's just go. That's not part of the process. It would just be such fun. Best to stay clear, or be ready for a fight. The corpse mentioned a key. This must be the one. That blade was forged in magic. I'd bet anything on it. Ow! Its form flickered, and I realized that the door was transparent. You and I have very different definitions of clever. Half this drow's body is crushed. Must have fallen from pretty high up. Just yesterday I had been seducing a young noble, luring him to my master's lair. The bear bowed his head in gratitude before limping away. He had to get out. Your bread. I'm not really a bread kind of person. My mind was one with Will's. A blood-red creature consumed my vision, the same I had seen when we had first met.
Kudo!
What? Look, I swear I won't come after yours. But anyone's? No one? Well, no matter. The important thing is we're seizing the power we can. But if the leader of your little band wants to talk, I'd be happy to hear it. Doubt clouded Ragson's skull. Did he feel my guidance? This isn't really the time. Here lies Canon. He gave his life defending others. He will be missed. Curiosity conquered the hobgoblin's suspicions. I sucked in a breath of relief. The owlbear glowered and pivoted, trying to keep me out of its blind spot. It doesn't matter anyway. Whatever the bastard wrote, it won't change anything he did to me. And you can take that as figuratively or literally as you like. Wyvern poison goes well with wine, or so I hear. But I do trust you. And you can trust me. It's a wretched cesspool of vice and immorality. And it's rather fun. But more likely, he's trying to send me a message.
Punge!
What's that? Some of the rules, at least. Running water still burns like acid, and I don't know if I need an invitation to enter a house. Timask. The spores confuse the senses. I tore at the webbing, but it was stronger than it looked. I thought the two of you would just flop about like dying fish and then call it a night, but no. Shows me. A fine talent with a drum. You do well on a slave ship. A stone hit a temple, and a deep rumbling snarl tore through the room. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside, something that wasn't me. The prisoner howled, and the stench of charred flesh filled the room.
Te absolvo.
Of course not, darling. You know, if you want to spend time with me, you only have to say so. Lacking any evidence to the contrary, I just assumed I looked amazing. That tree. Its spirit is oddly silent.
Look at you! You're shivering, weak. Impro tibi, mors animae.
I like it. Suits you. What do you need now? I shook my head and left. The hells? Why would it take us here, of all places? Does Shadowheart know that? I saw how she looked at you earlier. Anyway, enough pillow talk. Let's go, before the goblins start stirring.
Evanesco.
Rocks and rubble. There's got to be a way past. Seluna, Our Lady of Silver. Ha! No, those valuables were gathering dust. If not us, someone else would have taken them. And he might be right. We've had no luck so far. Someone's in trouble. Sounds like coin to me. Do you think Helia would approve? I saw how she looked at you earlier. The owlbear didn't attack, but I saw every sinew of its body tense with violent potential. Feeling hungry? I'm decidedly not. Long ride down. Is this the Underdark? Seluna, mother of tides. By the hells, what is that? That seems to be Korg's tree. And the Shadow Druid's mark. I wouldn't recommend it. I won't get you, but the Mind Flayers might. I'm used to a crypt's gloom. This is something else.
Flagilo!
I've seen better. Oh, so beautiful. So free. It seemed to curl upwards as if considering me. And why would they do that? Vampires are power-hungry creatures. They won't lose a servant to create a competitor.
Inaccessus!
Then let's find him. Time is short. The ox flicked its gaze away. It knew I carried a parasite and wanted none of it.
Obedime.
Cozy fire. Damn these imps. I need to reach the transponder. It's uncooperative. Given what we're up against, we need every advantage. And isn't one bad dream worth it for power like this? I've never killed anyone. Well, not for food. One by one, the spiders retreated to the rear of the crevice, lulled by my crooning. Some of us are dead and doing very well, thank you. It gave a final anxious snort, then bolted away. What is this liquid? Ah, deep grooves in the mud around that rock. And yet another. Hardly the warmest of welcomes. We don't need to talk about this. He licked blood and dirt from his paws, acknowledging my presence with a low growl. Well, we're popular. Their confusion deepened. Why would they go outside when there was food right here?
Tu es nihil venustior, crescat scientia.
The squirrel chittered scornfully as my foot whistled over her head. I tried to focus, but all I could see were the menacing orange eyes of a mind flare. Stay ready. Something isn't right. The bear was preoccupied with a shiny pebble. My presence went unnoticed. Shadow druids at work. And this Korga is their newest recruit.
Sleep tight. I'll see you later.
I'm sure. I know we need to find a healer, but staying here is risky. You insolent little enjoy myself. There's a worm in my brain, hunters on my trail, and all I've got to drink is wine that tastes like vinegar.
Minimus.
Well, what did you make of that? I know, Cazador. And I'll take anything that saves me from that. Very well, let's be cautious. The less of my brain that thing eats, the better.
Voco venei.
Doesn't work. Not anymore. Which is all that matters, really. You fool! Take off the mask! Now! Giant mushrooms. I've never seen anything like them. A well-dressed elf and you. Yes, I'm sure we'll blend right in. I've been robbed, and by the look of my pack, not for the first time. I sensed the tadpole let loose a burst of magic, as if it repelled the hag. I saw it. The faintest hint of a smirk on his face. He was hiding something.
Esto perpetua.
I hear you did the deed. How was your little romp? Scuttle.
Voco potentia. Stabilio.
These are Sharan weapons. I would recognize the Night Singer's blades anywhere. Take me with you. The fear gave way to relief. The peace pool. A cure. Even the beasts did not bite there. A dirty ring landed at my feet as the crab carved out a place to rest. And to think, I was ready to decorate the ground with your innards. Apologies. They didn't want to surrender their valuables, even after death. There may be others, of course. If Cazador sent one peon after me, he'll send more. I'm exhausted. The corpse was silent. Ragslin's thoughts roiled, then stilled. My words would be his. It certainly puts the miracle of birth in a new light. Here rests Moon Mistress Laruna, founder of Selûnite settlements along the Chiantha.
Faccio voco fere!
No point in debating what's already done. Let's go on ahead. Are you sure we have to find this druid? Can't we just enjoy the party instead? Find someone else to kill you. I'm saving myself. We've only just arrived, and they're trying to kill each other. Delicious. We probably won't transform tonight. That gives us time to figure this out. These Selûnite words do nothing. The towers seized, the battle done. The moonrise broke the darkest one. Buddhist in danger it is, then? I told him he was free. He should be on his way. This is a powerful book of necromancy. But it's guarded by spirits. You're not abandoning her, just redistributing your presence. Let's hope the locals are friendly. Clever. Food is dispensed for anyone wearing this collar.
Amo sanguinem!
Come on. We'll never fix these brainworms if we stop and gawk at every piece of carrion you find. The rat squeaked, first at the goblin, then at me. Her eyes shone with menace. She wanted to eat, to kill. It's unexpected, but we shan't complain. What did he expect would happen? I'd rather chew the leather off a goblin's back than eat that again.
What in the hells? Get back!
That drow cowl may have bits of magic lingering inside it. Any thoughts, Gale? This was the child that had vanished right in front of me before.
In nocte concilium.
The sky split open, and Nautiloids poured out of a void that consumed the stars.
It's trying to escape again!
Didn't take you for a percussionist? Maybe. Maybe not. It's hard to know what's lurking in here. The foul stench of slaughter turned suddenly sweet through the rat's nose. But why send anyone after me? Hardly a threat out here. The music wove together with a sigh. The bard closed her eyes. Looks like a shrine to Selûne over there.
Mortem tuum sum.
You're a warlock. You understand how dangerous the wrong deal can be.
No, I won't kill them.
Well, maybe, Gale.
Fronti nulla fides.
The worm lets us control minds. That's a happy surprise. The arrangement of the moons can't be an accident. Oh, absolutely. But as abominations go, at least this one's useful. A druidic idol. Gale would love this.
Plue.
Hello, my dear.
Hostia monera.
Reeks of mugwort. Tastes terrible, but, makes some useful potions.
Vincit qui patitur.
I told him to hand over that pack for my trouble. Looks like someone wanted to bury their secrets. Since when could spectators turn you to stone? I don't need your pity. I don't need anything from you.
Vita mortis cario!
They spoke of the absolute, same as that goblin, Sazza. Curious.
Fiat lux!
It didn't seem worth much, but she held it as if it was a great treasure. This is no ordinary mind flayer parasite. Who tampered with it, and why? What do they have planned for us? For the best. Death is too good for it. A book of necromancy. Gale would love to get his hands on this. It may soon come to an end if you don't shut your mouth.
Faccio voco fere. UBS!
Her flesh melted away, revealing a hideous creature with pock-marked skin. I'm not normally one for literature, but there's something there. Magic blasted through me. I shivered, as if dunked in ice-cold water. Magic-eating flowers as a light source? Ingenious. By the exile. Gone again. Morning. I hope last night's little unpleasantness hasn't left a bad taste in your...
My skull pounded in response to the prisoner's white-hot stare. Her lips didn't move, yet I heard her voice.
Quod dico face?
Sword and a hat. Wonder whose?
Leave me the hells alone!
Well, it seems we're not invited.
The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside, something that wasn't me. His eyes rolled back as he slumped forward. What's a fort like this doing in the Underdark?
Well, that can't be good.
We had the same dream, then. The worms trying to be... I pushed back, taking advantage of a tremor of pain cutting through the creature.
I spy a scrying eye. Let's not get its attention.
Surprised this hay hasn't gone up in flames yet.
Where the hells are we?
As I turned to leave, so did the other child nearby. She looked nervous for some reason.
Well, what's a little more blood on one's hands?
Well, it's certainly something. Now that's dedication. Now, I saw you on the ship, didn't I? Nod? Mother of lusts, what was that? Odd. I feel better. You know, I've been thinking.
Fiat voluntas Dei!
He once spent all night with a razor, etching a sonnet into my back, although whomever killed them did a masterful job. I feed on animals, boars, deer, kobolds, whatever I can get. Reject it all you want, but it sounds like the decision's made. I can't risk it. There's something valuable in here. So much for honesty. Our healer turned into a jailer pretty quickly once she heard about the tadpole. It's quite a sight. She was serious. Even she seemed surprised. She was attracted to me. Well, yes, of course. But first things first, wherever this is, at least it's free of dragons. Ah, hello again. Still alive, I see. The corpse jerked. It would speak no more. There was nothing else to do here. I took my leave. I fell back, glorious blood coating my throat.
Dolor.
That's true. There could have been another way that didn't cost us an eye. The tiefling prayed to my patron, Kelemvor. Instantly, I knew what was in his heart. I recalled Umberly was the wicked goddess of the sea, honored more by fear than faith. Such a rush to tell everyone our business. Locked. Best find another way in. The dead goblin would speak no more. Get some air. Clear my head. Dead. Seems these true souls have their limits.
Vivero!
Are they? Yes. Brains. Beasts chasing beasts, alongside a wild woman. The sea meant nothing to me. Extraordinary times indeed. We should take every advantage we can get. Wouldn't wish that fate on anyone. We have no choice but to obey our master's commands. They speak, and our bodies react. It's all part of the deal. Good. I don't want you to run off just yet. Barrel stalks, full of poison. The myconids will release it if threatened. The wolf was calm. The battle had satisfied his urge to hunt. I slipped my hand into his pocket, but came up empty. If he had any gold at all, someone else had run off with it. A bed? And so much more. I understand some of our friends have vivid imaginations.
Non compos mentis, gustas dulcis.
Oh! I could see the broken helmet bore the mark of Shah, the Dark Lady. Intactulus sum! Don't disturb a half-ogre in the making. An unknown face commanded my mind. Rust-red skin, gnarled horns. And then I was myself once more. Kashit Chachash. The blighter is called Kashit Chachash. Careful. Not everyone looks this good dead. I hear fighting. Trouble's not over yet. Entombed forever in stone. A grim fate. Funny thing, prophecy.
All grand destiny, but no advice on how to actually achieve it. I've got the plans and the scissor mark. Now I need somewhere to craft it all. We always have a choice. Don't blame me if you don't like the options.
The book was locked tight, with no keyhole. There was only an angular recess in the cover.
It's no good. They're impossibly strong. Oh, poor creature. I hope it can follow my scent to camp. I bet this idol's powerful enough for Gale to get something out of it. The growl deepened into one reserved for another predator. And she lunged. Second, they're the reason I'm like this in the first place. It was a group of Gur that attacked me that night in Baldur's Gate. Very well, lead on. I'll be right behind you. They're not attacking. Must think I'm one of them. Just be grateful that my ears can't bleed. A pity. A great pity. You damn fool! Who knows what power it contained? So many dead. No signs of a struggle. What happened here? Moon Maiden's Grace. It's open. Inficio. Don't I? You're here. And I don't think you want to talk. My parasite resisted, flailing as I crawled into Ragslin's mind murk. Some of the rules, at least. I can enter homes uninvited, but running water still burns like acid. They won't be summoned from beyond the grave. Lazy. It's a nice horn, but useless now. Ignis! But you go ahead. Have fun. The man nodded thoughtfully and added another dismembered limb to his sketch.
Cum mortuis in lingua mortua.
Excellent armor. Strange place to find it.
Resisto!
A vampire spawn? Why?
Aha!
Allying ourselves with dark forces. Really, you lot. I might weep with pride. Oh, I don't feel too good. What did that druid scratch me with? I need to rest. Sunset can't come quickly enough. I stumbled. In one swift move, the armored man's fist made contact with a sickening crunch.
The door stood silent.
Don't let fear cloud your judgment. That's what alcohol is for.
Palidemos! Resisto!
And what is your prey exactly? Dragon? Cyclops? Kobold? Umberlee was the power-hungry goddess of the sea and demanded constant sacrifice from her followers. Lae'zel's eyes drifted downward. Something was off. No more blood. No more killing. Just this. Please. Finding none, I said I couldn't explain his good health. She chittered back energetically. I had no idea what any of it meant. The bear's heart sank. He turned away, his mind drifting to the memory of a particularly tasty fish. The goblins will be out for blood after what happened at the grove. Agitated clacking choked my thoughts. The spiders skittered about, more nervous than before. The mirror was magical, but what magic? To what purpose? I had no idea. That's not the first time someone's compelled me to do something against my will. They make good bait, drawing attention away from us. We are finding ourselves with some interesting bedfellows. You rest. I'll keep watch. Must be the tree from the note to Korga. What's that cleft there? He flinched and scurried away. Typical. Tail, rigid with irritation, she scampered off. Let's at least see what's happening first. You can commit suicide after that.
Omnia mutantor!
Long ago, maybe. Necklace matches the sigil in that cave. The Harpers were busy. I haven't spent much time with helpless old ladies. Was that normal? What? From the far distance, I heard a blast of goblin voices. Zeluna's dogs would never put her sigil in the dark. Well then, it looks like we'll be playing hero. Let's go. I don't see one. Looks a bit worse for wear. Perhaps I can patch it up.
Es pride I may.
Her flesh melted away, revealing a hag with pock-marked skin. I let my hand fall.
Victory was mine.
I don't want to know what that is. No, there's more. You're not telling me the whole truth, are you? How much damage will you cause if you transform? How much blood can you bear to have on your hands? I wonder where they were going. Ah, a good, full-bodied choice. Locked. Pity. His eyes settled on the stone door as he whined softly. Strange marks. Left by some charming new monstrosity, I'm sure. Unless I understood it. Mastered it. I needed to find someone who knew more.
Invisibilis.
The corpse's head turned to look at me, its eyes blank. It awaited my questions. I saw an image of blue skies and sunshine as the door shuddered a warning. Run. Perhaps not. But you did it anyway. All the more impressive, really.
Intelligente pauca.
Some bloody help. Did you see that? The Dwergar were ready to march straight into the lava. Unwilling, but completely obedient.
Ex textura.
There's no forging without fire. No, absolutely not. The bear gave a long, inquiring sniff before settling back onto our haunches.
Spira mortis. Voco potentia.
I'm half tempted to spill your guts all over the dirt anyway, but for now... Apologies. Shadow druids? There's more to Korgra than meets the eye. Several spiders rested in the rear of the crevice.
Glacis.
As I leaned in, I noticed a squirm of movement under the dead man's features. It's easy for some, of course. You and Helia seem to be getting on very well. Talons biting deep into the earth, every muscle trembling. I realized it wasn't afraid. Not quite yet, love. Let's wait until they're asleep. That means I have to survive tonight. And this party. It's bloated with poison. Better leave it be. I was just swept up in the moment. We travel together. That makes it my business. You go ahead. I don't want to spoil my appetite. Look at all these sleeping beauties, dead to the world. The goblins blinked at me in confusion. I saw him descending into the hatch, surrounded by safe, comfortable darkness. Just trust me when I say we need to be careful. He'll send more lackeys. He has plenty of souls to command. Strange face, but same heart. Pumping blood, and strength, and fury. Yes, not very noble of us, was it? I don't want to make a habit of grave robbing. Dark justiciars, just as Halsin said. Moonrise Towers must be close. I couldn't help but eavesdrop on you. It seems we've all had interesting dreams.
Whatever.
The technical terms don't interest me.
Lux in tenebra. Flagillo. Kaido. Risus abundat.
Strange times. Strange bedfellows. Not a pleasant thought. But our reality nonetheless. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside. Something that wasn't me.
Minimus.
And I wish I was drinking out of the skulls of everyone who's ever wronged me. Life is tough.
Propria.
You're not one of them. They took you. Same as they took me.
There, in the cage.
The drum lay before me. The earth's been charred. Ominous. So why would any vampire give up control over a spawn to create a competitor? The lock snapped open with a satisfying click.
How dare you try to gawk inside my skull? Precis alia ferro.
I find I don't much like being told what to do. Least of all by long-dead monks.
Treme.
I tried to break through, but its mind was impenetrable. With a last surge of defiance, it slapped my efforts away. Well, at least you know for next time. How bizarre. He used to carve his verses into our flesh. Said he'd turn us into art.
What in the hells? That's what was in the flask! Oh!
Are you done? Every second we argue is a second closer to our gruesome deaths. He nodded, grateful of that, at least. So, do you have loves waiting for you once this is all over? Just as I was about to get a grip, the goblin jerked back his foot. Ragslin's rage scorched my mind, hot and black. It squeezed me, suffocated me. No, love. It's a port city some way off. Someone knew how to have fun. Just a trick, surely. We're being toyed with. Babbling idiot doesn't know what he's talking about. A candy-sweet scent wafted forth. The Sousa bark infused the weapon from within the flames. Hello? Who's there? Show yourself.
Confucio!
The goblin's corpse grunted and spasmed. As am I. I'm starting to feel a little peckish already.
Omnia mutantor!
If we can wield those creatures' powers, what comes next? We transform. Agreed. Let's be cautious. Death by goblin is so undignified. I saw the slaughter of the tieflings again, but through her eyes. The delight of blood, the symphony of screams, my lips set in a cruel smile. The tadpole squirmed with glee. It was clearing the way for something deep inside, something that wasn't me. Baldur's Gate. A port city, no? Famed along the entire Sword Coast. Vile beasts. Now to get out of here. No way to ignite these. Strange. Just because they're connected doesn't mean we should stop. Let's not throw away that power over some dreams. Please, you have enough traveling companions. I'll find a more exclusive group. Sounds like trouble.
What? What happened?
If I lose the tadpole, Cazador has control of me, body and soul, and I return to the shadows.
Vokuaraniai!
No, I wouldn't want to get in the middle of whatever that is. We'll end tonight as friends. If they're mixed well, you'll just close your eyes and drift away. And if they're not, this is not the time to start invading each other's minds. He's reminding me of his power. Even in the middle of nowhere, you can reach me. And he wants me back. Everyone has secrets, but I thought you'd trust me. Maybe I was wrong. Not getting back in that thing. The metal was coarse, riddled with imperfections, and shaped without care. A dwarf child could have crafted better.
Tormentum! For real!
Slithering away the moment its host is dead. Not that I expected loyalty from a worm. Drooling, they stared at my hands, held out in friendship.
Vita excalator!
The night normally means bustling streets, bursting taverns. Sounds like they're having fun. Which probably means someone else is having a wretched time. She rushed off this morning. Probably some infernal business. The vessel had seen better days, but was still afloat. A safe way forward, perhaps. That did nothing. More than tempting. Sensible. We can't pass up the advantages presented to us. If we're not seeing eye to snout soon, I'll be forced to find new companions. My old master. Cazador.
Frangi!
Gods, that thing is massive! Yes? What of it? The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. I said they were connected. I didn't say we should stop. Let's not throw away that power over some dreams. And here I mistook you for someone with taste. A pity.
Ad lapidem!
Give it time. Maybe they'll drink themselves into a stupor. There was no doubt. This was the creature responsible for my parasite. And I had questions. First I can walk in the sun, and then make people dance like puppets. I've certainly had worse days. But it's not enough. Not if I have to fight. I feel so weak. Let's forget it for now. The less I think about that thing swimming about in my skull, the happier I'll be.
For real!
Please? The bird hesitated a second, then let out a tentative chirp. He hopped around happily. Images of the Battle of the Gate shimmered into view, along with the adventurers pleading to be let inside.
Intactile sum!
Brown hair, green dress. Looks like we found Miri. The corpse seemed willing to speak, but not to me. No, someone's coming. And someone else wants us to know. I felt the barest touch of magic, wild and chaotic, beneath the smooth wooden surface of the door.
Aridissimus!
We probably gave those two idiots an easier death than whatever she had planned for them. An ordinary lamp, not a trace of magic on it. Those boots look quite special. Something for you, perhaps, Gale? A resupply stash. I wonder if Lolth's pets left anything good. I'm not in the habit of helping vermin. Hopefully it won't return to bite. That door's radiating heat. Time for caution, I think. I think you want to be known. To be tasted. Ah! He responded to my greeting with a sad snort and shake of the head. He wanted to leave this blood-soaked place. Moon Maiden's teachings. But why hidden back here? And what's this symbol? I traded power for a bad dream. Forgive me. Bloody Underdark. Even the mushrooms are out to get you. I wouldn't worry. We're better off without her.
Veritas, Credo, Oculus!
He was spinning a tale, and you were falling for it. Vampires, sacred missions. Honestly.
Demento te!
And if I happen to drain the occasional bandit during a fight, what's the harm? They're just as dead. You sound disappointed. I'll bite you if you ask. I have standards. Were they heading to the Druid's Grove? How sensible. Don't be touchy. I'm sure they meant better off dead as a compliment. I dropped the book to the ground, ready to strike.
Bene curator!
Running water. Better not push my luck. It looked like quite a battle. And yet, the monsters had returned. A dead tongue. Whoever worshipped it must be long gone. Compassion. There's still time, you know. It's right there, ready to use whenever you feel the urge.
Diure!
The goblin's corpse grunted and spasmed.
Hold on, wait!
No more prayers. Only dust and silence. A pity. Just be grateful I'm not a true vampire. Interplanar flora. They're brewing something.
Corpora sana!
And we're back. A fungal shortcut. Wretched as they are, goblins do steal good wine. There, in the grass. You can kill it, can't you? Like you killed the others? She gave a great yawn and settled back down to sleep. If that cellulite amulet is really God-touched, Gale would want to see it. I'm far beyond ogre ears. I noticed. Quite the oversight on your part. The spider scattered, but my hand came up empty. Ugh, had the bag been a trick of the light? Nicely done. Quite the opposite. I'm here in the spirit of openness and honesty to work together as a team. I saw a name etched into the leather. Scratch. True soul. Absolute. What were they raving on about? I was thinking I had this power at my disposal. Why not use it to help us?
Coculus mortis! You absolute hackspawn!
Not that I'd be surprised to see a druid talking to a tree. With a flick of his tail, he ran away, urging me to follow him. What are we going to do? Let's not jump to conclusions. We calm down some crazy fishermen, that's all. Eyes on our targets. We'll take out the leaders and be gone fast. Not now. Come and see me when we make camp. That boar looks riddled with disease. Best keep our distance. And a dead tadpole in that brine. A fine choice. Now, to use sword or axe. Or a saw.
Dissolve!
A low growl built in his throat as his eyes tracked the movement of my tail. It was agitating him. It's gone. I felt so strong. Where did that come from? Are they all like this? Ha! No, my love. You and Shadowheart can hold hands all you want. It means nothing to me. I didn't take these refugees for killers. Maybe I've misjudged them. I tore at the webbing, but it was stronger than it looked. I still wish we'd just ripped her throat out. But I suppose you have a point. That felt even worse, somehow. Thank you. But this isn't about sympathy. It's about knowing what we might be up against.
Voco flagella.
Well, he didn't mention the slave clause at the time.
Resaccio.
The boar squealed in outrage and shuffled its trotters, ready to flee or charge. Another pod. Might there be someone inside? Well, it's easy for some, of course. You and Will seem to be getting on very well. The dog turned to the dead man before bowing his head with a soft whine.
Umbrai. Stupefacio.
Lead on. It sounds like death would be a mercy. Let's deliver it. Who knows what'll happen in the chaos of a fight? We'll decide when the moment comes. New blood, caked on old. It smells rancid. The wolf focused on the quiet glow of the statues, shutting out the commotion of the grove. We just have to be vigilant, keep our wits about us, and kill any monster hunters on sight. Oh, I see how it is. The glyph screamed, searing my mind. I saw time rewritten, fate undone. They were delusional slaves until we arrived. Did we break the beast's hold over those people? Do you think Gale would approve? I saw how he looked at you earlier.
Faccio voco ferre.
That's the symbol of the Absolute. Marked in blood. Good for you. As for me, I'm going to drink until I'm sure I won't hear you grunting in the bushes. She tilted her head curiously. She didn't seem to know it. I felt Ragslin's suspicions. A true soul should never ask about the master.
Precisalia ferro.
It struggled to walk, chittering uneasily. What's happening is we're not in pain anymore. And we've woken up with new abilities. Yes, darling, that's what we call a lie. The light over Saluna should be pure, not red. Yet.
Veritas. Credo. Oculus.
My chest filled with yearning. I wanted to get closer. I needed to get closer. Are those drow? Did those Dwergar do this? What are these for? So, I see Les marked you as her territory. The bird hopped impatiently.
Venit uvume.
I'm just too slow right now. Too weak. Let's go, before they show us what else they can do. Someone else got out. Pulling that lever may have been a mistake. Although there's still time. Bones snap like twigs. Must have been quite a fall. Ah! Oh, whatever you did, it made my neckpiece vibrate. And I'll ask you not to tell me to relax the next time I wake up screaming. Well, this is delightful. An elf and a miniature dragon. Yes, I'm sure we'll blend right in. I thought so.
Efferve. Virtus et scientia.
It's just a goblin. We don't have to go on about it. Whatever made those tracks seems to be in here. Are you now? Well, lucky her. Looks like an ambush. A clumsy one. Ignorance is bliss, I suppose. Freshly turned soil shifted beneath my feet as I approached the grave. A pod? This far from the main wreck? Must have been a rough landing. I mentally shuffled through places likely to have an expert in mind flayers. Candlekeep, Neverwinter, Mensa Baranzan, Baldur's Gate. Anger smothered by confusion. It didn't understand, but it sensed it could trust me. As the pain muddled my thoughts, our minds became entangled. A familiar sensation. She, too, carried a parasite. After what the mind flayers have done to us, we can't exactly brag. Of course, I can't summon wolves or turn to mist like a true vampire. Being a spawn has its drawbacks. No Dwergar built this place. They don't have the style. Exactly. We should have left the dead their trinkets. Oh, yes! Did you see her face? Amazing. The crab landed next to a pouch of hamster feed. It immediately recoiled. Blackest crown! What was that? Goblin and knoll markers on the map, too. Looks like they're mostly everywhere. Vita mortis cario! Either way, we're in a cell, not a grave. Let's find a way out of here. What does that even mean? I mean, how do you tamper with something like that? I think I'll just clear my head.
Vulgar!
Free of his rules. Gibberish. It was no masterpiece. Her gaze flicked between the box and me. She was lying. Dark, empty pods flickered across my vision. They demanded new flesh.
Stoltissime!
So, you and Lae'zel. Seems tense. It feels like my magic is getting drained. The rat hissed as I locked eyes with it, an ugly grimace on its face. I saw a name etched into the leather. Scratch. Never thought I'd see a mushroom raising the dead. I'm glad you're all being sensible about this. I wager that blade has a mighty enchantment. Gale could tell me more. My words fell on deaf ears as the two men stared each other down. And I heard what you said. You pray to Shah, the goddess of darkness. Indeed. Until we transform into floating, slimy monsters. I imagine it'll be downhill after that. Well then, let's keep our eyes open. Damn! The bear whimpered after me, confused, begging for help. The bear blinked at me in surprise. With a small huff, she settled back onto her haunches. I saw Draw Ragslin writhe. A tadpole clung to the mind flayer's fingers, a gemstone glittering in the dark. Brightness of deep thought and far-seeing. Brightness to blind.
Secreti umbrarum.
It sounds awful.
Resisto accidum!
Now every time I open it, the voices surge back into my mind. I can't reason with them. They exist to protect that book. Shadow druids. Gorg was more interesting than I gave her credit for. Yes, there's not much we can do for dusty old soldiers. Let's get moving. A wicked-looking knife. Why hide it here? They paused, then chittered to each other, abdomens quivering in confusion. I realized the crab needed water, fast. It would die without it.
Fronti nulla fides.
I didn't recognize the ritual or the name Mother Peace.
Ah!
No, it so really is. But it might be fun.
So, this is what honesty gets you. Consider my lesson learned.
These fungal spores are everywhere. Raising the dead is easier than capturing slaves. The drow in Menzoberranzan could learn something. Oh, sweetie, you can't murder vermin. It remained firmly closed as the presence huddled within. What happened to Mayrina's husband was awful, but we had to free her from that debt. So, we're making deals with vermin now.
Ad maiorem de gloriam!
Phew.
Te absolvo.
The corpse collapsed, silent once more. Doesn't do anything. That's curious. Quiet. I see Noel's ahead. With dull insistence, it tried to scuttle away. I was huge. A predator. Thank you. Do you think you could trust me just a little further? First, they make excellent monster hunters, so find a vampire spawn sounds perfectly reasonable to them.
Cresciteando.
Goblins. I can smell trouble ahead.
Resisto accidum.
We're in Eldgard. Ugh. Baldur's Gate is still leagues away. Oh, you never know. Someday you might end up as one. By Eldath, the Quiet One, all turmoil is calmed.
Ut ventus.
Ah! Yuck. Barrelstalk. Bloated with poison. Better leave it be. I felt the rat twitching on the edge of panic. Something waited in the great hollow below. She saw the entrance to the grove as the adventurers retreated inside, joining the tieflings. As my lips touched the filthy flesh, I caught a whiff of lavender, confusion, alarm, and then the presence withdrew, leaving a dull black mirror once more. Looks ready to break it at touch. I struggled to cling to scraps of what I knew. Powerful necromancy, I was certain, but it darted away, leaving only hell's screams. You filthy devil! I'm shocked. So, we're blessed true souls, just like their ex-brother. Burned from the inside out. Must have been our warlock friend. I repelled her mental probes, concealing my memories. I palmed the ring and tried to reverse Hamar's flourish to make the ring vanish.
Nulla salus.
Ah, my favorite traveling companion. I felt a touch of the hag's magic, but whatever this door once held was gone. The spell's power waned, and the corpse fell silent. As for me, I'm going to survive, no matter what it takes. The talons came too quickly and dug deep. The owlbear reared back for another strike. It prodded the other items in my bag, as if considering their potential as new homes. Well, hello. Feeling better, are we? The bear was exhausted but relieved. She greeted me with a contented rumble. True souls? Absolute. They sounded deranged.
Incertus pulcher imperio.
Your funeral? Not him, no. A gang of thugs attacked me, angry about a ruling that I'd handed down as magistrate.
What is there to tell? I spent a lot of time in the Underdark, which explains my delicate eyes.
Irritation eclipsed his suspicions, and Reichsland's mind rested. But if it's a symptom of the tadpole...
Eriske!
I'll go and find something on four legs to eat, I suppose. His eyes flicked to mine for an instant, then away, as if it hurt to look at me.
Ve victis!
The crab writhed in horror as I ripped its shell away. Its raw, twisted abdomen squirmed. They made the wrong deal, but they got themselves into that mess. They can get themselves out. My chest filled with yearning. I wanted to get closer to...
No! This was all wrong!
All I'm asking is that you keep your eyes open and watch out for anything lurking in the shadows.
Spira mortis!
You're the one dividing us. Just agree that I was right. These powers are a gift. She does seem like a fun romp, as long as she doesn't bite your head off halfway through the act. A book of necromancy. Something you'd be interested in? Reality hit. I've been outsmarted by an ogre. We can't. And yet I crossed the threshold like moonlight through leaves. By the exile, what was that? Let's just get this over with. No. Just thinking.
Non fit injura.
If Cazador sent one peon after me, he'll send another. Now, did you have any dreams? What did you see?
Oh!
Delicious as you were, I didn't want to go too far. You're a monster hunter. I'm surprised. I thought all Ger were vagrant cutthroats. That odd staff might be of interest to Gale. Dead? I thought they had a sister to find. That's just lazy boys. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for self-interest. I took a swing at him. Last night, the risk of transformation. It all feels like some terrible dream now. He listened, rapt, hanging on every word. Well then, shall we? Shop around, he said. He seemed sure we won't find anything. Myconids. That explains the voices. I'm trying not to think about it. Looks like we're in Eltegard, east of the city of Baldur's Gate. The camp looks abandoned. And rightly so. As I drew closer, the owlbear lashed out. Talons sliced through the air towards me. She flexed her great shoulders and lunged.
Copio veritas lighted!
Cheeky. I'll see you then. Ah, that is foul. Timask and Torchstalks. Great. The dog looked from me to the dead man. He stared for a long moment. And rest. That's what people do, right?
Pull away!
The prisoner screamed and thrashed against his bonds. We should check it out, but be careful. It's fine. We did the right thing, so let's keep moving. We'll be fine. Trust me. Anyway, we have bigger concerns than bad dreams. With that, she fluttered into the air, setting off at a determined pace. There's no getting past those vines. The ritual was thorough. Don't worry, darling. I like you. I'm sure I'll make the right choice.
Horribilissimus!
I wasn't going to bite you. I told you. This was about pleasure, not hunger.
No! Nocturnus.
My ability to walk in the sun must have been a side effect of the tadpole the mind flayer put in my eye. The bear let out a roar of hurt and hatred. He wasn't done fighting, whether I was on his side or not.
Precis alia ferro!
Will you now? Don't take too long. You're not the only tasty morsel here. I returned the growl and commanded her to lie back down. Now! Leviata, a goddess who thrives on pain. This book must be for her followers. Is there a dead tadpole in that jar? He lowed with surprise and delight, clearly unused to this attention from strangers. She doesn't have to be trustworthy to be useful. It was time to go. I stepped on board. Hyenas birthing gnolls? Oh, how horrid. We've been given a gift. You want to ignore that? Then what are you doing here? Trading some whelp we just met for impossible power. It's a fine deal. He gave a tiny burble of disappointment, head falling towards the ground. Seluna, the Moon Maiden. Ha! Do you mind? I'm very busy. Something was off. These statues looked too benevolent to be the depictions of Shah. Odd. That smell! What is it? Baldur's Gate was close to my master's coven, but also home to amazing scholars. Still, that was a problem for the morning. True soul. Absolute. What do they mean?
Inaccessus.
What kind of person steals a dead man's chest and doesn't open it? I realized my error. Seluna, Our Lady of Silver.
Sol Invictus.
The squirrel's tail twitched in a salute between equals. As long as those spirits remember their mission, I doubt it. Keeping the book safe is all they know.
Ludos non factum est.
I grasped it between my fingers. One squeeze, and it would be no more.
And you'll know the next time I wake up screaming, it won't be because it's just a bad dream.
Trust me. It doesn't happen.
Caveat incantator.
Power like this isn't tempting. It's essential. Are you now? Well, lucky him. And anyone that can crash a mind flayer ship and walk away seems like a good person to know. Answers eluded me. Growling, the squirrel bit my foot again. The bear whimpered softly, looking at me with something akin to hope. Either way, these corpses prove one thing. This is the city house in mentioned. There's no getting through. Do you mind? I'm very busy. The world around me was gone. I could only see those glyphs, only hear those voices. My heart seized. Under questioning, the creature might recognize me as its killer. These worms are doing something. I can feel it. What are you going to do about it? What just happened? Forgive me, but are you really in a position to invite people along? You have a strong underling energy. Go annoy Minsk. I'm sure his rat would love to hear about your wet dream.
Cupio, Veritus, Licet.
Oh, you're a sweetheart. But no. Gods above. What happened? I swallowed the cold, briny meat whole. Whether the crab died from my mouth or simple shock was unclear. What a waste. She was a powerful specimen. A cave. Best stay sharp. I've been out of the dark for a while. I took my leave. Carefully. The crab relaxed as I stepped back. A sweet melody played above the waves. It vibrated with magic, beckoning me. A charm, I realized. Enough. Let's keep moving. The sooner we leave this swamp, the happier I'll be. Not if we conquer it first.
Configo.
I blinked, and the wilderness changed. A swamp, stinking and insidious, assaulted my senses. It's been drained of blood with wounds in its neck. It's been killed by a vampire. Whatever's in the air, it tastes foul. I probed the corpse for residual memories, but there were none. Speaking of which, we should get moving. No one's surviving if we don't find that healer. I'm not taking anything for granted, of course. First sign of change, and I'll have to stop that pretty little heart of yours. Facing that lot would be suicide. At least for now. That drow cowl might have bits of magic lingering inside it. Something for Gale. Anyway, enough pillow talk. Let's go before the tieflings drag us into another mess. Who knows? Drow? Mind flayers? Death? Hopefully not ours. The necromancy of Thay. Sounds ominous. Mirror mushrooms. Step on the wrong one and plummet to your death. Is that Volo? Curiosity conquered his suspicions. I sucked in a breath of relief. He couldn't just walk away, could he? Stupid man. Not political power or military power, I mean power over people. The power to control them completely. It's not even remotely the same. There was something dark about this tome. I could sense it. Something profane. Really? Well, let's see, shall we? Prophets. Just second-rate poets with delusions of grandeur. This grove is kept by Eldas faithful. As I turned to leave, so did the other child nearby. She looked nervous for some reason.
Caveat incantator!
Seems like a popular little deity, whoever they are.
Cupio, Vertis, Licet!
The brothers. I guess they didn't find their sister. I was perfectly happy.
Mundus volta cipi.
Useless. Our minds intertwined. I saw his siblings, Andric and Brynna. New recruits. Mine to shepherd. Another illusion. Is anything real down here? You've seen enough already. New moon shouldn't be on top. Not in a temple of Seluna. Did you follow a word of that? It was only afterwards I realized just how long eternity could be. Darling, I'd like to see you try.
You're in league with them, aren't you? Those tentacle... Ah!
It's certainly something to think about. The lock on the chains opened. I live by 2 rules. Always empty your flask, and never trust goblins. It's easy for some, of course. You and Karlak seem to be getting on very well.
Et alibi.
I wonder why this one isn't working. Oh no. I should be cinders in this light. I hadn't seen the sun for 200 years before we crashed here. A key. About the right size for that chest.
Veniet juvome!
They're hunting me too. Hell's teeth. I saw into your mind. They took you. Just the same as me. Blasted sunlight. Why did the mushrooms lead us here? Ragzlin pierced my mind, prodding for truth. This was a bad call, and no chance Ethel would give us a refund. The goblin's nostrils flared, as if trying to judge me through smell alone. Do you know, I don't recall. I wasn't taking notes. My voice cut through the fog of confusion. I felt the creature's hold on them wavering. He was suspicious, confused by the question that fell from his lips. I proceeded carefully. But fine. I'll do my best to feed only on the dumbest animals. Smells of sulfur. Probably best that it's empty. He growled, warning me to keep my distance. Back to Baldur's Gate. I realized the tiefling's body had been torn open by huge hands. All that remains of Lenore's beloved pet, it seems. Indeed we are. My skull briefly ached, and I was her. I felt her irritation and indignity. Better be careful. Those webs carry vibrations.
Citius!
That thing reeks of poison. Best not disturb it. I wouldn't be so sure. My master was a prolific poet. Looking at the broken helmet, I recognized the mark of Shah. This army marched in her name.
Signum arcanum. A string snapped with a twang, whipping across my face. I always felt decapitation was a fine choice. One good swing and then nothing. No. There's something in here. I know it. Mortalis. Interlocking circles with moons and stars. This must be the seal mentioned in that journal. From the far distance, I heard a blast of goblin voices. My hand touched the capsule, and something in my brain twisted. The squirrel bit my foot again. Corpses. These creatures did battle with Dwergar. The sheep stared blankly. Oh, fiat lux! Watch your step. These webs are everywhere. Someone else escaped too. Do you mind? I have a bottle to finish. If we don't start seeing eye to navel, I'll find new traveling companions. There's no point in arguing. We can't change the deal now. The voice was closer now. It was so clear, so peaceful. Voco venei, bene curator. Our friend is right, Gale. What is the point of having power if you don't use it? Everything Ethel touches is corrupt. We should have known better. Glacius! We gave up an eye. And for what? Was this deal really worth it? Although, what do you consider an animal? Ah, no. Tea isn't really my drink. Allez-me. Never thought I'd be the one they'd toast for saving so many lives. And now that I'm here... Non compos mentis. Shaky wall. Reminds me of an old flame. A cluster of spiders scuttled inside the crevice. Necklace has a harper sigil. Why were they here? But then it shrank back down and started to slither away. Resisto venenum! Zeluna bathed in red. A fine image, but not one her worshippers would create. If we mastered these wriggling invaders, mastered the power they've given us, we'd be unstoppable. Unleash. But my dreams last night were strange. The mark of the absolute. No intention of playing nice with the other gods, it seems. No. I've seen enough blades in my time. And then smiled serenely as blood and shadow spread like stains across my memory, erasing all that lived there. Don't play dumb, you little... Ah! And with that merry song in our hearts, let's go find this Halcyon fellow. I'd hate to get between the Gith and her trophy. No, I think we'll end this evening as friends. The presence within sobbed. The hag was gone. He was trapped in this door, this wooden prison, forever. Cupio, virtus, licet, intactilus sum. No, my love. You and Shadowheart can get up to whatever you want. It means nothing to me. Glausus. You know who tampered with the parasite and why, and what they have planned for us. I've never seen this language before. Who was worshipped here? With a shudder, the pig barked. So, our dreams are tied to our wriggling guests. Can we keep using their powers, I wonder? I appreciate your blind enthusiasm, but it's not reassuring. The corpse remained still and silent. Mors curta. Those boots look quite special. Something for Gale, maybe. Red's not Seluna's color. Her followers didn't do this. Bene curator. Punge. The tadpole writhed in ecstasy. Finally, the way was clear. It was coming. It was coming. I've spent long enough in the dark. It gets old. You know, we could always make our own entertainment, darling. Get a little closer, so to speak. In nocte concilium. Ah, thank you. I thought you were never going to shut him up. That old woman was certainly memorable. Manus potentis paro. Ah! Aqua pura. A vampire's spawn is less than a slave. They're a puppet. As for my other quirks, well, we can figure those out in time. Delicious. I saw the hag. She walked through the door, its form shimmering. The corpse lay lifeless. It could speak no more. Ad lapidem diminue. Suit yourself, ungrateful runt. He grunted a pleasant greeting as I approached. Mutatis mutandis! The cruel, beat face of an owlbear loomed out of the darkness. Incertus pulcher imperio.
What's done is done. But we should check the corpses for valuables.
Despair poisoned her thoughts. She knew she was doomed, whether she helped me or not.
Grim-looking horizon. Wonder what's out there. A hag's staff is a powerful weapon. Gale would approve.
What? You're bowing to this gutter-throated idol?
Challenge the gods. Why not? Wouldn't be the strangest thing that's happened today. Arcane lights. Of course.
Then, as one, they attacked. Ex textura! The tadpole jolted deep within my brain. This was it. A single word pervaded my consciousness. Soon.
Owlbear tracks. Its nest must be nearby.
I thought on the day. The sunshine. Being alive. More or less.
Certainly one to remember. Or forget, preferably.
You don't understand.
You don't know him. Annihilate. Wretched thing. You got what you deserved.
Compassion. Grag.
Hook horrors. Although that's not to say we can't have a little fun.
Invoco te!
I appreciate your loyalty, darling, but I don't think you understand. My old master sent that vagabond after me.
If they hadn't heard me before, they certainly did now.
Of course you do, darling. You look radiant.
He'd seen another Githyanki. I demanded to know where.
Impero tibi. Whatever's in here, it might give me an edge over Cazador. Or free me from him entirely.
Ugh, hell's teeth! Was solid food always so foul? Macte virtute! I recognized the marks as those of a pack of gnolls. There was no doubt.
But now that you know what I am, I can fight with all my weapons, teeth included. And if I happen to drain the occasional bandit, what's the harm?
Very nice.
And to think, I was expecting a needle. You treacherous little worm. Well, at least my vision was based in reality. Cazador was actually a poet.
There it was again. Anger. I could never defeat it, only suppress it. The dog's stance surged aggressively once again upon spotting me.
We're risking bad dreams to bend minds to our will. We'd be fools not to do it.
The bear let out a roar of hurt and hatred. He wasn't done fighting, whether I was on his side or not.
Moving plates and symbols that match the dwarf's poem. Interesting.
Every symbol seemed to burn my eyes. I could feel them searing into my mind, into my soul.
Excellent. Now to forge the bloody thing.
Stout heart and hearthfire. Long roads leading back home.
If you insist, Orlando, I've already challenged the sun itself. Why not the gods too?
Crescit eundo.
Granted, the looming doom is an issue, but why not enjoy the benefits while we can?
And if the darkest one was Shah, Moonrise must be her celestial sister, Saluna. With a jerk, I was pulled from the vision. I felt the presence within shrink, terrified.
Gods! That's a devilish-looking book. The kind Gale might covet.
Veritas credo oculus!
Well said. The devil can take them.
The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated.
Schio, Didici, Pecto!
I looked up, just as the spiders rushed towards me. The metal bent and snapped in my almighty grip.
You know, some call the moment of climax a little death.
Pain exploded in my eye.
Watch, maybe, but never intrude.
Expello te!
The claws tried to grip my hands, tried to stop me, but I slammed the book shut before they could take me.
Always seems to be right around the corner, doesn't it? Although, if she does exist, she's certainly in trouble now. No more surprises. You have my word.
Glad that's over. He hasn't noticed us yet, and we have more pressing concerns. The Hag's Lair. I think I preferred the swamp. No offense. The crab reveled in its new home of mud, claws clicking with joy.
Viam sapientiae.
Oh no. Something terrible's happened. Machine made them hostile. What a waste. Drow. And worse. What were they doing here? Her gaze followed it. Clearly she thought I was trespassing on her territory. I spoke in a low, soothing tone and tried to seem small. Does Lae'zel know that? I saw how she looked at you earlier.
Ammo sanguinem.
I'm sorry. I need to clear my head. I can't leave my kills lying around like this.
Faccio, voco, ferry.
Excellent. Now, shall we go? I'm already feeling a little peckish. Go back to your wet dreams and leave me be. Exactly. Let's enjoy the benefits while we can. The tadpole squirmed in my mind. It seemed sated. I'm not normally impressed by people of your stature, but you're stronger than I gave you credit for. The well stood as it had for ages. His eyes rolled back as he slumped forward.
Arcidum vincere est vivere.
I'm not interested in talking to you. I could drown in that song. The bear grunted her understanding and trudged over to the side. This was all too tiring.
Maledicte es.
Please! Please come and help me! Pain exploded in my eye. A collapsed tunnel. Nasty way to be buried. The dog observed me, wary but calm. A prayer to dear old Saluna. Adorable. My thoughts exactly. I want to go before the goblins start waking up. I'm not an idiot. It has to be those tentacled monsters. Something they did. The spell's power waned, and the corpse fell silent. Ugh, this tastes like a Rothe's breath smells. Maybe next time we should just leave well enough alone. I've already apologized. What more do you want? The crab feared me. I had the power to steal it from the beach. He snarled a warning, flattening his ears and lowering his body, ready to pounce.
Gods!
Why? Why would I try it again?
Resisto frigus. Disera. Eresque.
I couldn't move. Couldn't think. Thinking was mercifully done for me. She was, though. I could see it in her eyes, deep down. The goblin's nostrils flared nervously. All of his bluster had vanished. These flowers. They're creating anti-magic fields. Footprints. There may be even more that survived the crash. The goblin planted a wet, sticky kiss on my foot. Given that a hag couldn't solve our wriggling little problem, he might be right.
Arcidum.
A book of necromancy. Interesting. No need to insult the dead. A lot of work for, well, whatever this is. Hello again, beautiful. Back for more. Despite everything, I drifted off, satisfied with what had happened. Perhaps I wouldn't have slept so well if I'd known what was coming. Leave me alone! You're not the one I need to talk to. The bird chirped his disagreement and resolutely pushed the coin to the right, keeping an eye on me. At least it won't suffer anymore. Well, I can understand your curiosity. I looked closely at the hermit crab.
Morio.
The book refused to open. I hate it. This is awful. The girl winked at me as I turned away. That chest. I can feel its magic. I hope we did the right thing, trusting a creature like that. That's a power I didn't have before. This day is getting stranger and stranger. Oh? And what might that be?
Agreed. The sooner we solve this problem, the happier I'll be. So, you know about these parasites. Will we survive them? The Black Network's mark. Spies, murderers, and thieves ahead, I guess. Yours. Mine. Our collective ecstasy. How about I keep the knife, and you tell me what you know anyway?
Imperute.
Well, let's keep our blades sharp and our wits sharper. Finally. Let's have some fun. Our friends here just experienced the bigger version. Heavens forbid. I've learned my lesson. The corpse had nothing more to say to me. It's never good news with a mysterious voice, is it? Always warning demons, never warning nymphs bathing nearby. Might still be stuck inside if we hadn't been attacked.
Tormentum!
Fine. As long as I don't have to go back to animal blood. It's muck. But the new moon represents Shah. Not sure about that red light.
Te execro, diore.
Not that I'm complaining, of course. Power like that is worth some bad dreams. Of course not. We have this ability at our disposal, so it's only natural to use it. The lightest touch of hope rushed my mind as the presence within retreated. The prisoner howled, and the stench of charred flesh filled the room. Brains? A brain? How delightful. Her faith flooded into me, a tide of shuddering ecstasy. Her tadpole nestled within that mania, secure, hidden. No, I won't kill them. Well, maybe Shadowheart. A fine effort. But I've seen it all. I was walking this land while your ancestors were learning to crawl. That sly old crone. At least we got to kill someone, I suppose. I'm glad we can come together and agree.
Tormentum. Zickered catus.
Another dream. Someone's been twisting minds again. It doesn't exactly foster trust, does it? To victory. This is a bad idea. Rebirth was slothing flesh, a new skull housing cold, sharp intellect. Even gods get left to rot in the dark. Our minds parted again, leaving my skull throbbing. If Halston is right, the person that's been playing games with the worms in our skulls. I hope it means escape. Unlikely, though. Indeed. In extraordinary times, we should take every advantage we can get.
Torre.
This place reeks of blood. Let's go, before more join us. Where did it go now? I felt movement behind me and turned. He was ready to show he wasn't beaten yet. Longing welled from a deep place in their hearts. Their gaze drifted to the open door. Ha! Seems like nature's provided a shortcut. A cambion, I was sure of it. Wings spread wide, long tail curled behind. Trust me. He's like nothing you've handled before.
Voco Galakius.
We can probably make an exception for Will. Probably. Really? Really? No, the teachings are clear. It isn't possible.
Risum teliates.
2 centuries of nocturnal adventures, and I've never once seen a red moon. Baldur's Gate. Is that a portal of some sort? Auntie Ethel nodded along to my tale, her face creased with concern.
Mors animae.
Then it's settled. We took a chance for Mayrina. It was the right call, even if it went wrong. Reflecting on what tomorrow might bring, when we arrive at this Gith crash. I felt her breath on my neck, her fingers running down my spine, and then it was over. Of course, if I said no, he'd have me flayed. Hard to say which was worse.
The owlbear lashed out, struggling to keep me in its limited field of view.
No, they certainly have their benefits.
Impero tibi.
Yes, danger. The tadpole quivered. It seemed to be burrowing deeper in my mind, feasting on what? The word escaped me.
I could feel his blood on my lips, cooling quickly in the night air. Deep claw marks, whole parts bitten off.
A gnoll did this. You're a conquering hero, and you want to drink foaming piss. Cheers. Blacksmith shared some spirits he uses to clean his tools. Just keep me out of the fire. Not much magic left, though. Sun's too bright.
I raised my glass and shouted,
Let me do it. They sound disgusting. Yes, that's an option, but I wouldn't bet eternity on it. This thing won't yield its contents easily.
The person they were trying to save, it was the creature from the ship. Still alive, but wounded. Scioditici pecto!
This whole place reeks of necromancy.
Spira mortis.
The rat chittered at the chest, wincing with its broken tooth. Something about the gesture struck me as acceptance of a master never waking up.
Veritas credo oculus!
Reflecting on what tomorrow might bring when we meet this goblin priestess.
The creature spoke in visions. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders, silver blades held high.
At best, I was sure you'd say no. At worst, at least the boat's an option if there's no safer routes forward.
No. I recognized the scourge. This man was a follower of Leviata, goddess of pain. But I couldn't do it. The creature was too precious, too beautiful.
Vocomurus! Agilius!
No, you're not eating this one. It's too valuable. Agreed, then. Let's keep our distance.
Tiad stringo linguum.
And the tadpole was just a coincidence. You're more delusional than they were. Can you feel the staff's magic? I'm practically tingling.
Contact. He fell to the ground, unconscious.
Well, you know where to find me.
I saw a clawed hand open a holding pod, devoid of flesh, only darkness.
And you seem like a useful person to know.
Signum arcanum, inexpugnabilis.
The girl winked at me and turned away. I said it was dangerous to travel without supplies.
Morio.
The cub looked from me to his dead mother and let out a plaintive cry.
Essurio.
It's not broken, but it's not working either. I'm all for killing her, but let's get that power first, They better bloody not.
The hell's with you? I don't need your whimpering.
There are other ways out.
Unfortunately, the spiders chose that moment to attack.
Perhaps it's better the ogres aren't coming. I'm sure they snore.
I said us tieflings stick together, and we outnumbered him.
Incommodum.
But suit yourself. I'm sure we'll drift off at some point. The priestess is slain, and the horde is weaker for it.
Visions consumed me once more. A swarm of Githyanki dragon riders, silver blades held high.
I'd rather put another tadpole in my eye, thank you. I've everything I need, except fire.
The dog looked from me to his owner with a soft whine. He did not move from the corpse.
Excellent. After you.
Ostium moneta.
The other spider echoed her, tapping his claws gleefully.
What? No, not you.
I watched her blink, process this, and paw the ground in agitation.
For real?
Let's take this discussion elsewhere. Somewhere without undead guards, maybe? Whatever it is, the Absolute has a powerful hold over them.
I watched through the creature's eyes. It cursed the star-born slaves.
It's the most important city in this part of Faerun. And it's home. Still, I would have liked more for my trouble than a pat on the head and vinegar for wine.
An image of the mind flayer I'd encountered reached out to her from my memories. I tasted brimstone. The stench of withered flesh and dark steel burned my nose like acid. I watched and listened for signs of deceit, but sensed nothing unusual.
Your own stupid choices. The air's stale. It's been centuries since any prayers disturbed it. Maybe. But all that, take your time, I'll wait, nonsense. He's playing with us.
I gasped. I'd never threaten a child, even one that had stolen my friend's locket.
What's happening? What did you do?
But Instead, I found myself straining, then smiling as it wriggled freely in my hand.
Silentium!
It's a city. And the sooner we reach it, the better. Huh? I knew you couldn't resist. Morals are all well and good, but power always wins. And you. If we meet again, I hope we're still wearing the right skins. He breathed deep, seeming to relish in the new scents I brought with me. The bark's like iron. This is a waste of time. There we have it. The wrong outcome, but for all the right reasons. Another vision. I looked back into the darkness of the pod aboard the Nautiloid.
Non fit injura.
The corpse's mouth wrenched into a hateful twist. It refused to speak. Useful little mushrooms. This is a swift way to the Underdark. Mother of lusts, gone again. I've never heard something so beautiful. Suddenly, I saw what she saw, felt what she felt. Confusion, resolve, and a hint of gratitude. A lucky escape. Judging by how they fought, those things weren't happy with our looting. I said yes. Reward, please.
You idiot! What have you done?
I'm standing right here, you know. The ox stared at me wearily, before dipping its head to munch on some dry grass. Hardly. We earned this. Until I knew more about the tadpole, I wasn't sure how much danger I was in. And of course you know why we're interesting enough that a devil would come to proposition us. Because if you don't know that, you may as well sign over your soul now. I don't know what that was, and I don't care to.
Nakeske, Resurges!
Huh. You enjoyed it?
Resisto mortem!
Yes, it's probably just a cold.
Intelligente pauca!
Not to worry. There are plenty more goblins. An iron coin. I prefer gold, but I'll take it. Eticaps, creatures with heavy claws and gaping mouths appeared. My point is simple.
That's a no to fun, then?
And now he sends a Gur monster hunter for me. It's a message. That's putting it mildly. I saw a clawed hand open a holding pod to reveal darkness. The wolf's fur ruffled in annoyance. He wanted me to leave. There were too many people here.
More!
I can feel the grief in the blade. It must be the glaive from the druid's notebook.
Aha! Safe!
You think I'm safe? Probably wise. No one gets that old and crooked playing by the rules. It was a mob of Gur that left me half dead 200 years ago. That left me begging Cazador to turn me. So I could survive to take revenge. Wyvern poison? That's worth a pretty penny on the black market.
Crescat scientia.
Fine. We'll be cautious. But still, we live in hope, figuratively speaking. The corpse refused to speak to its killer. The corpse shivered to unlife. Oh dear, it doesn't look happy. I said he took the words out of my mouth. Ragzlin remained ignorant to my presence in his mind murk. I chose my next question. So, what are we drinking to? Other than a pile of corpses. When we set out on this little adventure, I never imagined I'd watch you slaughter an ancient order of druids. I noticed the tiefling twitch. He was about to erupt. Of course I'm not. It's just... It gets to you. I wasn't going to hurt you. I just needed, well, blood. The dog's hackles raised as its growls loudened. Watch your step. What a horrid sight that was.
That cage won't last.
He seemed ordinary. A little careworn, but little else. I wonder what that did. Again, a vision came to me. A memory, seen through the creature's soul-dead eyes.
Te absolvo.
I could feel the ache in my stomach. An exhilarating agony as I gently caressed his head. And then... well, getting out of here for a start.
Schio de dici picto.
That's quite an egg.